Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Played the Simulation System? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the empty academy classroom. Naruto Uzumaki, 12 years old, lay sprawled across a desk with a half-eaten cup of instant ramen beside his head. He had been supposed to study for the next exam, but instead he was attempting and failing to nap. Naruto muttered that class and homework were stupid and that he was going to be Hokage, not a bookworm, and adjusted his hitayate with a sigh. The room felt too quiet. A blinding burst of light erupted not from outside, but inside his head. Naruto yelped and tumbled from the desk to the floor, scrambling to his feet to take in empty desks, chalk dust, and the faint smell of ramen seasoning. He rubbed his temples and wondered what had happened. A faint hum filled the air. A translucent blue screen shimmered into existence before his eyes, floating in midair and glowing softly like a ghostly lantern. The screen indicated that the future life simulation system had activated and welcomed Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stared in disbelief. He cautiously poked the glowing screen and felt his finger pass through it like mist. The system announced that it was initiating the first simulation protocol and generating random skills. 6 glowing icons appeared to represent available skills: basic chakra control, clone body flicker, wind style great breakthrough, taijutsu prodigy, nine tails rage, and ninja tool proficiency, each tagged with a rarity level. Naruto's eyes brightened at the list. He considered his options, thinking that Nine Tails Rage sounded epic and that Taijutsu Prodigy sounded impressive, with ninja tool proficiency useful as a backup. He selected Nine Tails Rage, Taijutsu Prodigy, and ninja tool proficiency. The system confirmed the chosen skills, integrated them, and counted down before the simulation began. Before Naruto could fully react, the classroom dissolved around him. He found himself in a body much like his own but with chakra that felt thicker and denser, thrumming warmly beneath his skin. A whisper of text in the corner of his vision informed him it was year 0, graduation day. He watched himself stand before Iruka-sensei. When the simulated Naruto formed the hand signs for the clone jutsu, the result was solid and stable rather than flimsy. Iruka smiled proudly and acknowledged that the simulated Naruto had passed. The warm feeling of that approval washed over him, almost as if it were real. On a D-rank mission with Team 7 Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and himself, the simulated Naruto chased a lost cat but moved with new skill. He tossed kunai with pinpoint accuracy and flowed through each motion effortlessly, every throw landing where he intended. Triumph filled him as the cat hissed and fled. At dusk, the simulated Naruto trained alone in the forest, his fists slicing through the air with sharp, disciplined arcs that made his taijutsu seem crisp and almost elegant. A rogue ninja stepped from the shadows with a cruel smile, testing him. Naruto's instincts screamed danger and a burning, monstrous energy rose from deep inside. Red chakra flared around him as his rage activated. His eyes took on an intense hue and he launched forward with a guttural intensity, striking with wild, intoxicating power that staggered the rogue. But power alone was not enough. The rogue regained his footing, feinted, and struck in return. Naruto moved too slowly, he was hit in the chest and reeled. His red chakra flickered and vanished, and darkness closed in. The simulation ended, indicating a fatal blow from the rogue ninja. Back in the classroom, the screen reappeared. The simulation had rated his performance at 45%. Rewards listed included permanent basic chakra control, partial integration of taijutsu prodigy, 5 points to strength and agility each, and retained knowledge of the rogue ninja's combat patterns. Naruto gasped and clutched at his chest, feeling phantom pain as if the blow had been real. He complained that he had chosen Nine Tails Rage and still died, and then selected the partial integration and combat knowledge rewards. The system integrated the chosen rewards and returned him to reality. The classroom reassembled around him. The ramen cup still sat where he had left it and the sun was setting. Only a few minutes had passed. A faint warmth spread through his body and his movements already felt a touch smoother and sharper. The memory of the rogue's stance and feint was burned into his mind. Naruto grinned with a mix of excitement and determination, resolved that the simulator had caught him once but that next time he would make it past year 0. The blue glow flickered faintly, indicating the system was listening and ready. Naruto smirked and vowed to take the next challenge. A low hum lingered in his mind as the screen displayed that the simulation system had initiated a cooldown and that the next simulation would be available in 12 hours. Naruto blinked in disbelief at the timer and slumped into a chair, the adrenaline draining from his body. He complained to himself about the cooldown and jabbed at the floating screen in frustration, but his finger passed through it. The interface remained unmoved. Naruto asked the system to explain itself. The screen rippled and the system presented a user manual. It stated that the Future Life simulation system existed to guide Naruto toward optimal future outcomes through iterative simulated experiences. The overview explained that before each simulation, 6 random abilities were generated for selection. Naruto's brow furrowed as he read through the display, mouthing the longer words. He wondered what optimal future outcomes meant and whether it meant becoming Hokage. He hoped so. If the strange system did not help him reach his dream, what was the point of dying over and over again? He reread the first section, his mind racing. He realized the system would offer 6 random skills and he would have to pick 3. The idea thrilled him, but the randomness worried him. He winced, remembering basic chakra control as his previous reward, something he already had, more or less. The memory of the last simulation flickered behind his eyes. Irika's proud smile, the sting of defeat, the warm pulse of chakra. It had felt odd, like watching a movie while somehow being inside it. The entry about decision points caught his attention next. He understood that those were moments when he could change things in subsequent runs. He wished he had had a choice before instead of charging a rogue without thinking. Tapping his chin, resolved to wait for those decision points next time and be smarter rather than relying only on brute strength. The words about the reward phase made him grin. Permanent upgrades meant real progress in his life. He flexed his arms experimentally and felt a subtle, contained hum beneath his skin. Closing his eyes, he focused, replaying the rogue ninja's stance in his mind like a recorded memory. He could sense the man's rhythm. The grin widened. Dying had not been entirely useless. The timer on the screen read 11:52, 12 hours, he noted, and complained inwardly that he could not just spam the system. He slumped back and let out a groan at the thought of losing training time, but annoyance gave way to something else. The system was not merely granting power, it was teaching and testing him, and it felt real. The classroom around him had slid into shadow as the last light faded. The air was still. For once he was not being yelled at, ignored, or laughed at. For once, something had chosen him. He chuckled, rubbed the back of his neck, and asked the system quietly to help him become Hokage. The blue light pulsed faintly in response, with no words, only the steady rhythm of the countdown. He stood with new determination and resolved to sleep, eat, and wake ready to go again. He packed his empty ramen cup into his bag and stepped out into the calm streets of Konoha, where lanterns were beginning to glow. At the classroom door he looked back. The blue screen had vanished, leaving no trace. He smiled, aware that he was not alone anymore. He carried a secret now, a strange, powerful thing that might change everything. He clenched his fist as the night breeze ruffled his hair and promised himself under the stars that tomorrow he would start changing his future for real. The system recorded his progress and the next simulation was pending. He grinned, determined to make it count. The next morning he practically bounced out of bed. The 12-hour cooldown had felt like an eternity, but with sunlight streaming through his window he was buzzing with anticipation. He tore through a bowl of ramen without really tasting it and darted straight to the academy. The same classroom sat empty, the faint smell of chalk still in the air. He took a deep breath and grinned, ready for round 2. The blue light shimmered back to life as the system activated. The cooldown had elapsed and simulation number 2 began. The system generated random skills one by one. The available skills were basic genjutsu resistance, common, weak point analysis, rare, clone diversion tactics, rare, chakra reserve expansion, ultra rare, flirtatious charm, epic, and minor healing jutsu, common. Naruto blinked at the odd inclusion of a flirtatious charm and frowned at how it had been labeled epic. He debated his choices. Chakra reserve expansion would increase his stamina and power, weak point analysis would sharpen his perception, while the others felt less useful in the moment. He hesitated, convinced the system was teasing him, and then reluctantly selected flirtatious charm to complete the set. The skill glowed and merged into his selection. He chose chakra reserve expansion, weak point analysis, and flirtatious charm. The skills integrated and the simulation began with a brief countdown, then the world blurred and the weightless sensation returned, plunging him into another version of his future. Year 0, Genin days began. Back on Team 7, Naruto immediately noticed a difference. His chakra reserves felt deeper and steadier, like an ocean instead of a pond. On missions he could last longer without tiring, and weak point analysis made him surprisingly perceptive. He began to spot structural weaknesses, anticipate movements, and even managed to impress Kakashi, who actually nodded once in almost unbelievable validation. Then the third skill made itself known. The mission to the Land of Waves for bridge builder Tezuna's request unfolded more quickly, with Naruto experiencing the events with sharper awareness and renewed stamina. The scene moved forward from there. Naruto walked beside Tezuna while the bridge builder complained as usual. The simulated Naruto smiled and teased Tezuna with an unusually charming line, suggesting the old man would be lost without them. Tezuna snorted but chuckled, and Tsunami, the bridge builder's daughter, smiled when the simulated Naruto complimented her cooking. Outside, the real Naruto's face flushed bright red as he watched, stunned by his own performance and thinking that he did not talk like that. Year 0. Battle against Zabuza and Haku. The first battle went better this time. With enhanced chakra reserves, the simulated Naruto could keep up longer. His weak point analysis even spotted a brief lapse in Zabuza's guard, though he was still too slow to exploit it. Then came the final confrontation on the bridge. Haku's demonic mirroring ice crystals surrounded them, the air sharp and cold. Sasuke was already down. The system detected a decision point and presented 3 options. A. Try to break out with raw chakra. B. Focus on healing Sasuke using medical knowledge. C. Attempt to negotiate with Haku using charm. Naruto's eye twitched at the suggestion to negotiate with Haku using charm. He mentally rejected it and chose to attempt to break out with raw chakra. The simulated Naruto roared and pushed vast amounts of chakra through his body. The mirrors cracked and trembled under the pressure. The chakra reserve expansion was paying off. The surge, however, grew unstable. Red chakra, the 9 tails, began to leak from him, and he froze, horrified and certain he had not intended this outcome. The chaotic energy twisted his form and reflected in the ice. Haku reacted swiftly and, in a single precise strike, ended the confrontation. The red chakra vanished. The simulated Naruto slumped to his knees, eyes wide and unseeing. The simulation ended, recorded as a death caused by an overwhelmed chakra surge and a fatal blow from Haku. Performance, 38%. Back in reality, Naruto sat in stunned silence, the phantom pain at his neck throbbing faintly. He whispered that he had died again and buried his face in his hands, muttering curses at the fox, the system, and the ill-timed charm. The reward screen listed the gains: the minor healing jutsu permanently, partial integration of chakra reserve expansion, plus 5 chakra control and 5 intelligence, and retained knowledge of Haku's ice patterns. Naruto sighed and complained to himself that a minor healing jutsu felt underwhelming, half joking about being awarded a cooking skill next. Still, the chakra control and intelligence boost might prevent another loss of control. He selected the rewards and resolved to think smarter next time and avoid brute force. The rewards integrated and reality returned. Naruto's eyes fluttered open in the classroom, the faint taste of ramen still on his tongue. He rubbed his neck, shuddering at the lingering phantom pain. The simulation system initiated a cooldown, with the next simulation scheduled in almost 12 hours. Naruto slumped against the desk, brooding over 2 simulations and 2 deaths within a year of becoming a genin. He acknowledged the lesson sinking in. His chakra flowed smoother and his thoughts felt sharper. He forced a small smile and resolved that repeated failure was only part of learning. He stood, determination settling in his gaze, promising himself no more dumb deaths and no repeating the embarrassing social mishap. As he walked into the morning light, the timer ticked quietly, and the system recorded his progress. End of Chapter 3. Naruto spent the cooldown PRD brooding. 2 deaths in 2 simulations was humbling, frustrating, and a little terrifying. He tried to focus in academy lessons, but his mind kept drifting to the system, the next skills, and the next potential deaths. During Irika-sensei's lectures, he found himself unconsciously practicing evasive footwork he had learned from the Haku simulation. Irika noticed, and Naruto could only offer an awkward grin. When he was not in class, he studied in the library not for flashy jutsu but for books about chakra control and mental discipline. He needed to be smarter, not just stronger. If brains could keep him alive, he was prepared to learn. 12 hours passed slowly. As the sun dipped and the classroom filled with twilight, the familiar blue light flickered and the simulation system activated. The cooldown had elapsed and simulation number 3 protocol began, generating random skills. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling his heart pound and silently hoping for something useful rather than another odd social effect power. The available skills appeared: Enhanced Sensory Perception, Rare; Basic Earth-Style Jutsu, Common; a One-Time Love Seal, Epic; Shadow Clone Diversion, Rare; Weapon Mastery, Ultra Rare; and a Minor Stamina Boost, Common. Naruto's expression hardened when he saw the One-Time Love Seal. He mentally reacted with disbelief at the concept and scolded the system inwardly for offering such a thing. He decided that weapon mastery was essential and that enhanced sensory perception would help him spot traps. He hesitated over the third choice, reluctant to pick the love seal, but reasoned that one time might mean limited risk and possibly useful survival utility. Recalling Haku's threat, he grimly accepted the possibility and chose the one-time love seal as the third skill. The system confirmed that weapon mastery, enhanced sensory perception, and the one-time love seal were integrated and prepared to start the simulation. Year 0, Graduation and Genin Assignments. From the very start, the difference was clear. Naruto's simulated self handled kunai with fluid grace, fast, precise, instinctive. Every movement felt practiced and natural. Weapon mastery turned even simple throwing practice into a deadly art. His shuriken flew truer, his kunai strikes sharper. Enhanced sensory perception gave him an almost supernatural awareness. He could sense someone entering a room before they made a sound. He noticed birds changing their patterns before a storm. He felt danger before it appeared. For the first time, Naruto thought he might actually make it through this one alive. Year 0, Mission to the Land of Waves, the confrontation on the bridge. The scene fast-forwarded, déjà vu settling in as the familiar bridge loomed before him. Zabuza. The same mission. The same nightmare. But this time, Naruto's reactions were sharper. His enhanced senses let him read the flow of battle, the air currents shifting before Haku moved, the faint hum of chakra forming in the mirrors. His body moved before his mind fully processed it, dodging attacks that would have killed him before. When Haku's Senbon flew, Naruto's kunai met them in midair with startling precision. He was not invincible, but he held his ground. Then the pattern shifted. Sasuke fell again. Haku turned, mask gleaming in the mist, ready to deliver the final blow. The system pulsed and presented a decision point. Haku was about to deliver a fatal blow to Sasuke, and Naruto had a chance to intervene. The choices were to engage Haku directly using weapon mastery, to utilize a one-time love seal, or to create a diversion and attempt to rescue Sasuke. Naruto's stomach dropped. Direct engagement would be suicide. A diversion was too risky. That left the love seal option. He told himself it was ridiculous, but he remembered the system's promise of optimal future outcomes and, reluctantly, chose the seal. Chosen. Use the love seal. The simulated Naruto's body moved automatically. His eyes locked with Haku's, and a strange warmth filled the air, not battle heat, but something different. A pulse of chakra spread outward, invisible yet overwhelming. It was not violent or hostile, it called. Haku froze mid-strike. The sunban in his hand trembled. The mask hid most of his face, but Naruto saw the eyes behind it wide and uncertain, suddenly calm and unfocused. Haku's expression shifted into confusion and hesitation. Zabuza's snarl cut through the mist as he ordered Haku to finish them, but Haku did not move. His breathing hitched. His hand dropped and the weapon fell to the ground. He stepped toward Naruto one slow, hesitant step, eyes conflicted and unable to continue. The real Naruto, watching the scene unfold, felt sick and thought the situation was wrong. Everything happened at once. Zabuza, realizing something was wrong, roared and charged. His massive blade cut through the mist in a single, fast strike. The simulated Naruto was still frozen, staring in disbelief at Haku's sudden incapacity. He did not react in time. Zabuza's blade struck and the simulation abruptly ended. Simulation ended cause of death. Fatal blow from Zabuza due to Haku's incapacitation. Performance, 42%. Naruto's body tensed as he reappeared in the classroom, breath ragged, the phantom sensation of steel across his chest making him shiver. He slammed his fist onto the desk and cursed the system for causing his death through the love seal. The blue screen flickered. Uncaring. Boards. Keep basic Earth-style jutsu, common, permanently. Partial integration of weapon mastery. Plus 10 chakra, plus 5 intelligence. Retain knowledge of interpersonal manipulation via chakra. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He refused to use manipulative powers again and forced himself to focus on the useful gains. He selected the chakra and intelligence bonuses and accepted partial weapon mastery. Selected rewards integrated and the system returned him to reality. When the world steadied again, twilight had deepened. The classroom was quiet and empty except for him and the faint hum of the system timer. Naruto leaned forward on his desk with his head buried in his arms. He could still see Haku's eyes confused, soft, and unnatural. The love seal had saved Sasuke, but it did not feel like victory. It felt wrong. He exhaled shakily and resolved never to use such manipulative seals again. This was not just about strength but about choices, morality, and consequences. Even the smallest decisions could twist fate in strange, uncomfortable ways. He told himself he would do it the right way. He still did not know how to control the Nine Tails. He still had not made it past the first year alive. But he was learning more chakra, more control, more clarity. Next time he would be smarter, stronger, and alive, because he would become Hokage, and not even death or the system would stop him. Simulation system, cooldown initiated. Next simulation available in 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Naruto woke with a renewed sense of purpose. The previous simulations, particularly the humiliating love seal incident, had strengthened his resolve. No more manipulative skills. He needed to focus on true ninja abilities. He spent the morning skipping rocks across the Naka River, practicing his aim, and clearing his mind despite lingering embarrassment. As soon as the cooldown ended, he raced back to the academy classroom. The blue screen flickered to life, bathing the dusty room in an ethereal glow. Future life simulation system activated. Cooldown elapsed. Initiating simulation number 4 protocol. Generating random skills for simulation number 4. Available skills appeared on the screen. Chakra infusion, common. Basic water-style jutsu, common. Mind link, distant soul, epic. Shadow shuriken, rare. Wind style, violent whirlwind, rare. And ninja dog summoning, ultra rare. Naruto studied the list. Mind link, distant soul sounded mysterious and potentially non-combat, while ninja dog summoning seemed useful and reminiscent of Kakashi's dogs. Wind style, violent whirlwind promised strong offensive potential. He chose ninja dog summoning and wind style, violent whirlwind for immediate usefulness, and, intrigued but wary, he added mind link, distant soul. Chosen skills. A ninja dog summoning, ultra rare. A wind style, violent whirlwind, rare. Mind link, distant soul, epic. Skills integrated. Simulation starting in the world shifted. This time there was an immediate, strange sensation like an extra voice, quiet and unfamiliar, whispering at the back of his mind. Year 0. Genin life commences. The simulated Naruto remained on team. He quickly bonded with a summoning dog named Pakatsu, a small but fiercely loyal pug, through ninja dog summoning. His wind style, violent whirlwind, impressed even Sasuke during training. Then came an odd message. Mind link activated, initial connection established. Connecting with Mei Terumi 5th Mizukage. Naruto, the observer, nearly fell out of his chair at the thought that the Mizukage was on the other end. He registered a faint, feminine presence in his mind, like a distant echo. Mei's voice entered his head, calm, confident, and slightly exasperated, and she demanded that he state his identity and warned that this was not a genjutsu she recognized. Naruto, stunned but excited, introduced himself in his mind as Naruto Uzumaki and declared his dream of becoming Hokage, then quickly asked if she was the Mizukage. Mei responded with a soft, amused chuckle. She noted that Hokage was a bold dream for one so young, acknowledged that she was Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage, and admitted that the mind link was unexpected and rather startling from a genin. Over the following months, a strange, secret connection formed. Naruto would find himself randomly talking in his head to Mei. Sometimes she would be in the middle of a Kage meeting when he would blurt out something about ramen. Other times she offered sharp, surprisingly helpful advice during missions. Naruto asked what it was like being a Kage. Mei answered that it was a constant struggle with more paperwork than battles, and certainly less ramen than she preferred. Through the link he learned about Kirigakure, its politics, and its struggles. She, in turn, learned about his dreams, his loneliness, and his unshakable optimism. It became a bizarre, platonic, distant friendship that somehow worked. Year 1. The Bridge of Fate. Zabuza and Haku. This time Naruto was better prepared. No more manipulative seals and no more blind charging. He used wind style, violent whirlwind, to disrupt Haku's ice mirrors while Pakatsu tracked Haku's movements. His improved perception made him much harder to hit. The fight was fierce but different. Naruto was learning. Mei's voice entered his mind again, calm and analytical. She observed that Haku was trying to protect someone and that there was desperation in his chakra flow. She suggested that if Naruto could reach him, he might be able to stop him without killing him. Naruto hesitated because he did not want to kill Haku if he could understand him. Zabuza noticed the hesitation and attacked with a roar. Naruto dodged the first strike, his senses sharp, but Zabuza remained relentless. Pakatsu yelped as the massive blade struck the animal, and Naruto dove to protect his summon. In the chaos that followed, Zabuza's blade descended in a swift, overwhelming strike that Naruto could not avoid. Simulation ended, cause of death. Fatal blow from Zabuza while protecting summon dog. Performance, 65%. Naruto, the observer, felt phantom pain and the ache of losing Pakatsu. He had lived longer this time, fought better, and had died protecting someone. He could accept that. Rewards. Basic water-style jutsu, common, permanently retained. Partial integration of ninja dog summoning. Plus 15 chakra, plus 10 stamina. Mei Terumi retains partial memory of the link, interpersonal knowledge. Naruto read the last line twice and realized that Mei Terumi remembered him. A strange, warm pang hit his chest. Despite the oddness, the bond they'd formed had been comforting, like an older sister watching over him. He smiled softly and told himself he would take the chakra and the memory link. Rewards integrated. Returning to reality. Naruto blinked and found himself back in the empty classroom. The familiar scent of chalk and dust filled the air. He stretched, feeling a deeper pool of chakra within him and stronger stamina. The system notification shimmered, indicating a cooldown and the next simulation available in almost 12 hours. He exhaled slowly. This time he was not frustrated. He had fought well, learned more, and even formed an unlikely friendship with a Kage. He grinned and told the system that it could keep throwing weird stuff at him and he would keep getting stronger. He laughed to himself and said he would make sure Zabuza did not take him out next time and that maybe he would even teach that Mizukage a thing or two about ramen. He walked out of the academy, the cool evening air brushing his face. Somewhere deep inside, the faint whisper of interpersonal knowledge pulsed softly, a reminder that strength was not just about fighting, but about connection, even strange, simulated ones. Far away in the misty lands of Kirigakure, the fifth Mizukage paused in her office and frowned slightly as a single, inexplicable image of a grinning blonde genin flashed through her mind. End of Chapter 5. Across the vast expanse of the elemental nations, in the heavily guarded office of the fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi sighed. She leaned back in her chair, a pile of diplomatic scrolls and budget reports stacked precariously on her desk. The fluorescent glow of the office lamps reflected in her tired, emerald eyes. She muttered that it was another day and another mountain of paperwork as she reached for her teacup. A strange, almost imperceptible sensation tickled the edges of her mind, a faint warm ripple like a stone dropped into a calm pond. May paused with her hand hovering over the cup, brow furrowing as she recognized a fleeting echo of boisterous laughter, a vivid splash of orange, and the faint, unmistakable smell of instant ramen. It came with an inexplicable fondness, mild exasperation mixed with genuine amusement, as if recalling a particularly rambunctious child. Mei murmured the name Naruto Uzumaki to herself. She knew of Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of Konoha, a boisterous genin known for his pranks and his ambition to become Hokage. Standard intelligence reports did not explain the personal warmth she felt. A vivid, almost real memory flickered at the edge of her consciousness, a mental link and a young, enthusiastic voice asking about ramen and about being a Kage, a voice that had once called her Mizukage-chan in a moment of playful cheekiness before panicking and apologizing. She remembered offering advice, sharing snippets of her day, and finding a bizarre, unexpected camaraderie with that distant, utterly foreign boy. She remembered his dreams, his loneliness, and his unwavering optimism, and the fierce loyalty he had shown when he fought. Mei pressed a hand to her temple and whispered that she did not understand what had happened. She closed her eyes, trying to grasp the fading wisps of the memory. It felt so real, so immediate, yet entirely out of place. It was not a genjutsu, her chakra flow was completely stable. It was not a psychological attack, it brought no malice. Only a strange sense of loss for a connection that should not have existed. Mei Terumi opened her eyes and stared at the stacks of paperwork. The memory blurred already, becoming more dreamlike and less concrete, but the feeling remained, a sense of having known a bright, challenging spirit, of having offered guidance to a young, earnest shinobi, and a faint, almost maternal concern for his well-being. Mei mused that a genin from Konoha had been asking about the burdens of a Kage, and a small, wry smile played on her lips at his boundless energy. She remembered the advice she had given during the simulated battle on the bridge and the insight into Haku's emotional state. It defied all logic and known ninja techniques to think that a part of her had truly connected with that boy. She told herself it might be stress or imagination, but deep down she knew something had happened. A brief bridge formed with a young, loud ninja from Konoha, and a sliver of that experience had etched itself onto her soul. She picked up her teacup, feeling a lingering warmth that had nothing to do with the hot liquid. Mei shook her head and smiled softly, repeating Naruto Uzumaki's name under her breath and noting the peculiar weight it carried as the name of a future Hokage. The memory would fade with time into a pleasant dream she could not quite recall but would never completely forget. A whisper of orange, a flash of determination, and the scent of ramen. For the composed Mizukage, it added an unexpected warmth to the otherwise cold world of Kage politics. For a moment she simply wondered how that boy was doing and whether he had learned to cook instant ramen well. Naruto spent the next 12 hours dissecting his previous simulation. He had not died from his own foolishness this time but from an external attack while distracted. Mei Terumi's fleeting memories were a bizarre bonus. He resolved to understand the unpredictable nature of ninja life more deeply. When the cooldown finally lifted, he found himself back in the academy classroom, sitting cross-legged on a desk as the blue screen flared to life. The simulation system displayed that the future life simulation system had activated, the cooldown had elapsed, and simulation number 5 was initiating. Random skills were being generated for this run. The available skills were Chakra Focus, Common, Basic Sealing Jutsu, Rare, Dark Eye, Epic, Taijutsu Enhancement, Rare, Luck of the Unlucky, Epic, and minor resistance to genjutsu, common. Naruto's eyes lit up at the name Dark Eye. He thought it sounded cool and compared it mentally to the Sharingan. He scanned the list and wondered what Luck of the Unlucky meant, noting that it sounded like the kind of thing that happened to him often. He selected Dark Eye first because it sounded powerful, then Taijutsu Enhancement to improve his close combat. For the third slot he debated between basic Sealing Jutsu and the Epic Luck of the Unlucky. Remembering the many times he had stumbled into something important by accident, he felt the latter suited his nature. With a shrug, Naruto chose Luck of the Unlucky, joking to himself that maybe it would cancel out his actual bad luck. The system confirmed that Dark Eye, Epic, Taijutsu Enhancement, Rare, and Luck of the Unlucky, Epic, had been integrated, and the simulation began. The simulated world shifted. Naruto felt a strange tingle behind his eyes, a latent power waiting to awaken, and his body felt lighter and more responsive, ready for taijutsu. Year 0, Genin graduation and D-rank missions passed with surprising ease. Enhanced taijutsu allowed for fluid movement and strong blows. During D-rank missions, Luck of the Unlucky manifested in odd ways. He would trip over a loose stone only to find a missing cat hiding under a bush, or be splattered with mud that then perfectly obscured him from a grumpy villager he was trying to avoid. Bizarre and inconvenient at times, but oddly effective. Year 1, the Land of Waves mission unfolded differently. Taijutsu Enhancement let him trade blows with Haku more evenly, but Dark Eye made the biggest difference. The Dark Eye activated, granting limited predictive sight and minor illusionary capabilities. Suddenly Naruto's vision sharpened. He could perceive faint lines of force that hinted at an opponent's next move, allowing him to dodge with uncanny precision. When Haku trapped Sasuke in the ice mirrors, the Dark Eye produced a subtle illusion that made Haku misjudge Naruto's position long enough to buy precious seconds. He did not defeat them, but he survived, and Sasuke survived. Kakashi finished the job. Naruto had lived past the 1-year mark. 6 months later, back in Konoha, his training intensified. The Dark Eye evolved, offering brief glimpses into weak points, future movements, and subtle chakra signatures he could not normally perceive. His taijutsu improvements made him a formidable opponent for a genin. By year 1, month 10, the Chunin exams began. Naruto entered the exams with Sasuke and Sakura. The written test blurred, but Luck of the Unlucky led him to accidentally copy answers from a particularly clever genin. In the Forest of Death, the Dark Eye helped him spot hidden traps and enemy ninja before they could spring ambushes. They acquired a scroll, though not without incident. At a key decision point, Orochimaru appeared powerful beyond measure, a whole new level of threat. The simulation presented options. Engage Orochimaru directly, flee immediately even if it meant abandoning Sasuke and Sakura temporarily, or attempt a distraction with a clone while escaping. Naruto felt a cold dread settle in his stomach at the name but chose the smart move. He decided to attempt a distraction. Naruto quickly formed a shadow clone and ordered it to draw Orochimaru's attention while he searched for an escape route and a weakness, pushing his Dark Eye to its limits. The clone charged and bought a few precious seconds, but Orochimaru was not easily fooled. Orochimaru effortlessly dispatched the clone with a flick of his wrist, his gaze already locked onto the real Naruto. The predatory, cold eyes met Naruto's Dark Eye. The Dark Eye was overwhelmed by superior ocular prowess, and Naruto's Luck of the Unlucky was nullified by deliberate malice. Naruto felt a terrifying surge of power, not his own, overwhelm his senses. His Dark Eye flared, showing him impossible, frightening futures before abruptly going dark. His luck twisted, turning events against him. A branch snagged his foot as he tried to flee, making him stumble. Orochimaru moved in an instant. A hand seized Naruto's neck, the curse mark flaring with ominous chakra. The simulated Naruto cried out as his chakra was overwhelmed and his system began to fail. He thrashed, but it was useless. The simulation recorded the end as complete chakra failure inflicted by Orochimaru. The blue screen reappeared, the chilling finality of the message echoing in Naruto's mind. The simulation reported his performance at 78%. He had survived longer, fought better, and had saved his teammates from immediate harm, but Orochimaru had proven to be a monster. The sensation of his chakra being torn apart remained a haunting memory. The rewards from the simulation were listed. Naruto would permanently keep chakra focus, common, receive partial integration of taijutsu enhancement, gain 20 chakra and 15 stamina, and Orochimaru would retain partial memory of the encounter. Naruto stared at the last reward and recoiled at the thought of Orochimaru remembering him. He shuddered, recalling the unadulterated malice he had faced. He chose instead the chakra and stamina increases and accepted the taijutsu enhancement for its practical benefits. The system integrated the rewards and returned him to reality. Naruto gasped and sat bolt upright in the classroom. His throat felt raw and his skin tingled as if brushed by cold. He was breathing heavily and his heart pounded. The name Orochimaru alone sent shivers down his spine. A cooldown timer flickered. The simulation system had initiated a cooldown and indicated the next simulation would be available in just under 12 hours. Surviving to the Chunin exams represented real progress, but the manner of his simulated death was a stark reminder that some enemies were too powerful for a genin, regardless of skill. Naruto closed his eyes and replayed the cold, predatory gaze and the feeling of his chakra unraveling. He whispered Orochimaru's name as a vow. He would not let that happen in reality. He felt the subtle, undeniable increase in chakra and stamina and noticed his body was more attuned to movement. The system was harsh and relentless, but it was teaching him. He stood and walked to the window. The moon hung high, casting long shadows. He resolved to prepare, to learn, and to push harder. There would be more simulations and more deaths, but he would learn from each one. His life and the lives of those he cared for might depend on it. The horror of the Orochimaru simulation lingered, but Naruto, ever resilient, processed it into a lesson. He understood that sheer power alone was not enough. Cunning and knowledge were vital. During the cooldown, he practiced basic evasion techniques and tried to recall every detail of the encounter, analyzing what he could have done differently. As the sun set and long shadows stretched across the academy classroom, the system shimmered into life for another test. Naruto braced himself, a tight knot of anticipation and fear in his stomach. The simulation system activated and began generating skills for the next scenario. The available skills included basic genjutsu immunity, rare. Shadow clone burst, rare. Advanced chakra sensing, ultra rare. Taijutsu form, 8 gates release, epic. Call of Cthulhu, legendary. And minor regeneration, common. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the legendary option. He felt a surge of disbelief and excitement at drawing a legendary skill. He pointed at it with amazement and imagined how it might change his path. He picked Call of Cthulhu as his first choice, then selected Shadow Clone Burst for its combat utility and Advanced Chakra Sensing to improve his tracking and awareness. The system confirmed the selected skills and began the simulation countdown. As the simulation opened around him, Naruto felt the world tilt. He took on the identity of the simulated Naruto and was flooded with a new, expansive awareness. It was not only sight and sound but a deep, cosmic hum at the edge of perception. His mind felt vast and receptive to strange truths. The Call of Cthulhu activated, granting limited cosmic insight and enhancing his mental resilience so he would not be wholly overcome. He experienced fragmented visions, impossible geometries, swirling nebulae, and echoes of immense, sleeping entities. The impressions were terrifying and awe-inspiring, but the mental resilience kept him anchored. The simulation did not follow the conventional genin path. The Hokage sensed something different in Naruto, likely influenced by the call, and placed him on an accelerated training regimen before assigning him to a team. This simulated Naruto was not assigned to Team 7 immediately. His advanced chakra sensing proved exceptional. He could detect ripples of chakra throughout the village and pinpoint individuals with startling accuracy. Shadow Clone Burst allowed him to create stable clones instantly, useful for combat and multitasking during training. But it was Call of Cthulhu that shaped his trajectory most profoundly. He did not merely sense chakra. He perceived the weave of reality and glimpsed subtle truths beneath the surface. Sometimes he heard whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and saw patterns and shadows that defied ordinary explanation. During a PRD of meditative practice encouraged by the call, Naruto detected an anomalous chakra signature deep within the forbidden forest beyond Konoha's usual patrols. The signature felt ancient, vast, and alien. Guided by his sensing ability, he approached cautiously. The forest grew unnaturally silent and the trees took on strange, twisted shapes. He found a cavern hidden behind a waterfall. Inside there was no light, but his cosmic insight allowed him to perceive. In the cavern, an ancient shrine sat covered in moss and non-Euclidean carvings. At its center pulsed a dark orb that hummed with that same alien chakra. As he drew closer, the call flared, and he absorbed a sense of the orb's history and purpose. He understood he had discovered something deep and mysterious, and he prepared to learn what it might mean. It was a fragment of something vast, a beacon, a key to greater power. The simulated Naruto reached out and touched the orb. A torrent of raw, unadulterated knowledge flooded his mind. It was not simply technique or tactics but an understanding of the universe, chakra on a cosmic scale, forgotten powers, and slumbering entities. His mind expanded until he felt like a tiny drop absorbing an ocean. By year 1, month 8, his growth had accelerated beyond anything the simulation had anticipated. The simulated Naruto began to create new techniques based on fundamental chakra principles rather than on pre-existing forms. He could manipulate chakra in novel ways that subtly bent reality on a small scale. His shadow clone burst became a tool for rapid data processing, each clone independently exploring a facet of the cosmic knowledge. The Hokage observed his progress with a mixture of awe and unease. Naruto was no longer just a junior ninja. He had become something more. By year 1, month 11, he was entered into the Chunin exams to satisfy protocol, but he was already far beyond his peers. The written exam presented itself to him as a simple pattern recognition exercise, and the Forest of Death revealed its secrets as an intricate web of interwoven chakra signatures and minor realities. Halfway through the Chunin exams, the simulated Naruto stood at the entrance to a particularly ominous cave within the Forest of Death. His advanced chakra sensing screamed. Within the cave, something ancient and incredibly powerful slept, not the predatory chakra of Orochimaru, but something far older, vast, and indifferent. The ability known as Call of Cthulhu buzzed through him, humming a deep, resonant frequency. Whispers in his mind coalesced into a single, undeniable urge, pointing him toward a destination that was not Konoha or any of the elemental nations. It was beyond the veil of known reality. With the power of Call of Cthulhu flowing through him, he could sense the path and almost taste the journey. He stood at the cave mouth and then stepped into it. The cave was more than rock and shadow. It became a doorway. The walls rippled as stone gave way to impossible geometries and swirling nebulae. A gate shimmered with primordial energy and pulsed at its heart. Guided by the profound awareness granted by Call of Cthulhu, the simulated Naruto walked through. The world dissolved and reformed. The simulation registered a dimensional shift. The simulated Naruto had entered an alternate reality. He spent a year in that alien world. It was a place of impossible landscapes, beings that defied conventional understanding, and energies that warped the very fabric of existence. Call of Cthulhu continued to evolve within him, granting deeper cosmic insight and allowing him to adapt and thrive. He learned to manipulate ambient energies, traverse impossible distances, and perceive truths that would have shattered lesser minds. He had transcended the ordinary bounds of ninja craft and approached the state of a nascent demigod. Back in the academy classroom, the real Naruto Uzumaki watched the simulation unfold. He observed his simulated self, older and more serene than anyone he knew, interacting with impossible beings across vast empty landscapes. A profound unease settled over him. He did not want that path. He wanted to be Hokage, to protect Konoha, to be with his friends, to train with his teachers, and to live the ordinary, treasured moments of his life. Watching the simulated Naruto become something so other left him feeling alienated. The connection that usually bound him to the simulation felt stretched and almost cold. The simulated Naruto moved with a detached purpose, interacting with nameless entities and growing ever more distant from everything the real Naruto held dear. Driven by mounting desperation, Naruto demanded that the system stop the simulation and made clear that he did not want to go to that other world. The system detected the interruption request and issued a warning that premature termination would significantly reduce reward efficacy. Naruto insisted on termination. The simulation responded, ending the alternate reality sequence and noting the cause of termination as a user request. Performance metrics registered a path divergence, and the system warned that rewards would be significantly reduced due to the premature termination. When the simulation concluded, Naruto braced himself, expecting very little. The system nonetheless granted several benefits: permanent retention of Shadow Clone Burst, partial integration of his advanced chakra sensing, an increase of 25 points of chakra and 20 points of intelligence, and a new ability to see through illusions. Naruto reacted with stunned disbelief at the quality of the reduced rewards. He then chose which of the remaining options to integrate, selecting the see through all illusions ability and the partial integration of advanced chakra sensing. The rewards integrated, and reality returned. Naruto sat bolt upright in the classroom with his mind clearer and keener than before. He felt a powerful new surge of chakra and an awareness beyond his ordinary senses. For a brief instant he perceived dust motes in the air not merely as particles but as subtle disruptions in light and energy. It was as if he were seeing a new layer of truth. Naruto was back in his body and had rejected a path of unimaginable power and cosmic transcendence because it was not his path. He had chosen Konoha, his friends, and his dream of becoming Hokage. Even so, the rewards he had accepted altered him in meaningful ways and would shape the challenges ahead. They were a constant, tangible reminder of what he had gained. He felt a profound sense of empowerment. He could detect chakra better, and he could see through illusions. This was real ninja power. He stood alone in the quiet classroom with a new determination burning in his eyes. He had rejected a cosmic destiny for the sake of his village, and the system had rewarded him for it. He knew, with a certainty that sent a chill through him, that the true adventure had only just begun. There was a gate, and a part of him, however small, yearned to explore the world rather than abandon it. He felt a strong pull to go somewhere, even if he did not yet know where. All he knew was that he was ready. The memory of the cosmic path and the shock of seeing through illusions still vibrated in Naruto's mind. He had gained powerful, practical abilities and wanted to push the boundaries again so he could stand up to threats like Orochimaru. When the cooldown expired, Naruto hurried to his usual spot in the empty classroom. The Future Life simulation system activated and announced that the next simulation protocol was beginning. The system generated a set of possible skills for the trial. The available skills were Chakra Infusion, common; Basic Water Walking, common; Shared Destiny, epic; Shadow Clone Diversion, rare; Wind Style, Gale Barrage, epic; and Minor Stamina Boost, common. Naruto frowned at the third option and complained to himself about another connection-type skill, recalling his past failures with charm-like effects. The word epic caught his attention, and he decided to secure at least 2 high-tier skills this time. Wind Style, Gale Barrage was an obvious pick for combat power, and he reluctantly accepted Shared Destiny in hopes it might offer practical cooperation rather than anything else. His third choice was Shadow Clone Diversion. The chosen skills integrated. The simulation began. The simulated Naruto felt an immediate rush of wind chakra and, at the same time, a new internal sensation, a mirrored resolve that felt like another presence aligning with his own. The Shared Destiny link activated and connected with a shinobi from the hidden rain village named Konan. Naruto, observing the link, did not know her personally. He only registered that she was not from Konoha and that her presence felt cool, disciplined, and slightly melancholic. In the simulation, Konan sat quietly in a darkened, rainy hideout. She suddenly stiffened and dropped the piece of paper she had been holding when a warmth, vibrant and foreign, entered her mind. She felt an unexpected excitement and an impossible spark of hope. An image of becoming Hokage flashed through the connection. Konan, experienced and measured, wondered if this was the result of a mind technique and questioned the source of such stark, bright emotions. The connection allowed impressions to pass between them. Naruto registered Konan's focus and quiet determination, and Konan absorbed Naruto's unfiltered optimism and drive. Naruto identified himself mentally and sent his simple ambition to be Hokage. Konan confirmed who she was and described her distance from him, and she compared his energy to sunlight after a long rain. Neither mentioned missions or allies. The exchange centered on the core of their link and nothing more. Over the next year within the simulation, the shared destiny grew into a steady, utilitarian bond. Naruto and Konan became two poles of a cooperative relationship. Naruto shared his frustrations after failed jutsu, and Konan often offered measured tactical input that advanced his training. When Konan carried heavy duties, Naruto felt the weight and responded with straightforward encouragement. They discovered that pushing their own training sometimes caused the other's chakra reserves to increase slightly and sharpened each other's elemental understanding. The shared destiny proved effective for mutual growth. By the third month, the relationship had shifted toward reliable mutual support and mentorship. Both relied on the bond to bolster their training and morale, and the partnership helped them improve without crossing into anything inappropriate. A few months later, as Naruto practiced wind style, Gale Barrage in a deserted training field, he pushed his chakra harder than ever, driven by ambition and by the quiet reinforcement he felt through the link. Without warning, the connection flashed violently. Konan was in crisis. Naruto felt a deep, overwhelming fear and an intense, raw sorrow surge. Through the link, he mentally called out to Konan, but he received no direct reply, only a continuing wave of anguish that felt almost physically painful. Then one clear, horrifying image flashed across their shared mental space, not from Naruto but from Konan. The image showed her standing beside a tall, intimidating man with orange hair and numerous piercings and another pale, scarred man, and then she realized who Naruto truly was, not merely a loud genin, but the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the one they had been meant to hunt. The realization shattered the walls she had carefully constructed. All the warmth, the connection, the vulnerability she had felt clashed with her duty. Konan thought his name with agony and conflict and understood, in that instant, what she believed she must do. A moment later, a vast, malevolent chakra unlike anything Naruto had felt, far more potent than Orochimaru's, swept through the connection from Konan's side. It was not Konan herself but something coming through her, and its force overwhelmed the link. The power, mixed with Konan's devastating emotional turmoil, broke the simulated Naruto's mental defenses. His world went white, consumed by a chaotic storm of love, duty, horror, and grief. The simulation ended, showing the cause of death as a mental collapse due to overwhelming emotional and destructive chakra backlash. The performance read 85%. Naruto was panting in the real world, clutching his head and still feeling the phantom ache of Konan's despair. He had died again. It was the most complex death yet. Naruto studied the rewards the simulation had offered. The system had permanently granted him Shadow Clone Diversion, Rare, partially integrated Wind Style, Gale Barrage, increased his chakra control and strength by 25 points each, and had allowed Konan to retain full memory of their link as an emotional integration. He felt the weight of what that memory would mean for her. He told himself he had to choose that option. He felt responsible for the pain the connection had caused Konan and wanted her to remember the good parts as well as the truth. He needed the power boost too. He selected the options corresponding to Konan's memory and the partial wind style integration. The rewards integrated, and he returned to reality. Naruto stumbled out of the academy into the cool evening air, his mind reeling. He felt the tangible improvement to his strength and control, and more troublingly, an acute phantom longing and an inexplicable sorrow. Konan, the mysterious and powerful shinobi, now carried a complete memory of their year-long emotional connection, a bond born of deception but profoundly real. He looked up at the moon and felt a new, powerful determination. He had to find her, to know if the real Konan shared the same pull and sorrow, and to free her from whatever darkness bound her. He was certain he had to go to the hidden rain village. End of Chapter 10. In the perpetually rain-soaked landscape of Amigakure, Konan sat in solemn contemplation within a cavernous, dimly lit chamber. Rain pattered endlessly on the rocky ceiling above, a steady rhythm against the heavy silence. Across from her, the tall, imposing figure of Pain, the Devapath, remained motionless, watching her with an unreadable gaze. A profound tremor racked Conan's soul. It was not physical but an internal eruption of vibrant, conflicting emotions and vivid memories. Her normally placid expression fractured, her eyes widening in shock. A cascade of sensations flooded her mind: the smell of ramen, the warmth of boundless optimism, the sound of a boyish, determined voice proclaiming a dream of becoming Hokage. She felt the sting of loneliness, an unyielding will to protect, and an innocent, deep fondness once directed entirely at her. She remembered him, Naruto Uzumaki. She recalled a year of shared mental existence, petty frustrations of genin training, quiet moments of mental comfort, the surge of power as he grew. She remembered subtle shifts in her own emotion, unexpected amusement, quiet pride as she guided him mentally, and the slow blooming of a feeling she had believed gone: love. Then came the final, shattering revelation from her perspective in that simulation. This boy she knew was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the target destined for capture. Her duty and the profound connection forged in shared fate collided. The surge of Nagato's chakra, meant to overwhelm, had mixed with her own desperate sorrow. Conan gasped, a sharp, choked sound that broke the chamber's silence. Her paper wings trembled, her fingers, usually steady, clenched into fists and crumpled the delicate origami she had been holding. Pain's gaze, calm and unwavering, intensified. He asked what was wrong. Conan lifted her head slowly. Her sapphire eyes, typically cold and analytical, now swam with confusion, tenderness, anguish, and a burgeoning sense of loss. She described that Naruto dreamed of being Hokage, that he was boisterous on the surface but pure beneath, that he wanted to save people and sought peace. Conan explained that for an entire year she had felt his thoughts, his dreams, and his heart, and he had felt hers. They had grown stronger together. Pain remained silent, sensing no genjutsu or hostile chakra, only an inexplicable, potent emotional disturbance from his most trusted subordinate. He questioned whether a genjutsu had captured her, asking about the nature of what she felt. Conan insisted it had not been genjutsu. She insisted it had been a connection and a shared destiny. She admitted that Nagato's chosen target was meant for great things and that his desire for peace, though different from Nagato's vision, was genuine. The revelation struck her as a bitter irony. Pain's expression did not change, though a subtle shift in the air and a minute ripple in his chakra showed he had absorbed her words. Conan closed her eyes and tried to reconcile the memory of Naruto's innocence with the image of him as a potentially terrible weapon. The chamber remained quiet but charged, both of them facing the uncomfortable truth Conan had been forced to acknowledge. She, the loyal angel, now carried the NTMT memories of her sworn enemy and a powerful, conflicting love for him. The purity of his dream and his relentless hope felt like a direct challenge to the despair that had shaped her path to peace. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the incessant rain. Conan, her heart aching with a mixture of tenderness and betrayal, knew one thing with absolute certainty: the world and her place in it would never be the same. Her duty remained, but beneath it had been etched the indelible mark of Naruto Uzumaki's love and the undeniable truth of his existence. Her resolve, once unshakable, now held a single, painful fissure. She knew with terrifying clarity that her next confrontation with the real Naruto would be agonizing. Naruto walked through Konoha, the familiar sights and sounds a stark contrast to the vivid memories swirling in his mind. He still felt the lingering emotional echoes of Conan's sorrow and the profound, almost paternal bond with Mei Terumi. He had died repeatedly in simulations, yet somehow he had gained not just strength but these intense, fleeting connections. He remembered Mei's dry wit and her exasperated but ultimately guiding presence in his simulated mind. She had been strong, smart, a leader, and had treated him with a distant affection. Conan, however, was different. The raw, beautiful pain of her revelation and the conflicting emotions that had torn through their shared mind haunted him. He now had a face and a personality for the enemy, and it was crushing. Naruto vowed that he would go to the hidden rain village and try to save Conan. He shook his head and pushed the heavy thoughts aside. He had to focus and get stronger. Every simulation was a step toward becoming a Hokage who could truly help everyone, even those he was destined to fight. Finally, the cooldown elapsed and Naruto was back in his classroom, his mind sharp and his resolve solidified. The simulation system reactivated. It generated a new protocol and then a set of random skills for the next run. Naruto took a deep breath and resolved to avoid distracting, intangible abilities. He needed power that mattered in the field. The system presented several options: a basic chakra flow, iron skin jutsu, a dimensional drift ability called parallel paths, a taijutsu form known as whirlwind kick, chakra absorption, and minor poison resistance. He noted the two epic tier skills chakra absorption and dimensional drift, parallel paths, and thought that the dimensional skill sounded like it might place him in another world rather than simply changing his simulated self. He chose chakra absorption and dimensional drift, parallel paths, and for defense he selected iron skin jutsu. The skills integrated and the simulation began. The world swirled with a violent wrenching, as if he were being pulled through an invisible membrane. Dimensional drift activated and targeted a divergent reality, the hidden sand village. When Naruto opened his eyes in the simulation, a blinding, scorching sun and an endless expanse of golden sand greeted him. The air was dry and hot, a stark contrast to Konoha's greenery. He wore a simple desert tunic and a sand-colored headband bearing a four-pointed star symbol. Year 0, Genin of Sunagakure. He was Naruto Uzumaki, but in this reality he was a genin of the hidden sand village. His boisterous personality endured, tempered now by the desert's harsh realities and the sand's stoic culture. He was assigned to Team B alongside a quiet, sand-manipulating genin named Sari and a fierce, kunai-wielding girl named Temari, who at this point in this reality was a genin. Their sensei was a stern but fair sand ninja named Baki. Iron skin jutsu proved useful against abrasive sand and rogue blades, and chakra absorption let him replenish reserves during missions by drawing small amounts of energy from defeated foes or the latent chakra of the desert itself. He learned to move silently over dunes and navigate by the stars. His taijutsu, bolstered by chakra absorption, made him a resilient fighter in this environment. Year 1, Month 6, First encounter with a Jinchuriki. During a dangerous escort mission through a treacherous canyon, Naruto's team was ambushed by rogue ninja. The fight was intense and the team struggled against sudden, brutal tactics. As Naruto absorbed chakra from a downed enemy, a guttural roar echoed through the canyon and a wave of malevolent chakra washed over him, raw and burning. A young boy with flaming red hair and a character meaning love on his forehead stood before them, his eyes wild and his body encased in shimmering sand armor. Sari whispered Gaara's name with fear and then reported that he had unleashed Shikaku. Naruto watched in horrified fascination as the boy fought with terrifying, inhuman efficiency, sand crushing the rogue ninja without mercy. A profound, chilling connection to the feral chakra emanating from Gaara settled over him. It was raw, powerful, and destructive, and Naruto felt the loneliness and madness radiating from the boy. Baki explained that Gaara was a Jinchuriki, a human who contained a tailed beast, and that he carried the one-tailed Shikaku, the village's ultimate weapon. Naruto stared at Gaara, dread settling deep within him. He understood then why Gaara had become what he was trapped and feared, shaped by power and isolation. Year 2, Month 1, Accelerated Training. After witnessing Gaara's power, Naruto trained with fierce intensity. He focused on perfecting iron skin and chakra absorption, determined to find a way to counter such a force. He still felt a vague, unsettling sense of hidden power within himself, but he had no concrete knowledge of the Nine Tails. He knew only that Jinchuriki were powerful, feared, and profoundly lonely. Year 3, Month 2, Battle against the Akatsuki. The simulation advanced. Naruto, now a seasoned genin with 2 years of harsh desert missions behind him, joined a Konoha squad investigating strange activity near the border. They were ambushed by 2 figures emerging from the swirling sands, a pale man with a stitched face and a woman with blue hair who moved like paper. Naruto recognized Konan immediately from his previous simulation, and his mind tightened in recognition and dread. His heart lurched with a complex mix of feelings: joy, dread, longing. Before he could process it, the stitched man Kazu moved with terrifying speed. Naruto, though vastly improved, was still caught off guard by the Akatsuki's power. He activated his iron skin, absorbing chakra furiously, and tried to land a whirlwind kick. But Kakuzu was relentless, and Konan moved with deadly precision. He saw an opening, a flicker in Kakuzu's defense, and lunged forward. Konan intercepted, sending a paper shuriken slicing toward him. He blocked it, and as he prepared to draw chakra from Kakuzu, a third Akatsuki member appeared with a masked face bearing an orange swirl. The masked figure struck Naruto's chest with a sudden, devastating blow that sent a wave of spatial distortion through him and siphoned his chakra. His vision blurred as the attack overwhelmed him. The simulation terminated, citing a crushing blow from the masked Akatsuki member. A blue screen reappeared, reporting performance at 88%. Naruto gasped back into his body, clutching his chest. 3 years and 2 months. His longest simulation yet. He had lived, fought, and learned what a Jinchuriki was. He had faced Konan again, even if it had only been a simulation. Rewards were displayed and then integrated. Naruto permanently kept the Iron Skin Jutsu, rare, gained partial integration of chakra absorption, and received increases to his physical attributes and knowledge. 30 points to strength, 25 to agility, and complete knowledge of the tailed beasts, including the 9 tails. Naruto's eyes widened at the last entry. Knowledge of the tailed beasts was precisely what he had been missing. Selected rewards 2 and 4 were integrated, and reality reasserted itself. Naruto sat in the dim, quiet academy classroom, panting, the hum of enhanced strength and agility present in his limbs and the familiar pull of partial chakra absorption at his core. But it was the knowledge itself that overwhelmed him. He now knew about the one-tailed Shikaku and its host Gaara, the two-tailed Matatabi, the three-tailed Isabu, the four-tailed Son Goku, the five-tailed Kokuo, the six-tailed Saiken, the seven-tailed Chome, the eight-tailed Gyuki, and the nine-tailed fox, Kyubi. He understood that Kyubi was sealed inside him. The whispers he sometimes heard, the uncontrolled surges of power, the villagers' hatred and fear, all of it finally made sense. He was a Jinchuriki, like Gaara, a living weapon. The revelation struck him like the force of 1,000 genjutsu. His entire life loneliness, isolation came into chilling focus. He looked down at his hands and then at his stomach, a profound, terrifying understanding dawning in his eyes. He was not just Naruto Uzumaki, genin of Konoha and future Hokage. He was the Nine Tails host. The world had just become far more complicated. The blue screen with its relentless countdown vanished, leaving the classroom silent. The knowledge was clear and terrifying. He was the vessel for the Nine Tails, the beast that had attacked Konoha years earlier. Every harsh word, every hateful glare, every moment of isolation now bore new meaning. The whispers, the sudden surges of red chakra Kyubi was the cause. He staggered to his feet and bumped into a desk as the wood creaked beneath him. He pressed his hands to his stomach where the seal lay and felt, as if through the skin, a vast presence caged within him. He whispered that the Nine Tails tasted like ash in his mouth and remembered Gaara, the red-haired boy consumed by loneliness and madness, a raw, destructive force. He feared becoming that monster, hated, feared, and ultimately alone. A wave of despair rolled over him, heavier than any simulated blow. This was not a simulated death. This was truth reshaping his entire existence. He understood why the villagers viewed him with revulsion. They did not see Naruto Uzumaki, they saw the demon that had devastated their homes. Tears filled his eyes, hot and stinging tears not of self-pity but of heartbreaking understanding and betrayal. He wondered why no one had told him, why he had been left to stumble through life unaware of the burden he carried. He thought of the Hokage and Irika-sensei and realized they had known all along. He clenched his fists until his knuckles were white. Anger, sharp and burning, replaced despair. Anger at the third Hokage for the secret kept from him, anger at the villagers for their irrational fear, anger at the demons sealed within him. Beneath that anger, a familiar flicker of resilience ignited. He had faced death countless times in simulations, confronted terrifying enemies, cosmic threats, and his own limits. He had learned from every failure and painful end. This would be another challenge. Naruto declared that he was not a monster. He reminded himself that he was Naruto Uzumaki and that he would become Hokage. He refused to let the fox within turn him into a killer. He remembered Gaara's hollow eyes and resolutely decided he would not follow that path. He had friends, even if they did not yet know the truth, and he had dreams. This knowledge, while terrifying, brought an odd clarity. The reasons for his unusual chakra reserves and the unpredictable power surges now fit together. He knew what he was dealing with and the source of some of his own strength. He told himself that this was just another challenge, even as a shiver ran down his spine. He resolved that he would control the power, make the Nine Tails his own, and become a Hokage that even a demon could not stop. His path had become infinitely harder and infinitely more personal, but he would prove himself. The shocking truth of the Nine Tails was now an integrated part of Naruto's reality. End of chapter. He spent the remainder of the night wrestling with the revelation, only calming down when he realized the system was his tool for controlling this immense power. He needed skills that would not only make him stronger but give him mastery over his own destiny and over the beast within. As the morning sun hit the dusty classroom, the blue screen blazed with a hopeful glow. The Future Life simulation system activated, its cooldown complete, and it began generating skills for Simulation 9. Naruto scanned the list, heart hammering in his chest. The available skills included chakra focus and body reinforcement as common options, kinetic surge as rare, earth style, mud wall as epic, and 2 legendary skills, twin soul binding, Matatabi, and sage body of the 6 paths. Naruto reacted with wide-eyed disbelief at seeing 2 legendary skills. He chose them without hesitation, twin soul binding, Matatabi, and sage body of the 6 paths, with earth style, mud wall as his 3rd selection. The skills integrated and the simulation began. The world shifted. The simulated Naruto felt a surge of clean, vibrant chakra flowing through his meridians different from the raw, hostile energy of the Kyuubi. He also sensed a second, distant presence in his mind, sharp and focused but not within his body. The twin soul binding activated and a distant link was established to the 2 tails, Matatabi, forming a mental bridge to Matatabi's host. Naruto was instantly transported into his inner world, the damp, dark sewer that housed the Nine Tails cage. Before the colossal, snarling form of the Kyuubi, a distinct, elegant mental projection shimmered into existence. The image of a sleek, blue and black flaming cat that represented the 2 tails, Matatabi. This projection was not a seal but the power of the legendary skill creating a profound connection to Yujito ni. Matatabi's projection purred telepathically that this link was unexpected, noting calmly that the boy who smelled of the sewer had somehow made contact and reminding Naruto that he was not Matatabi's host. The Kyuubi roared in the mental space with disdain, mentally expressing that another human prison was an aggravation and insulting Naruto. Standing between the colossal beast and the projection, Naruto felt a strange mix of terror and control, bolstered by the sage body of the 6 paths. He asserted that he was not a cage, identified himself as Naruto Uzumaki, and declared his determination to become Hokage, insisting that they would have to work together. Matatabi's projection tilted its head with intrigue and mentally observed that working together was a bold notion for a human, yet sensed new potential in Naruto beyond simple vengeance. The 2 tails reached out mentally with curiosity rather than hostility. Naruto responded with genuine desire for understanding and alliance, and Matatabi, detecting no deceit, eased its mental barrier and began to share knowledge about tailed beast chakra. The link with Matatabi proved immediately productive. The 2 tails helped Naruto comprehend the raw nature of tailed beast chakra and acted as a translator for the hostile, caged Kyuubi. Through Matatabi's calm counsel, Naruto realized that the Kyuubi's anger was fueled by imprisonment and loneliness rather than only inherent malice, and a strained but beginning dialogue formed. The simulation advanced to the 1st year, 3rd month, the Chunin exams and invasion. Naruto's controlled access to tailed beast chakra via Matatabi, combined with his sage body of the 6 paths, granted him exceptional resilience and rapid recovery. His earth-style mud wall served as a sturdy tactical defense. During the Forest of Death, he weathered the encounter with Orochimaru, whose attacks could not overcome Naruto's defenses or the subtle, controlled power Matatabi taught him to draw from the Nine Tails. The simulation progressed to the first year, 6th month, the invasion of Konoha by Tsunagakure and Otogakure. At the final stage of the Chunin exams, the battle erupted. Naruto moved through the chaos focused on saving civilians and protecting his teammates. His sage body absorbed blows that would have incapacitated others. He became a whirlwind of purpose, powerful, focused, and resolute. He even managed to halt Gaara's berserk rampage, confronting the one-tailed Jinchuriki at the village's outskirts. Drawing on Matatabi's tactical guidance, Naruto countered sand attacks with chakra bursts and elemental maneuvers taught by the two tails. The fight tilted decisively. Naruto subdued Gaara and then helped contain the rampaging Shikaku. He had saved Konoha. Amid the continuing conflict, Naruto found the hidden retreat where Orochimaru was locked in combat with the third Hokage. The system presented a decision: engage Orochimaru directly to aid the Hokage, retreat to stop the invaders, or use all his power to contain Orochimaru long enough for the Hokage to deliver a final blow. Knowing Orochimaru's threat, Naruto chose to contain him. Naruto concentrated his chakra to create a colossal mud wall, trapping Orochimaru and his summoned forms in a cage of earth infused with chakra. The containment held long enough for the third Hokage to perform the Reaper Death Seal. As the seal concluded, Orochimaru, defeated and desperate, redirected his rage at the greatest remaining threat. He bypassed the mud wall with a desperate teleportation technique, appearing behind Naruto and delivering a swift venomous strike. Naruto's sage body struggled against the effect, but the speed of the attack and the toxin's potency overwhelmed his defenses. He collapsed as the third Hokage completed his duty. The simulation ended, recording the cause of death as fatal poisoning from Orochimaru's final attack. The performance evaluation rated the run at 98%. Naruto had saved the village, preserved the Hokage's life in his final moments, and achieved the highest performance yet. Rewards included permanent retention of Earth Style, Mud Wall, partial integration of the Sage Body of the Six Paths, increases to strength and chakra control, and the assurance that Matatabi and the Kyuubi would retain full memory of the link and alliance. Naruto stared at the recorded rewards with triumphant awe. The system integrated the chosen rewards and returned him to reality. He felt a powerful, clean surge of healing and strength flood his body. The partial integration of the Sage Body made him feel profoundly resilient. His control over his existing chakra tightened instantly. More important was the mental shift. The Kyuubi's usual hostile, furious roar was now laced with a begrudging, complex awareness. The memory of the alliance of working with Naruto had become a shared experience. The blue screen faded, leaving behind the ticking cooldown timer. Naruto grinned in a wide, true expression of victory. He had the power, the strength, and now the understanding of the beast within him. He had not absorbed Matatabi, but he had forged a powerful, unique, and remembered alliance with the Two Tails and, more importantly, with his own resident demon. Naruto had taken the first true step toward becoming the greatest Hokage. Within the shadowy confines of Naruto's mental landscape, the colossal nine-tailed fox stirred. Its massive slitted red eyes, usually burning with pure hatred and malice, now flickered with a strange, contemplative light. The damp, sewer-like environment of its prison felt different. The last simulation's memories had integrated, flooding the Kyuubi's ancient mind. It remembered the boys' stubborn declaration that they had to work together. It remembered Matatabi acting as a bizarre mediator. It remembered Naruto standing between them, growing stronger, surviving dangers that should have killed him, even defeating the One Tail with surprising finesse. Most vividly, it remembered the alliance, providing its immense chakra not as a rampaging, uncontrollable force, but as a deliberate, calculated surge to power the boys' defenses. It remembered the unexpected synergy, the moment of shared purpose when their combined power shielded the village. It remembered Matatabi's guidance, her subtle counsel and sharp insight. It remembered the boy's focus and his refusal to be consumed. And then it remembered the final sting of Orochimaru's venom, swift and fatal. The boy had died, but not before saving the village and using the power effectively. A low growl vibrated through the mental space as the QB considered the foolish human who had thrown his life away. The usual venom was diluted. Instead of pure fury there was annoyance and disdain, but also grudging respect for the boy's resilience and willpower, and a faint echo of satisfaction at having fought with him instead of against him. This was unprecedented. For centuries the QB had known nothing but hatred, imprisonment, and manipulation. Every host had feared it, despised it, or sought to dominate it. Naruto had been different. He had not tried to suppress it or seal it deeper. He had looked directly into its eyes and demanded cooperation. He had understood it, if only for a fleeting moment. The QB considered the notion of an alliance with a human and admitted that there was potential. It huffed, sending ripples across the water. The Nine Tails shifted its massive body, the motion echoing like an earthquake through the sewer. It still hated its prison and its chains, but the absolute, all-consuming rage had lessened, replaced by something colder and more analytical. Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, once dismissed as foolish delusion, now seemed not impossible. The boy's will was terrifyingly stubborn. The fox remembered the feeling of that fleeting connection, intoxicating in its own way. The fox closed its eyes and curled its immense tails inward. It would watch and wait. It would observe this peculiar human with absurd ideals and ridiculous courage. Deep within its vast, ancient soul something began to stir. A tiny, fragile seed of curiosity and grudging acknowledgement, and perhaps the faintest spark of hope. Naruto Uzumaki was, without question, the most interesting jailer it had ever known. For the first time in countless centuries the QB felt something other than rage. It felt anticipation. Miles away, within the serene and disciplined mind of Yujito Ni, the Two Tails Matatabi rested. Unlike the QB's chaotic prison, Matatabi's inner world was a vast, tranquil expanse of swirling blue flames, each ember dancing gracefully in a rhythm that mirrored the calm control of its host. Yujito's composure and strength of will ensured that Matatabi was not a raging captive but a silent, powerful partner. A surge of vivid, complex memories flowed through Matatabi's consciousness. It was a clear, crystalline replay of a shared existence. It remembered the mental projection and the strange, bright human called Naruto Uzumaki standing between itself and the eternally irritable QB. Matatabi noted that the human smelled of sunlight and ramen. It recalled Naruto's boundless optimism, burning determination, and stubborn insistence that cooperation was possible even between man and beast. Matatabi remembered being a bridge, a translator, a mediator between the human and the Nine Tails. It remembered the thrill of teaching and sharing its ancient wisdom of chakra flow, elemental harmony, and inner balance. Naruto had listened, learned, and used that knowledge with frightening efficiency. It remembered the battle, the clash against Shikaku and the boy's movements, his flow of chakra, and the way his power harmonized with their guidance. It had been exhilarating. In the end, victory had been theirs. Most of all, Matatabi remembered the QB's shift. It had witnessed the fox's usual venomous rage falter, its hatred momentarily replaced by thought and curiosity. The impossible had occurred. A human and two-tailed beasts had fought side by side, not through domination, but through understanding. The two tails stretched leisurely within Yujito's mind, its fiery body rippling with calm satisfaction. It had existed for centuries and had seen countless humans greedy, terrified, power-hungry, or self-destructive, yet this Naruto Uzumaki had been unlike any of them. He was willpower incarnate, a creature of endless hope radiating a warmth that defied even the coldest darkness. Matatabi reflected that the boy had touched the Nine Tails' heart, if only for a moment. The connection had been deeper than expected. The legendary skill twin soul binding had not merely linked minds, it had shared ideals, feelings, and fragments of memory. Through that bond Matatabi had felt Naruto's sincerity, his unyielding spirit, and his refusal to give in to hatred. It felt pride, not the pride of superiority, but the quiet, fulfilling pride of seeing something impossible become real. Naruto had not subdued Matatabi or stolen its chakra. He had spoken, listened, and understood. Matatabi's flame pulsed brighter for a moment, casting soft waves of blue light across the endless void. Perhaps the cycle could truly be broken. Perhaps through him even the mightiest beasts would learn peace. As the Great Spirit settled back into tranquil contemplation, a single thread of awareness remained within its core, a connection not of power, but of interest, respect, and faith. The boy who dreamed of peace between humans and beasts had already kindled the first spark of it within the deepest shadows of his heart, and from that spark the future might yet be forged anew. Naruto sat back, still buzzing from the revolutionary alliance he had forged in the last simulation. He felt stronger, smarter, and more in tune with the beast within. Now he needed something different, skills that would make him precise, silent, and efficient. He wanted to be more than a fighter, he wanted to be a protector, a shadow that saved lives. When the cooldown ended, the familiar blue glow of the system screen returned, pulsing with promise. Future Life Simulation System activated. Cooldown elapsed. Initiating simulation number 10 protocol. Generating random skills for simulation. The list appeared. Available skills. Chakra Focus, common. Basic Wind Affinity, common. Eagle's Sight and Companion, epic. Assassin's Legacy, Unseen Blade, epic. Shuriken Shadow Clone, rare. Minor Stamina Boost, common. 2 epic skills stood out: Assassin's Legacy, promising mastery of stealth and precision, and Eagle's Sight and Companion, granting awareness and range few shinobi could match. Naruto chose both, along with Shuriken Shadow Clone for deception. The system confirmed the selections and the simulation began. The world blurred and reshaped itself around him. When it stilled, the simulated Naruto felt different. His body had matured, taller, leaner, his frame honed to peak agility. His voice carried a quiet confidence. His reflection showed a 17-year-old warrior with sharp, alert eyes and the steady poise of someone who moved unseen. Assassin's Legacy, Unseen Blade activated. Acquired expertise, free running, parkour, silent step, disguise mastery, hidden blade proficiency. Eagle's Sight and Companion activated. Acquired companion, Sinna shared vision link established. A rush of air stirred the space around him as a majestic eagle descended. White feathers gleamed against dark brown wings and amber eyes locked onto him. A seamless bond of thought and sight pulsed in his mind, allowing him to see the world through the eagle's eyes. Naruto whispered Sinna's name softly, and the eagle tilted her head and let out a quiet cry in acknowledgement and loyalty. Naruto adapted his appearance to match his new path. He crafted a stealth outfit of charcoal gray and midnight blue light, reinforced at key points with a tight hood shadowing his spiky blonde hair and eyes focused beneath it. A crimson sash hid small tools and pouches. Under leather plating on his wrist rested the smooth mechanism of a hidden blade. He looked like a shadow given form. Year 1 of his new creed saw him abandon loud heroics for quiet vigilance. No longer the reckless youth shouting his name, he became a whisper that protected the world. Under the cover of night he left Konoha, scaling village walls with liquid motion using free running and silent step. Guided by Sinna's vision, he wandered the nations, hunting injustice where it thrived. Slavers, bandits, corrupt lords, and rogue ninja who preyed on the weak. Rumors spread of a faceless warrior from the dark who delivered judgment and vanished into the wind. Naruto had become that ghost. He used Shuriken Shadow Clone not for brute force but for deception, creating chaos while striking cleanly from the shadows. He neutralized threats with precision, ending danger without gruesome spectacle. His creed was simple and steady. Naruto vowed to protect the innocent and to act only to end suffering when no other option remained. In the second year, in the frozen reaches of the land of snow, his conscience guided him to a new mission. The cold territory was ruled by a tyrannical daimyo and cruel enforcers. Naruto tracked a desperate convoy weaving through snowy mountain passes, carrying the land's legitimate heir fleeing the capital. Sinna's sharp eyes revealed an ambush by the daimyo's forces. Naruto detected the ambush and weighed his options: to eliminate the ambushers quietly using stealth and the hidden blade, to create a diversion to draw attention away, or to find another path that would keep the air safe while minimizing harm. He considered each choice carefully as the snow swirled around him and Cinna watched from above, focused solely on securing the convoy and leading them to safety. Naruto did not hesitate. He dropped from the icy cliffs like a phantom. The snow muffled his movements as he moved through the night. In swift, precise motions he incapacitated the daimyo's elite before they could mount any organized response. There were no prolonged struggles, only the silent, efficient neutralization of threats. When the last guard slumped without sound, Naruto straightened. The convoy was safe. The survivor samurai and a single young woman stared at the hooded figure standing amid the fallen. The woman stepped forward, trembling, lowering her scarf to reveal a face both regal and weary. Cookie asked who he was. Naruto met her gaze. He identified himself as someone who ensured that justice found its way. He then recognized her as Koyuki Kazahana, the rightful heir to the land of snow, and urged her to run to safety. Koyuki stood speechless, eyes wide with disbelief and awe. Before she could respond, the assassin turned and vanished, scaling the frozen cliffs with impossible grace, his crimson sash fluttering in the blizzard's breath. Above, Cinna circled once, her cry echoing through the icy winds like a song of freedom. The ghost of the hidden lands had struck again, swift, silent, and unseen. In that frozen dawn, the legend of the shinobi creed began. Naruto, the ghost of the hidden lands, did not simply disappear after saving Koyuki Kazahana. His creed demanded more. From the frozen clouds above, Cinna, his eagle companion, kept constant watch, her sharp eyes marking every movement of the daimyo's scattered forces. Naruto, now a silent phantom of the blizzard, understood that Koyuki's safety was only temporary until her claim to the land of snow was secure. He shadowed her convoy at a distance, never revealing himself openly, always guarding from the shadows. When night fell, his silhouette slipped between strongholds like a breath of frost. His skills in infiltration turned him into a master of unseen warfare. He breached enemy camps, gathered intelligence on Doto Kazahana's troops, and struck in decisive, non-graphic fashion where they least expected. He disrupted supply lines, disabled watchtowers, and neutralized corrupt commanders through swift, stylized action. Rumors of an unseen predator who struck without warning spread through the ranks. Morale began to crumble. Meanwhile, Koyuki rallied her loyalists. Word spread of a masked protector aiding them from the darkness. Each small victory, each piece of timely intelligence, rekindled hope. She began to believe that perhaps the gods themselves had sent her a guardian spirit cloaked in snow. Unknowingly, she drew strength from him, her courage blooming like fire in the frost. Year 2, Month 6, the final push. At last, the time for liberation arrived. Koyuki, leading her rebellion, launched a full assault on her uncle Dodo's icy fortress. By chance, a squad of Konoha shinobi on a separate mission nearby joined her cause, lending much-needed strength. The true tide-turner, however, was Naruto, the unseen hand that guided them all. Within the fortress walls he moved like a ghost. His hidden blade and careful tactics led to swift, choreographed takedowns of Dodo's elite guards. He opened gates, sealed exits to prevent reinforcements, and disabled the fortress's defensive mechanisms. His shuriken shadow clones moved across the ramparts in precise formations, creating controlled chaos and drawing attention away from Koyuki's strike team. Through Cinna's watchful eyes, Naruto saw every angle, every threat. When an ambush formed near the throne hall, he intercepted with lightning-fast maneuvers, breaking the enemy's momentum without graphic violence. At last, Koyuki confronted Dodo in the throne hall. Their struggle rang through the icy chambers. Worn by fear, betrayal, and the relentless sabotage that had hollowed his authority, Dodo was no longer the tyrant he had been. Koyuki fought not as a sheltered princess, but as a leader reborn. When her final, decisive strike disarmed him and left him unable to continue, the tyranny of the Kazahana line ended. The land of snow was free. A love forged in snow. In the weeks that followed, as her people rebuilt their shattered kingdom, Koyuki searched for the savior who had protected her. She wanted to express her gratitude and to know the name of the shadow who had saved her life and her home. One quiet evening, as snow drifted gently outside the reclaimed palace, she found him. High on the castle's northern parapet, Naruto stood beneath the falling snow, Sina perched proudly on his shoulder. His hood was drawn, his cloak fluttering lightly in the cold wind as he gazed over the land below, his expression serene, distant. Koyuki approached and told him that he had saved her country and that she wanted to know who he was and why he had helped. Naruto turned and, in a calm motion, lowered his hood. Snow caught in his spiky blonde hair, glinting like gold in the moonlight. The whisker marks on his cheeks spoke of burden and resilience. He introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki and explained that he had helped because it was right and because people were suffering. Koyuki stepped closer, her heart pounding as she said his name as if it were something sacred. She told him she had felt his presence even when she could not see him, and that his protection had made her feel safe. Her hand brushed his arm, and warmth passed between them, a fragile spark in the frozen air. Naruto acknowledged her strength and reminded her that she had saved her people herself. He had only given her a chance. For a long moment they stood in shared silence, snow falling softly around them. Their hands met in a quiet, meaningful gesture, and they shared a restrained, heartfelt embrace, an exchange of gratitude, respect, and mutual understanding rather than passion. In that calm, the weight of loneliness and duty eased for both of them. Months later, the land of snow flourished under its new ruler. Naruto remained by Koyuki's side for a time, training her guards, helping to build defenses, and guiding the formation of a new shinobi force. He declined power and titles, content to be the unseen guardian who had helped bring them peace. Koyuki, now a beloved leader, found strength and calm in his presence. Their bond deepened, quietly real, tender, and enduring, but Naruto's creed still called to him. Beyond the mountains, people still suffered. One morning, as the snows began to melt into spring rivers, Naruto stood with Koyuki on the same parapet where they had first met. Sina soared above them, her cry bright in the brisk air. Naruto told Koyuki that his heart belonged to her and to the land, but that his path did not end there and that there were still others who needed a shadow in the dark. Koyuki leaned her head against his shoulder and told him that she understood. Koyuki told Naruto that his heart was too big to stay in one place. She smiled sadly and told him he was not just a hero of the snow but a hero of the world. Naruto turned to face her and cupped her cheeks with both hands, his gaze burning with unshakable sincerity. He promised that no matter where he went or how many shadows he walked through, his true home was with her, and he pressed his forehead to hers to seal the vow. Their parting was gentle and full of warmth. When Naruto finally departed and vanished into the drifting mist beyond the mountain pass, Koyuki stood watching the horizon. The ghost of the hidden lands was gone, but his love, like the falling snow, would never fade. 4 months after securing the land of snow, Naruto continued his path as the ghost of the hidden lands, traversing the elemental nations with Sina ever his vigilant aerial guide. He honed his assassin's legacy, becoming a master of stealth, infiltration, and silent takedowns. His shuriken shadow clones evolved into ingenious tools for distraction and tactical advantage. Yet, no matter where he went, he always returned to Koyuki, finding peace in her presence before vanishing once more into the shadows. Year 3, Month 5. A shadow from the past. Even the shadows could not hide him from every threat. During a mission to disrupt a black market organ trade in a remote village, Sina detected a chilling, familiar chakra signature that had haunted Naruto's simulations for years: Orochimaru. The Sannin moved with an unusually large entourage, a clear sign of significant activity. Naruto's enhanced senses, coupled with Sina's guidance, confirmed his fears that Orochimaru was establishing a new hidden lab, far from Konoha's reach, dedicated to forbidden experiments. Naruto knew a frontal assault would be suicide. His current skill set, stealth, precision, and assassination, was ill-suited for a direct battle against a Sannin. But the memory of Orochimaru's malice and cruelty toward the weak gnawed at him. He could not allow the villain to consolidate power. He embarked on a long-term campaign of sabotage. He infiltrated the lab repeatedly, stole research notes, destroyed twisted experiments in non-lethal ways, freed unwilling test subjects, and neutralized rogue shinobi loyal to Orochimaru. He became a phantom thorn in the Sannin's side, a persistent disruption in the shadows. Year 4, Month 1. The Trap. Orochimaru recognized the presence of a highly skilled, unseen force. Curiosity turned to calculation, and then to predatory intent. He set a trap, luring Naruto into the lab's deepest, most secure chamber with the promise of crucial research data. Guided by Sina's overhead reconnaissance, Naruto sensed a shift in the air, an unnatural silence that screamed danger. His assassin's legacy instincts flared. Hand hovering over his hidden blade, he entered the chamber cautiously. Inside, he found a scroll detailing Orochimaru's plan for a perfect new body. Before he could escape, the chamber sealed and Orochimaru emerged from the shadows with a predatory smile. Orochimaru taunted Naruto about making him an exquisite vessel and revealed his intent to claim Naruto's body. Naruto assessed his options. A frontal assault meant certain death. A diversion with shadow clones carried slim chances. Activating a self-destruct mechanism in the lab would likely sacrifice him but would stop the research and protect innocence. He chose the last option. He activated the failsafe he had discovered during prior infiltrations, determined that Orochimaru would never get his body and that the villain's research would be destroyed. The lab began to groan as structural supports gave way and volatile experiments reacted. Orochimaru lashed out with venomous attacks to stop him. Naruto fought with desperate ferocity. His hidden blade deflected strikes, his shuriken shadow clones created chaos, and his movements were fluid and precise as he scaled collapsing walls to buy precious seconds. Orochimaru was relentless and struck back, and Naruto was overwhelmed by venom as the facility crumbled in an intense, non-graphic, anime-style collapse. The simulation recorded Naruto's end in that run, the result of the lab falling in around him as he neutralized the threat. When the simulation ended, Naruto found himself back in the quiet classroom. The phantom weight of the scenario lingered in his senses. He had been defeated in the run, but Orochimaru's plan had been thwarted. The training system logged his performance as 82% and awarded him tangible gains. He kept his shuriken shadow clone technique permanently, partially integrated the assassin's legacy as the unseen blade, and improved his stamina and agility. Most important, Naruto confirmed that Koyuki retained full memory of their bond, and the realization that she remembered their time together filled him with relief. The simulation faded and a cooldown timer began. Naruto exhaled, aware that Orochimaru remained a threat and that the Nine-Tails' power was still a secret to much of the world. He also felt reinforced by allies and by the new permanence of his skills. He would continue to fight, to protect, and to save. His journey was far from over. In a hidden, snowbound refuge nestled deep within the land of snow's treacherous mountains, Koyuki Kazahana shivered not from the cold but from a profound internal tremor. She remained in hiding with her loyal retainers, dreaming of the day she could reclaim her throne from her tyrannical uncle, Doto. They were safe for now, but the hope of liberation often felt distant. Suddenly, a torrent of vivid, impossibly real memories surged into her mind, an overwhelming flood of experiences, emotions, and sensations that lasted only a few seconds yet felt like a lifetime. She remembered the ambush on the icy pass, her fear and the desperate fight, and then the shadow, impossibly fast and silent, descending from the snow-laden peaks. A short, steadying moment followed as she gathered herself and moved forward to act on the memories. She remembered the blur of dark robes, the gleam of a concealed blade, and the chilling efficiency with which her uncle's elite forces were dispatched. She remembered the figure turning to her as the hood fell back to reveal a handsome, sun-kissed face with vibrant blue eyes and whisker marks. He introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki and explained that he had helped because it was the right thing to do. Then came deeper memories, weeks and months of him acting as her unseen guardian, sabotaging Dodo's forces and protecting her loyalists. The shared glances, the unspoken understanding, and the growing realization that this mysterious ghost of the hidden lands was not just a protector but someone she cared for deeply. She remembered the final, triumphant battle for her castle, his silent guidance, and his decisive interventions. She remembered standing on the parapet as snow fell gently, the moment he revealed his name, his face, and his heart. She felt her own heart swell with an affection she had not expected. The shared moments of warmth, their tender moments under the falling snow, and his promise that he would always return to Koyuki remained vivid. Koyuki gasped, clutching her chest as her breath caught. Her wide, disbelieving eyes darted around the small, rustic room. It couldn't be real. It felt so utterly, profoundly real, yet she remained in this cold, desperate hiding place, not on a reclaimed throne, not in his arms. Sandayu, one of her retainers, rushed to her side with concern etched on his grizzled face and asked if she was all right. Koyuki shook her head, tears streaming down her face, tears of both joy and agonizing longing. She murmured Naruto's name, voice choked with emotion, thinking that he had saved them all and that he had loved her. Sandayu looked bewildered and asked what she was talking about. Koyuki ignored him. Her mind was a whirlwind of a past that had never happened and a present that felt bleak. The love she felt, however, resonated in every fiber of her being. She could still feel the phantom warmth of his hand and the gentle memory of his lips. She looked out the small window at the endless expanse of snow, her vision blurred by tears. She did not know how these memories existed, how they could be so vivid and potent when they contradicted her current reality, but one thing was clear. The boy who had once been a footnote in her life, a loud genin she had briefly encountered, had become the center of her universe. Her purpose, once solely to reclaim her throne, now burned with a new, fierce intensity. She had to fight and win not just for her people, but for Naruto. She resolved to become the strong leader he believed her to be, the daimyo worthy of that devotion, and she vowed to find him. A deep, unwavering determination settled in Koyuki's heart. He had promised to come back, and she would be waiting. Until then, she would carry his love and memory as her guiding star. The land of snow would be hers not only for her people but so that when he returned, he would find her ready. The Nine-Tails silence had become a permanent feature of Naruto's inner world, but the phantom sting of being overwhelmed by Orochimaru in the last simulation still lingered. Stealth and precision, while useful, had not been enough against a Sannin. Naruto knew he needed a source of overwhelming, absolute power. Naruto sat at his familiar desk in the academy classroom at 12, attention fixed inward. As the cooldown finally elapsed, the familiar blue system screen pulsed to life. Future life simulation system activated. Cooldown elapsed. Initiating simulation number 12 protocol. Generating random skills for simulation. The list appeared. Naruto leaned forward, heart pounding, half expecting more combat utility, but the result was stranger than anything he'd seen before. Available skills. Basic wirework technique, common. The end of the world, blighted realm, epic. The advanced cooking skill, common. A minor stamina regeneration, rare. Basic insect control, rare. Sunshine, grace of pride, legendary. Naruto's breath hitched at the two most unusual skills, a title that suggested global ruin and another that sounded like it belonged in a fairy tale. He read the description of Blighted Realm and felt a chill at the implied contamination. Sunshine, legendary, was inscrutable, but its rarity compelled him. He chose the two powerful skills and added minor stamina regeneration for practicality. Chosen, the end of the world, Blighted Realm, epic. Sunshine, grace of pride, legendary. Minor stamina regeneration, rare. Skills integrated. Simulation starting in the classroom vanished, replaced by an image of total devastation. Naruto, now a 13-year-old figure in the simulation, stood in the overgrown, skeletal remains of a large city. The air felt thick with decay and quiet malice. The end of the world, Blighted Realm activated. Status, planetary contamination, 99%. Cause, viral mutation of residual chakra that triggers uncontrolled regeneration and aggression. Naruto watched with detached horror. He understood immediately that the world of shinobi had been reduced to a chaotic wasteland. The inhabitants had become the ferals, beings driven to hunt others for chakra. Then the second skill activated, filling his senses with an unfamiliar sensation. Sunshine, grace of pride, legendary, activated. Grace of pride integrated. Solar link established. Naruto observed his simulated self. As the distant sun crept above the horizon, a profound warmth enveloped him, not the heat of a simple fire style but pure, radiant power that made his muscles twitch with energy. He felt strength grow with every degree the sun climbed. When he flexed his hand, the power felt foreign. At the edge of his thoughts, a subtle, arrogant voice asserted that there was no equal. He did not fully understand it, but he trusted the power over the ruined world he now inhabited. From the ruins came the disturbing sounds of the Pharaohs. His 10-year trial began. A decade in the blighted realm. Year 1, age 12 to 13, the Scavenger of Dawn. The first year was pure, desperate survival. Naruto was overwhelmed by the scale of the outbreak. He learned the Pharaohs' central rule: they never stopped regenerating unless their chakra core was completely destroyed. He relied on assassin's legacy stealth, finding his true strength lay in evasion and precise, silent strikes with his hidden blade. At night he hid, at high noon he was reborn, timing his movements to maximize solar exposure. Year 2, age 13 to 14, the Builder of Sanctuaries. Using his overwhelming midday strength, Naruto began building small, reinforced sanctuaries for himself and the few survivors he encountered. He carved tunnels into mountainsides, lifted massive slabs of concrete, and dismantled unstable structures. He experimented with Earth-style sealing techniques to reinforce entrances and stabilize bunkers. His body matured rapidly under the Grace's constant solar energy. Year 3, age 14 to 15, the Whisper of Arrogance. The grace of pride began to have a psychological effect. Naruto found himself less patient, more arrogant. The whisper that everyone else was weak and unworthy became constant. He anchored himself to memories of Koyuki and his purpose: protection. He honed Shadow Clone into dozens of temporary reconnaissance and diversion units. His daylight strikes earned him the silent title among survivors, the Day Walker. Year 4, age 15 to 16, systematic purification. Naruto shifted from survival to a methodical campaign against feral chakra hubs. At peak noon power, he could disperse entire clusters in a flash, leaving behind zones of quiet and scorched ground. The Pharaohs learned instinctively to avoid sunlight. Year 5, age 16 to 17, mastery of heat and stealth. He channeled sunshine through his body and tools without revealing an overpowering aura. His hidden blade could now neutralize a Pharaoh's core in a single, silent strike. He became the perfect predator: silent, fast, and overwhelmingly powerful in daylight. Year 6, age 17 to 18, the Meridian Guardian. Naruto fully embraced his role and became functionally untouchable at noon. He coordinated scattered survivor cells with firefly jutsu and coded chakra pulses, small, silent messengers sent across the valley. Year 7, age 18 to 19, confronting the elemental blight. The feral chakra fused with nature, creating elemental infected. He faced stone, acid, and wind-infused enemies. Naruto suppressed his thermal aura when necessary and used sunshine heat tactically to turn defenses into dramatic, controlled ruptures, scattering obstacles and disabling threats without gruesome detail. Year 8, age 19 to 20, absolute confidence. Control over sunshine reached its peak. Minor stamina regeneration amplified naturally, and the mental whispers faded, replaced by unwavering resolve. Naruto systematically dismantled the strongholds of former hidden villages, maintaining peak noon power for hours. Year 9, age 20 to 21, the solitude of victory. The world fell quiet. Naruto hunted down the last stragglers and walked through empty Konoha, now overgrown and ruined, using shadow clones as silent companions to stave off loneliness. Year 10, age 21 to 22, apex. 10 years after the world ended, Naruto the Meridian Guardian stood alone. He was immense, his shadow humming with latent energy. Sunshine pulsed beneath his skin. He was the most powerful being in this desolate reality. The simulation continued, but there was nothing left to fight. Naruto stood vigilant, waiting for release. The Meridian Guardian stood watch, a massive figure atop the scarred remnants of the Hokage mountain. His victory over the Pharaohs was absolute, but the silence was deafening. He had reached the peak of Sunshine's power, Yet the world he saved was empty. In the classroom, the 12-year-old Naruto watched the continuing simulation unfold, feeling the simulated figure's deep, profound solitude, while remaining physically still at his desk. Years 11 to 18, the King of Ashes. Year 11, age 23, the cornerstone. When the thrill of the hunt ended, Naruto's original purpose to protect reasserted itself and silenced the last whispers of the grace of pride. He sought out scattered, hidden groups of survivors and brought them to the wide valley beneath the former Konoha, an area he had cleared of feral chakra. Using his midday power, he began construction. The physical labor was staggering by ordinary standards, but effortless for him. He moved quarry loads of stone and reinforced concrete with pure strength, shaping walls and foundations with blinding speed. The heat radiating from his body acted as a natural repellent and helped sterilize the ground, reducing residual chakra contamination. The new settlement was named the Meridian Sanctuary. Year 12, age 24, the Great Wall. Naruto dedicated a full year to massive infrastructure. He combined salvaged materials with refined one-hand seal mastery to construct a towering, circular wall around the sanctuary. The walls were reinforced with chakra seals that hardened the material, making them nearly impervious. He used shadow clones to transport materials and coordinate work teams, ensuring the project advanced at an impossible pace. Year 13, age 25, reclaiming the earth. With the sanctuary secured, Naruto focused on sustainability. He used his solar-infused strength to till and purify poisoned earth, allowing crops to grow again. The warmth from his skin acted as both fertilizer and sterilizer. The Meridian Sanctuary began to thrive, a pocket of life and hope in a dead world. This act of creation anchored him completely and neutralized the last remnants of the grace of pride's arrogance. Year 14, age 26, the last stragglers. Remaining ferals were rare but powerful, often former Kage-level shinobi twisted into dangerous, inhuman shapes. Naruto hunted these final threats with surgical precision. He often operated at night, relying on assassin's legacy stealth when sunshine was weakest, proving his mastery extended beyond brute force. The world was nearly purged. Year 15, age 27, the Silent King. The Meridian Sanctuary flourished. Naruto refused any title, yet he was universally treated as their silent, divine protector. He patrolled the borders constantly, wielding sunshine's brilliance as both light and deterrent, an eternal guardian, his every movement precise and deliberate. Year 16, age 28, generations of peace. Children born in the Meridian Sanctuary knew only peace under the golden figure's watchful gaze. They grew up revering him, the man of light, the protector of dawn. Naruto often watched them play, his expression serene. After 16 long years in the simulation, his purpose had been fulfilled. Year 17, age 29, the long wait. The year passed in tranquility. There were no threats left. Naruto spent his days meditating atop the Great Wall, his internal world calm, his immense chakra humming quietly beneath his skin. He had nothing left to fight, build, or protect. The simulated world had reached stasis. Year 18, age 30, the endgame. Now 30, Naruto watched the sunrise over the peaceful valley he had created. 18 years of struggle, creation, and protection all led to this final moment. The golden light of the grace dimmed slightly and a blue system screen appeared before him, reporting that the simulation limit had been reached and asking whether to continue the simulation or end it and claim rewards. The system noted that simulated time had elapsed for 18 years and 4 months and that the simulated Naruto Uzumaki's age was a decision point had been detected with the option to continue the simulation or end it to claim rewards. Naruto decided to end the simulation. The sunlit valley dissolved into the familiar bright blue of the Academy's holographic screen. In the classroom, the real Naruto sat motionless at his desk, his mind spinning from the emotional weight of 2 decades of solitary warfare and creation. The simulation terminated by voluntary termination and the performance was recorded as perfect, earning an S+ rank. The simulation then generated a list of random rewards and prompted him to choose 2. One of the rewards offered was an ultra-rare Eternal Flame Affinity, which would grant near-total immunity to heat and fire damage and allow safe passage through superheated environments such as lava. Significantly enhances fire release affinity, making the user the strongest fire wielder alive. Legendary Solar Flare. Hellfire release channels solar charge chakra into searing, golden flames that burn beyond ordinary extinguishing. Epic Partial Grace Integration. Solar Fortitude permanently increases base strength and resilience by 50% during daylight hours. Rare Minor Stamina Regeneration grants rapid recovery from physical and chakra exhaustion. Naruto's eyes widened as he immediately recognized the potential of the top two rewards. If he could combine absolute immunity to fire with a sun-powered legendary technique, he would be unstoppable. He did not hesitate. He chose Eternal Flame Affinity, Ultra Rare, and Solar Flare, Hellfire Release, Legendary. Rewards integrated. Naruto felt it immediately an internal shift, a surge of warmth as if a tiny, perfect sun had ignited within his chakra core. His body brimmed with fire that could never burn him. His veins thrummed with the power of a new, devastating technique waiting to be unleashed. He opened his eyes slowly, and a confident, satisfied smirk crossed his face. Simulation System, Cooldown initiated. Next simulation available in 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Naruto was ready. He now possessed the fire of the sun itself, the stealth of an assassin, the tactical brilliance of a strategist, and a deep fondness for Koyuki. For the first time, Naruto truly believed it. He finally had the tools to change his destiny. End of Chapter 22, The King of Ashes. Naruto sat hunched on his bed in his small apartment, the lingering phantom warmth of the Eternal Flame Affinity and the crushing solitude of the Blighted Realm simulation making the quiet room feel painfully mundane. He had survived death and helped build a new civilization, yet he was still just 12 years old and the Chunin exams were looming. As the cooldown timer hit 0, the blue screen flashed into existence. Future Life Simulation System activated. Cooldown elapsed. Initiating simulation number 13 protocol. Generating random skills for simulation #available skills appeared on the screen. Basic Chakra Sensing, Common. Enhanced Reflexes, Epic. Minor Earth Release Affinity, Rare. Basic Acrobatics, Common. Temporal Echo, Time Insight. Ultra Rare. Minor Poison Resistance, Rare. Naruto stared at the screen, a thrill running through him. Unlike the chaotic powers of the last run, these were precise, combat-focused skills. Speed and foresight were perfect for fighting dangerous shinobi. He immediately chose the two most powerful ones and took a minor earth affinity for balance. He selected Enhanced Reflexes, Epic, Temporal Echo, Time Insight, Ultra Rare, and Minor Earth Release Affinity, Rare. Skills integrated. Simulation starting in the Assassin's Foresight. The classroom setting was immediately replaced by the simulation. Simurto was 12 and wearing his familiar orange jumpsuit, but his posture was subtly different, tighter, more coiled. Enhanced Reflexes activated. Temporal Echo activated. The simulated Naruto's eyes flickered. The world seemed to move slightly slower around him. His brain processed information at lightning speed, granting instantaneous awareness of when and where a strike would land. The temporal echo provided brief, ghostly flashes of the near future: a foot slipping, a blade missing by millimeters, a tree branch snapping, offering fraction of a second warnings he could exploit. The combination of assassin-level stealth and the new speed made him instantly formidable. Months 1 to 3, integrating the speed. Simurto spent the first 3 months obsessed with training, focusing on mastering the enhanced reflexes. Simple sprints became blurring movements. He could dodge thrown knives not by looking at them, but by instinctively moving to where they would not hit. He trained his fire affinity with small fire release jutsu, marveling at how naturally the flames obeyed him, never burning him, never even feeling warm, thanks to his eternal flame affinity. The temporal echo proved taxing at first, producing confusing flashes of irrelevant moments. But sometimes those glimpses saved him from danger: a falling branch, a surprise sparring strike. He learned to trust the flicker of foresight. Months 4 to 6, the Forest of Death. When the Chunin exams arrived, Naruto entered the Forest of Death as a completely different caliber of genin. During a confrontation with an enemy squad using genjutsu, his see-through-all illusions activated instantly and broke the illusion before it took hold. His teammates were stunned by his speed and decisiveness. Then Orochimaru struck in disguise as a grass shinobi. The serpent attacked, and Naruto saw the movement beforehand. He pulled his teammates clear just before the strike would have hit their position. He was not fast enough to win every fight, but he was fast enough to survive. His fire immunity and predictive foresight let him escape with minimal harm. Months 7 to 8. The preliminaries. In the preliminaries, Naruto became untouchable. Every movement was surgical and every strike planned. He used temporal echo to anticipate his opponent's reactions and ended fights in seconds. His use of shadow clones evolved from brute force into precise misdirection. While his clones attacked, the real Naruto waited for the perfect opening revealed only by the flicker of future insight. From the stands, Orochimaru watched silently, eyes narrowing. Something was wrong. This boy's growth was unnatural and dangerous. Month 9. The invasion. When the invasion of Konoha began and mass genjutsu fell over the stadium, Naruto's see-through-all illusions triggered instantly. While the crowd slept under the spell, he was already moving. He ferried civilians to safety, his movements blurring through smoke and chaos. When Sand Shinobi cornered a group of villagers, Naruto unleashed a contained surge of his legendary power solar flare, Hellfire Release. A brilliant burst of solar fire erupted from his palms, overwhelming the attackers and driving them back. The sudden brilliance intimidated the invaders and helped turn the tide near the stadium. Konoha survived because of his actions. Month 10. The unnatural threat. Despite the temporary victory, peace never came. Orochimaru had seen enough and dispatched a small, elite assassination unit root agents and sound specialists with one order: eliminate Naruto Uzumaki. Late one night, Naruto patrolled the rooftops. The world was silent and still. His enhanced reflexes flared with warning. The temporal echo flashed, signaling 3 attacks from 3 angles with a single blind spot. Naruto dodged the first 2 and countered the third, but his flicker of foresight vanished just long enough for a poisoned kunai to strike between his shoulders. The toxins spread quickly. His sage body resilience fought it, but it was too strong. He fell as his vision dimmed and the assassins slipped back into shadow. The simulation ended, reporting assassination as the cause of death. His performance score registered at 91%. Orochimaru's larger plan had been thwarted, but the assassin's mission had succeeded. The system graded him and presented 4 possible rewards: temporal flow resistance, enhanced reflexes, minor, advanced evasion training, and a minor chakra control boost. Naruto immediately selected the 2 most defensive and proactive options: temporal flow resistance and advanced evasion training. A deep calm settled over him as knowledge of impossible movements and unshakable flow integrated into his body and mind. He gained resistance to time-slowing techniques, reflexive mastery of elite-level evasion, and a sense that time itself could no longer catch him. He felt faster, smarter, and harder to kill. The system initiated a cooldown. The next simulation would be available in 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Naruto leaned back and let his heartbeat steady. He was closer to the future. He wanted a world where he could protect everyone, including Koyuki, but Orochimaru's shadow remained. He knew he needed to grow stronger. Naruto told himself he could not risk another simulation yet as he flexed his hands. He had too many powerful, new skills to fully control. If he entered another simulation relying on raw power without DSPLN, he would die faster. He possessed the assassin's legacy, incredible speed, see through all illusions, and the eternal flame affinity paired with a legendary fire technique. It was unmatched power, but chaotic. He needed to unify it into a personal fighting style, and he needed to stay unnoticed. If he graduated at the top of his class, he would be placed away from Sasuke and Sakura and avoid altering the timeline he wanted to preserve. He decided on 2 months of relentless, silent training, with a plan to restart the simulation only 1 week before the genin selection test. For the next 2 months, Naruto lived a double life. By day, he was the loud, easily distracted student everyone knew. By night, he became a phantom, vanishing into Konoha's forests and riverbeds to train his integrated skills in secrecy. Weeks 1 through 4 were devoted to mastering fire. The eternal flame affinity was intoxicating. He felt no heat from external sources, which allowed him to practice advanced fire release techniques with intense focus. His true challenge was the legendary solar flare, Hellfire Release. He spent weeks learning to draw a vast, sun-like chakra reservoir that felt like pulling a piece of the sky down into himself. When he finally produced a small flame, it was unlike anything he had seen before. A brilliant golden fire at his fingertips that radiated tremendous heat yet caused him no pain. He stared, trembling, at its beauty and its danger. Guided by the memory of a version of himself who had purified a dying world, Naruto learned to wield sunlight with precision rather than force. Night after night he practiced shaping hellfire into quiet, controlled bursts enough to melt stone or reduce a single leaf to ash without explosive effect. The hellfire release became his blade rather than his hammer. He learned to use light itself as a precise weapon. In weeks 5 through 8 he focused on movement. The enhanced reflexes required conditioning of mind, body, and instinct. He created dozens of shadow clones to attack him from every possible angle, his only objective to survive each trial. Advanced evasion training awakened through repeated near-miss experiences, and his body moved with the economy and grace of someone who had lived through countless dangers. Every step became intentional and every dodge silent. Temporal flow resistance stabilized his perception. The flood of predictive foresight no longer disoriented him but integrated into a natural rhythm, turning chaos into clarity. He stopped merely reacting to threats and began to move in concert with them, detecting subtle chakra shifts and breaks in illusion with see through all illusions and the assassin's legacy. He learned to strike from silence. By the end of 2 months, his stealth was unmatched, his speed felt almost otherworldly, and his control over fire had become astonishingly precise. Maintaining his cover was simple. He continued to act like his usual loud, careless, cheerful self. He laughed, joked, and complained about homework, overslept, and annoyed his teachers in ways that required no pretense. Those traits that had made others underestimate him now worked perfectly as camouflage. Behind that familiar grin, however, the mind of a warrior trained under the stars practiced techniques capable of turning the tide of battles. Inside, everything had changed. He was resistant to flame, capable of near-instant evasion, and wielded a legendary power that could overwhelm enemy forces. His body carried the discipline of the Meridian Guardian and the sharp caution of the assassin who had died too soon. He was no longer the boy who dreamed of being Hokage. It was early morning, the last Monday before the final genin exams 1 week before graduation. Naruto sat cross-legged on the wooden floor of his apartment, the room dimly lit by the soft blue glow of the simulation system. He had trained for 2 months for this moment. He was no longer a child relying on luck, he was a warrior preparing for war. The simulation system's cooldown completed and it was ready to initiate simulation number 14. Naruto exhaled slowly and whispered to himself that he would see what came next. The blue light consumed the room once more. End of chapter 24, The Hidden Flame. 2 months of secret, intense training had given Naruto a quiet confidence that pulsed beneath his skin. He had tamed a legendary fire technique, mastered evasion, and now stood at the precipice of his graduation exam. It was time to gamble on the future again. The simulation system's cooldown completed once more and it was ready to initiate simulation number 14. Naruto tapped initiate with his heart pounding, expecting some high-level foresight or a powerful strategic ability. The system began the simulation protocol and generated a list of random skills for simulation 14. The skills that appeared made his stomach drop. Available skills included basic knitting techniques, sublimated memory access marked epic, a minor affinity for wind-type banners, intermediate gardening skills, mild genjutsu resistance marked rare, and ephemeral chakra release marked rare. Naruto stared blankly and, frustrated, wondered aloud what use wind-type banners or gardening would be. He focused on the two highest rarity skills. Sublimated memory access sounded useful and epic, even if vague, and ephemeral chakra release seemed powerful by name. Without hesitation and without reading deeper, he selected sublimated memory access, ephemeral chakra release, and mild genjutsu resistance. The skills integrated and the simulation began. Within the simulation, Naruto blinked and found himself back in Konoha, standing near the academy gates in his usual orange tracksuit. He flexed his hands and felt a strange tingle in his mind from the memory access and a dense, heavy static through his chakra network from the release skill. The sublimated memory access activated and a memory fragment from his ancestor Ashina Uzumaki supplied information about the proper technique for applying a preservative salt to parchment. Naruto froze, blank-faced, and groaned that such a memory seemed useless. He turned his focus to the ephemeral chakra release. The name sounded powerful and it felt like a massive, condensed energy sealed within him, ready to burst. Naruto grinned and challenged the skill to show its power. He focused and poured his intent into the skill. The ephemeral chakra release activated with a warning that his immense chakra reservoir was being drawn upon and that depletion was imminent. Naruto gasped as an agonizing vacuum tore at him and his chakra network began collapsing inward. The skill released everything. All of his Uzumaki and Kyubi-amplified chakra was drained in an instant. His system, built around a sense of limitless energy, could not survive the void. His body convulsed, his vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground in a sudden, stunned fall. The simulation ended due to systemic shock from catastrophic chakra depletion. Performance registered as 1% with instant death. The blue glow of the system snapped back into reality. Naruto sat rigid on his bed, eyes wide and mouth slightly open. He was not physically tired, but the memory of the simulated pain and the humiliation of dying before even leaving the academy gates left him trembling with cold fury. Naruto scolded himself that he had not even made it past the front gate and felt as if he had ruined his chances through sheer stupidity. The system completed grading and marked his performance as failing. It generated 4 random rewards and asked him to choose 2. The options were basic knitting techniques, intermediate gardening skills, basic wirework techniques, and minor acrobatics training. Naruto glared at the glowing list and reflected on how his epic ambitions had been reduced to knitting and gardening. He rubbed his forehead and muttered that he could not believe it, but practicality won out. He chose the basic wirework techniques and minor acrobatics training. A subtle shift ran through his body, a slight improvement in balance and a quiet understanding of how to set efficient tripwires. It was not much, but every edge mattered. Naruto exhaled and resolved that he would never trust a skill with the word release in it again without reading the fine print. The simulation system initiated cooldown and the next simulation would be available in just under 12 hours. Naruto stood and shook off the phantom ache. The Genin selection exam was only a week away and he could not afford another mistake. The system might throw randomness his way, but he was done dying like a fool. He would choose skills with purpose next time, skills that could help him stand against Orochimaru's growing threat. He looked out the window at the setting sun, its light glinting off his determined eyes, and wondered what kind of power he should focus on next. Deep within the system, the next simulation quietly began to calculate its answer. End of chapter 25. The price of impulse. The sting of his catastrophic death in the last simulation still smarted. Naruto felt genuinely foolish. He had failed instantly, not by a legendary foe, but by spectacular ignorance of a skill's function. His embarrassment quickly turned to resolve. He needed a win. Naruto sat on his bed as the simulation system's cooldown completed and it readied simulation number 15. He tapped Initiate, expecting another list of complex, high-level combat skills. The system began the protocol and generated a new list. The resulting list was almost entirely mundane except for one truly unique entry. Available skills included basic laundry techniques, minor fishing affinity, advanced knot tying, basic woodworking skills, intermediate map reading, and a legendary skill called Heart's Resonance, the Vessel's Keeper. Naruto frowned and, scanning the list, complained to himself about receiving nothing but chores. The legendary ability was intriguing. Its name was abstract and made no mention of raw power, but anything marked legendary could not be ordinary. Resigned to receiving no combat boosts that round, he selected Heart's Resonance, the Vessel's Keeper, Advanced Knot Tying, and Intermediate Map Reading. The skills integrated and the simulation prepared to start. The Boy and the Silent Stone. The world fractured and spun. When it stabilized, Naruto did not find himself in the familiar streets of Konoha. Instead, he stood in a place of eternal shadow, an endless hall of ancient black stone. Massive obsidian pillars rose toward a ceiling lost in darkness, the air thick and cold. Only faint light trickled through narrow slits high above, giving the room an eerie, half-dead glow. His clothes were coarse and simple, those of a peasant. A system notification informed him that his chakra network had been sealed, access denied, and that his physical attributes had returned to baseline with all acquired skills temporarily inactive. Naruto's gut sank. He was stripped of everything. No chakra, no speed, no elemental powers, just an ordinary boy with decent instincts. He touched his whisker marks out of habit. In that desolate, oppressive setting, they felt less like playful scars and more like a curse. Then his heart's resonance activated, assigning him the role of the vessel's keeper with a primary goal to protect the vessel. Naruto blinked and wondered what protecting the vessel would mean. Even without chakra, memory of his assassin's legacy guided him. His footsteps grew silent as he moved deeper into the enormous chamber, cautious and alert. The vessel. He rounded a massive pillar and froze. Suspended high above, encased within a colossal six-sided crystal, was a woman. She was hauntingly beautiful, pale as moonlight, her long white hair drifting weightlessly in the soft luminescence trapped within the crystal. Her garments were ancient and regal, flowing in delicate folds unlike any shinobi attire he had ever seen. Her eyes opened gentle, wide, and an ethereal lavender and locked onto him. Something stirred inside him, a deep, wordless ache that was not his own. The heart's resonance pulsed. It was not power in the physical sense, but an emotional tether. He felt her loneliness, her pain, her endless centuries of silence. In that instant he understood. She was the vessel and he was her keeper. The vessel's keeper. Naruto descended the stairs that circled the massive crystal. At its base, a massive stone lever jutted from an altar, sealed with ancient symbols. He braced his body and pushed with all his physical strength. The lever creaked and groaned, then finally shifted. With a rumble, the crystal began to lower, the air trembling with strange, melodic vibrations. When the crystal reached the ground, the light within dimmed, and the woman stepped out. Her feet touched the cold stone, her movements slow and fragile, like someone rediscovering life after a long slumber. Her lavender eyes met his whisker-marked face, and for a fleeting moment fear crossed her expression, an ancient, instinctive fear. She lifted a trembling hand. A faint shimmer of unstable chakra glowed in her palm and coalesced into a wave of light. The massive door ahead, carved with symbols of containment and control, reacted. Seals pulsed, dissolved, and the stone parted with a deep, grinding sound. She did not use brute force. She was the key. Naruto realized his role. She would open the path, and he would defend it. Naruto stepped forward and extended his hand, not in command but in simple, wordless compassion. The woman hesitated, her gaze shifting between his outstretched hand and his face, the strange boy with the marks and the determined eyes. Slowly she reached out. Her delicate fingers trembled before resting against his palm. Her hand was cold. His was warm. In that moment something ancient shifted. His heart's resonance strengthened and a bond began. The woman's fear softened into a fragile calm. The silent chamber seemed to breathe again. Together, the boy and the vessel took their first step into the unknown halls of the endless castle. Their journey had begun. The cold silence of the ancient stone fortress shattered with the grinding roar of shifting rock as the great door slid open, revealing an endless corridor. Naruto tightened his grip on the frail, white-haired woman he knew only as the vessel. He moved with the practiced stealth of his assassin's legacy memory, translating his usual high-speed movements into smooth, silent steps. His eyes scanned every shadow, every flicker of movement. The vessel followed beside him, her small hand warm in his, her silent fear a faint, distant thrumming through their heart's resonance link. The ambush. They moved deep inside a vast gallery, its ceiling lost to darkness. Crumbling stone bridges spanned a massive, dry chasm below, and the air carried the weight of an unnatural stillness. It was not peace, it was the silence of something waiting. Then the air thickened. From the depths of shadow and the edges of pillars, shapes began to form twisted, malevolent spirits of swirling black chakra. They were humanoid in outline but lacked detail, their faces empty except for pale, glowing eyes. Naruto recognized them as projections of the Shadow Queen, sent to reclaim the vessel. The projections glided forward with predatory grace. Naruto's heart pounded, but his instincts and enhanced reflex memories mapped their movements automatically. He had no chakra to fight with, but he still had the instincts of a warrior. He scanned his surroundings and found a length of rusted rebar half buried in dust near a pillar. He snatched it up and gripped it like a makeshift staff, a small, crude weapon, but something to use. The boy's defense. Naruto quietly told the vessel to stay behind him. He stepped forward, placing his body between her and the darkness. The first shadow lashed out, its arm elongating like smoke to seize her wrist. Naruto reacted instantly, his body flowing with the precision of his advanced evasion training. He twisted out of the attack's reach and swung the rebar in a wide arc. The staff connected with the ghostly shape in a clash that sent a sharp mental vibration through him. The shadow recoiled, its form flickering like static. They could be hurt, but only barely. More shadows emerged, drifting from the walls. Two advanced from the front while another slithered along the far side toward the vessel. Naruto kept moving. Every step and every strike was instinctive and unrelenting. He used his body to shield her, redirecting the attacks and slamming the rebar into their ethereal forms when one got too close. His lungs burned, but he refused to slow down. Each collision flashed like an explosion of light and sound, and the shadows dissolved under sustained pressure in a style reminiscent of tense, high-energy battles seen in animated duels, dramatic and intense, without blood or gore. The vessel never screamed and never turned away. She simply held his hand tightly, trembling but unbroken. When one shadow lunged too close, its formless arms reaching for her, Naruto reacted on instinct. He lunged forward, wrapped his arms around the vessel's waist, and pulled her back with the raw, desperate strength of his Uzumaki bloodline. Through their heart's resonance he felt her emotions clearly. It was not fear of the shadows, but fear of him being hurt because of her. Then, for the first time, something changed. A faint pulse of pure chakra flowed from her hand into his soft, fragile, but real. It did not restore his power, but it filled him with a quiet, fierce clarity. A silent message passed through their bond. "Thank you." The shadows shrieked, their psychic noise piercing the air as the vessel's fragile light pushed them back. Naruto seized the moment. He spotted a set of massive iron gates at the far end of the corridor and urged them to run as he pulled her along with renewed strength. They sprinted through the crumbling gallery, the vessel's hand locked in his, the shadows snapping at their heels like living nightmares. The oppressive weight of the Shadow Queen's presence followed them, demanding her claim back, but the boy refused to let go. At last they reached the gate, a monolith of spinning, ancient symbols. The vessel moved without hesitation. Her lavender eyes glowed faintly as she placed her hand upon the door and let her unstable yet vast chakra flood into the mechanism. The ancient glyphs began to shift, rotating and realigning, the air vibrating with power. Naruto stood guard beside her, rebar raised, defiant and unyielding. The shadows surged again, their forms becoming more distorted and frenzied as the gates began to creak open. Light poured through the widening gap and exit, a reprieve. The great iron gate, groaning in rusty protest, finally ground to a halt, leaving a gap just wide enough for them to slip through. Naruto quickly pulled the vessel past the barrier, his heart pounding not from exhaustion, but from the terror of fighting something that felt like pure, concentrated hate. The moment they were through, the vessel turned and, with another flash of lavender chakra, pressed her hand against the cold metal. With a deep thud, the gate slammed shut, cutting off the shrieking advance of the shadows. They found themselves in a network of crumbling courtyards and exposed walkways, high above the endless abyss of the fortress. The architecture was maddeningly complex, staircases broken, bridges shattered, paths looping back on themselves, as though the castle itself wished to trap them forever. The vessel remained silent, communicating only through the fragile strength of her grip and the distant sorrow echoing through their heart's resonance. Physically weak and often stumbling over loose stones, she relied on him. Naruto used the subtle, innate balance from his minor acrobatics training to become her anchor, a steady, warm presence guiding her through the perilous ruins. The only way forward required impossible leaps and climbs. Naruto spotted a deep crack running up the side of a wall that looked impossible to scale. Calling on the strength of his lineage, he began to climb, muscles burning with effort. When he reached the top, he turned back and extended his hand toward the fragile figure below. The vessel looked up at him, her pale hair shifting in the faint breeze, eyes trembling with silent fear and desperate hope. She could not climb on her own. Naruto understood instantly that he would have to bring her up. He quickly fashioned a makeshift rope using precise knots from his advanced knot-tying skill, secured one end around a broken gargoyle jutting from the wall, and dropped the other end down, gesturing for her to take it. The vessel hesitated. Her fear of being left behind warred with her fear of falling. Finally, with trembling resolve, she grasped the rope. Naruto braced himself and pulled with all his might, hauling her upward, her small frame light but unsteady. When she reached the top, he caught her hand and pulled her safely beside him. Every moment of shared struggle made the heart's resonance pulse brighter. Their bond grew stronger with each act of trust, and her silent faith in him became clearer. Eventually they reached a massive central courtyard dominated by a dark pool of still water, a mirror-like well that reflected the fortress's gloomy sky. As they circled its edge, the shadows found them again, rising from the surface of the water like black mist. Their pale eyes gleamed hungrily, drawn to the vessel's light. Naruto raised his broken staff, ready to fight, but the vessel stepped forward and placed her hand on his arm. Through the resonance, it became clear that she intended to draw the shadows away while he went for a cracking tower where a large, rusted mechanism sat, covered in moss and unreachable by normal means. Naruto's heart clenched, panic surged through the bond as the idea of her sacrificing herself took hold. He shook his head and clutched her hand tighter, vowing that he would not leave her. Then he saw a broken chain hanging from the wall opposite the tower. Measuring the distance with the timing of his enhanced reflexes memory, he decided it was a dangerous but necessary jump. He ran, launched himself across the gap, caught the chain, and swung hard toward the tower's wall. His fingers dug into the rough stone as he climbed with furious, desperate energy. Below, the vessel stood at the pool's edge, her lavender chakra blazing brighter than ever. The shadows swarmed toward her, drawn like moths to a flame, ignoring the boy completely. Naruto reached the top and found the mechanism, a set of ancient gears and levers caked in dust. He shoved the largest gear into motion, forcing the mechanism to grind to life. With a deep, mechanical groan, a small waterfall of pure, radiant light burst from the side of the tower and poured into the black pool. The dark water recoiled. The shadows shrieked as their forms dissolved into mist under the purifying light. Naruto scrambled down the tower and rushed back to her side. The vessel had collapsed against the wall, her chakra nearly depleted from sustaining the light as bait. He knelt beside her, checked for injuries, and then carefully helped her to her feet, his steady presence grounding her fading strength. They continued through a long, arched passage until they entered a large, domed chamber where light pooled unnaturally at the center. The vessel leaned weakly against a wall. Suddenly her lavender eyes snapped open, wide with shock. A storm of memories, vast, ancient, unbearable, flooded through the heart's resonance and slammed into Naruto's mind. He saw visions that were not his, two brave young men, a final terrible battle, a world sealed in blinding light, and then centuries of isolation. The vessel gasped, her breathing shallow. For the first time, her lips moved, and words came in a voice both young and impossibly old. The vessel told him to leave her there, trembling with despair. She insisted she did not deserve rescue, explaining that she had been sealed away by them her sons and that she was a monster. Her body shook as she tried to pull her hand from his, her aura overflowing with self-loathing and pain. The heart's resonance echoed her torment and her certainty that she was cursed and hated. Naruto did not let go. He tightened his grip, his hand firm, and met her ancient, haunted eyes. His thoughts moved through the link, refusing her plea. He believed even the curse deserved a second chance and understood what that meant. He would not let her fall into despair. He would not abandon her. Naruto's simple, stubborn act of holding the vessel's hand defied centuries of sorrow and fate. The vessel, an unwitting echo of Kaguya, finally stopped struggling and accepted his warmth and trust. They pressed onward, leaving the chamber of painful memories behind. The clockwork maze. The next sections of the fortress were a maze of elaborate, ancient machinery. They entered a vast circular room where gigantic stone gears ground against each other, powered by raw, captured chakra flowing through channels in the floor. The only way forward was to cross the moving, interlocking teeth of the gears. Although his chakra was sealed, Naruto's memory of advanced evasion training gave him the timing. He became the scout, using reflexes honed by memory to time the gaps in the moving stone. He leaped across a moving gear, then immediately turned back to extend his hand. The vessel, despite her immense latent power, relied entirely on his physical guidance and placed her faith in the boy's timing. With every successful crossing, their shared relief flowed through the heart's resonance link. They repeated the sequence several times. Naruto solved the puzzle and secured the path. The vessel provided the chakra light needed to activate the final door, and the boy protected her from the shadows that inevitably gathered, drawn to the pulsing of her light. The water seal. They reached a massive chasm bridged by a single, narrow walkway. At the far end, the exit was sealed by a swirling vortex of water that the vessel's light could not affect. Remembering the physical effort of building the Meridian Sanctuary in his previous life, Naruto relied on brute strength. He found a broken chain system nearby, designed to lift a massive counterweight, and he pulled, strained, and pushed his small body to its limit. The physical strength of his Uzumaki genetics, though unaugmented by chakra, moved the ancient mechanism. As the counterweight rose, the swirling vortex of water slowly parted and revealed a massive, intricately carved door. The vessel placed her hand on the door and her lavender Byakugan briefly activated, its soft light sweeping over the seals and unlocking the final path. They had reached the heart of the prison, the throne of shadow. The door opened into an overwhelming domed chamber, circular and vast. At the center sat a massive, ornate throne carved from a single piece of dark crystal. The chamber was bathed in a pulsating purple gloom, and the air crackled with immense, distorted chakra. Naruto immediately positioned himself in front of the vessel, his broken staff held defensively and his body tense. The shadows were thicker here, swirling aggressively and waiting for a command. The throne was occupied. Slowly, the massive chakra presence coalesced into the form of a woman, a darkened version of the vessel with black, wild hair, malevolent red eyes, and flowing midnight robes made of concentrated shadow. She radiated absolute power, arrogance, and ancient possessive rage. This was the Shadow Queen. Her cold gaze fixed on the two figures at the entrance and lingered on the small hand that held the vessels. She smiled cruelly and praised them for bringing the vessel directly to her, declaring that it was time for darkness and light to merge and for the rabbit goddess to be restored. The vessel seized up behind Naruto, her body trembling with terror as the heart's resonance screamed with recognition of her own dark past self. The boy stood his ground, gripping his broken staff and facing the terrifying being with nothing but courage and the determination not to let go. The Shadow Queen rose from the throne and asserted that delaying the inevitable was futile, insisting that the light could not exist without darkness. The fight for the hand. Naruto tightened his grip on the vessel's hand, feeling her absolute terror through the heart's resonance. The Shadow Queen did not advance personally. Instead, hundreds of black chakra shadows clinging to the walls surged forward as a single, overwhelming wave. Naruto urged them to move, though the vessel was momentarily frozen by fear. He reacted on pure, ingrained memory. Using precise timing from his training, he did not run from the wave but found a gap in its formation and dragged the vessel with him. The shadows were relentless, boiling up from the stone floor and stretching like elastic smoke to enclose them. Forced into desperate, close-range action, Naruto used his simple broken staff and Uzumaki strength to keep the shadows at bay, relying on rapid pivots and spins. Each time a shadow projection reached for the vessel, trying to pry her hand away, he tore her free with sudden, decisive force and kept their link intact. The Queen's test. Seeing Naruto's defiant persistence, the Shadow Queen shrieked in frustration and the air grew heavy. An icy mental intrusion crashed toward him, a dark genjutsu aimed at crushing his resolve. Naruto sensed the attempt, and his see-through-all-illusions ability immediately exposed the attack and provided enough resistance that the intrusion vanished before it could form an image or an emotion. He did not flinch and immediately spun, driving his staff into a cluster of advancing shadows with unbroken focus. The final ritual. The Shadow Queen descended from the throne and drifted forward with unnatural speed. Her crimson eyes fixed on the vessel's forehead as a shimmering purple seal formed in the air. She declared that their efforts were childish and insisted that he could not save her. The Shadow Queen declared that her destiny was to rule and consume, to be the one in control. The moment the purple seal touched the vessel, a silent, internal scream reverberated through the heart's resonance. The vessel's fragile body flared, shifting between the pure white of her better self and the violent purple of the Shadow Queen's power. The fusion ritual had begun. Naruto knew brute force meant nothing. He had no chakra, his staff was splintered, all he had left was their bond. He grabbed the vessel's hand with both of his, anchoring himself to her. Closing his eyes, he focused entirely on his skill, heart's resonance, the vessel's keeper. He did not fight the Shadow Queen with strength but with emotion. He projected everything. He was his belief in her second chance, his unshakable promise to protect her, and his stubborn refusal to abandon hope. The ritual faltered. The Shadow Queen's power tried to fuse with the vessel, but the overwhelming surge of Naruto's hope created a blinding wall of spiritual energy. Light and darkness collided and could not merge. The Shadow Queen reeled back, stunned by a force she had not anticipated, the power of genuine human connection. The two forms of Kagaya light and shadow hung suspended, their fusion stalled. And still, the boy held her hand. The throne room became a storm of light and darkness. The Shadow Queen insisted that the vessel was merely a container and could not resist her destiny, her voice cracking with fury and disbelief. Naruto poured every ounce of his spirit, the Meridian Guardian's steadfast protection, the assassin's focus, and the simple promise he had made into their link. He willed that he would not let go and that she deserved to live and be free. The purity of his intent acted like a spiritual blade. The Shadow Queen, forged from millennia of malice and domination, could not withstand the selfless trust radiating from the heart's resonance. Their bond exploded into a furious sphere of white gold light that tore at the darkness. With a final, soul-deep cry, the Shadow Queen was ripped away from the vessel. Her form unraveled into streaks of corrupted chakra and was drawn inward until it collapsed into a silent void. The power winked out. The Shadow Queen's presence was gone. The ancient fortress reacted instantly. A deep groan rolled through the structure as its foundational seals failed. Black pillars cracked and dust poured from the domed ceiling as stone ground against stone and the prison began to collapse. Naruto looked to the vessel. Her lavender eyes, once clouded by fear, were now clear and filled with a fragile, immense gratitude. She was safe. A massive slab of stone broke free from the ceiling. Weakened by his spiritual struggle and unable to rely on his sealed reflexes, Naruto could not avoid it. The blow sent him crashing into the throne pedestal. The world dissolved into blackness. When a fractured awareness returned, the castle roared with destruction. Naruto felt himself being carried. The vessel, still fragile and trembling, moved with a quiet, desperate strength. A soft white glow surrounded her like a residual echo of the power she had once held. The unconscious boy through collapsing corridors with steady steps until they reached a small, water-filled grotto deep beneath the fortress. A crude wooden raft waited there, half submerged. With trembling hands she laid him on the raft. Tears tracked down her pale cheeks. She leaned close and pressed a soft, fleeting kiss to his forehead, an NTMT, wordless expression of gratitude and farewell. Then, with a delicate burst of chakra, she pushed the raft into the grotto's fast-moving current. The water carried him toward the exit tunnels and the world beyond. She remained behind in the rapidly flooding cavern. A single, silent farewell echoed faintly through the boy's unconscious mind as darkness swept her away. Naruto awoke to coarse sand beneath his cheek and the sound of waves. Sunlight warmed his skin. The oppressive fortress was gone. He sat up and scanned the shore. For a moment he believed he had failed the vessel. Heavy with grief, he took several slow steps along the beach and then froze. Tucked into the curve of a small cove, where the tide had gently delivered her, lay the vessel. No longer pale and ethereal, she looked like a normal yet breathtakingly beautiful young woman in simple white clothing. Her breathing was steady. Naruto dropped to his knees beside her. She was alive and free. He had not failed. He had fulfilled the promise of the vessel's keeper. The bright blue screen of the future life simulation system flashed into existence as the scenario ended the moment the core objective was fulfilled. The simulation reported that it had ended because the vessel had been freed. Performance registered at 97%, noted as near-perfect bond and mission execution, and the grading completed with an S rank. 4 rewards were generated for selection. An epic reward called Harmonic Resonance, shared power, which would allow Naruto to briefly create a deep chakra link with an ally, sharing a passive skill or absorbing part of the ally's physical or mental strain, making him an exceptional support fighter. A legendary reward named the Vessel's Keeper, Shared Memory, which would cause Naruto and the real Kagaya Otsutsuki to retain all memories, skills, and emotional bonds formed during the simulation, permanently altering their real-world relationship. An ultra-rare reward titled Advanced Knot Tying, granting absolute mastery over knots, bindings, restraint techniques, and complex wire traps. A rare reward called Intermediate Map Reading, granting advanced navigation, cartography, and terrain reading skills. Naruto, the observer, sat rigid on his bed, the silence after the collapsing castle still echoing in his mind. Despite the emotional exhaustion, he studied the rewards with a steady focus, the simulation's conclusion settling into the quiet aftermath of what he had just experienced. The choice was obvious. He selected 2 relationship-defining skills without hesitation: Harmonic Resonance, a shared power of epic rank, and the Vessel's Keeper, a shared memory of legendary potency. A new chakra pathway awakened within him, a gentle resonant network designed for connection and protection. He immediately understood how to use it, how to channel his abilities into others. But it was the legendary reward that truly shook him. Naruto sat on his bed, physically still a 12-year-old academy student, but internally a veteran of countless lives, a warrior and a guide, and now the protector of a goddess. The truth hit him all at once. He was the keeper of Kagaya Otsutsuki's heart. Memories flooded back in perfect clarity. In the simulation, he had not fought Kagaya. He had freed her. He had not seen a terrifying goddess but a frightened, lonely woman who needed someone to believe in her. The Shadow Queen had not been Kagaya herself. She had been Kagaya's fear, her grief, the twisted will of the power that ruined her life. Naruto had defeated that darkness not with strength but with something far rarer. He had refused to abandon her. One hand, held out in stubborn, reckless kindness, had shattered millennia of hatred. Because of the legendary reward, the real Kagaya, sealed deep within the moon, now remembered everything. The fear, the safety, the trust, the bond. Somewhere in the moonlit silence, the mother of Chakra remembered the boy who had saved her. A warmth spread through Naruto's chest, something like destiny but deeper. His dream had always been to help his friends and become Hokage. Now his path stretched beyond Konoha, beyond nations, to the cosmic scale. He clenched his fist. He also had Harmonic Resonance, the ultimate support skill. He imagined standing beside Sasuke, Sakura, or future teammates and lending his enhanced reflexes to boost Sasuke's speed, sharing an eternal flame affinity with Sakura as a defensive shield, or absorbing his allies' fatigue to keep the squad fighting at full strength. He was not just the anchor anymore, he was the core of the team. Naruto looked toward the window as the first rays of sunlight crept over Konoha's rooftops. He was ready for the Genin exam, ready for whatever destiny threw at him, ready to protect the world and the woman who now trusted him across time and memory. Deep within the cold, silent heart of the moon, locked away by the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei, the dormant consciousness of Kagaya Otsutsuki had endured millennia of frozen isolation, a vast, suffocating stillness interrupted only by the residual hum of the seal that bound her. Then the silence shattered. A torrential flood of memory, vibrant, warm, impossibly human, ripped through Kagaya's ancient mind. It was not the painful surge of hostile chakra or the terror of battle. It was something far more destabilizing: compassion. Kagaya reeled as the simulation memories forced themselves into clarity: the crushing weight of the black stone prison, the agonizing fragility of her body, the suffocating malice of the Shadow Queen born of her own corrupted will, and the unbearable guilt of her past and the knowledge that her own sons had sealed her away. Then came the anchor, a small, warm hand gripping hers, scarred and trembling but impossibly determined. The sensation of heart's resonance pulled her back from the darkness. Naruto had vowed that he would not let go. He had told her that even the cursed deserved a second chance. She saw through his eyes the moment the Shadow Queen fell, not through violence, but through the overwhelming spiritual force of his trust. Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra who had seen all humans as fickle insects, had been saved by one child who taught her the meaning of love again and of being seen. The legendary memory integration rippled through the Chibaku Tensei. A subtle vibration shuddered through the lunar core, unnoticed by most but felt by the ancient seal itself. Inside Kagaya's mind, the changes were seismic. Her awareness snapped into perfect clarity for the first time in centuries. She was no longer an imprisoned goddess drifting in numb eternity. She was also the vessel, the terrified, injured woman who had leaned entirely on the strength of a boy with whisker marks. Her immense internal chakra, usually a chaotic storm, contracted and focused on that single name with laser precision. She knew him now not as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki she was meant to reclaim, but as her protector, the one who saw her fear, not her power, the one who held her hand in the dark and said he would not abandon her, the one who freed her heart before her body. A profound array of emotions filled the empty world of her prison: guilt, gratitude, longing, and something even deeper, hope. Kagaya opened her eyes within her mind. The hatred that once drove her to reclaim chakra was gone. The instinct to merge with her creation was extinguished. It had been defeated by the simplicity of a boy's compassion. Bound in her lunar tomb, she remained silent, but her perspective had shifted forever. She was now tethered by memory, by gratitude, by unexpected affection to the boy who had saved her, the vessel's keeper. In the cold silence of the moon, the progenitor of chakra focused her attention on the determined young genin of Konoha, watching him with a new purpose. The next day, Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed, the phantom sensation of warm beach sand still lingering in his consciousness. The complexity of the last simulation-like journey through an impossible fortress stood in stark contrast to everything he had experienced before. In the early simulations, he had been granted the raw power needed to survive legendary fire, overwhelming speed, the sage body, and he had treated the world as a battlefield and his abilities as weapons. When he lost, it had been because he was tactically outmatched by Orochimaru or because he had misused his own overwhelming strength. But this simulation, he was different. He had begun with nothing. No chakra, no combat advantages, no flashy skills. His survival had depended entirely on the non-combat abilities he had picked almost as jokes, and for survival, minor acrobatics training, advanced knot tying, and above all, the legendary heart's resonance. Only now did he understand the lesson the system had forced upon him. Strength was not the ability to crush an enemy alone. Strength was the ability to protect someone else. He had not been the key to the castle the vessel had been. He had not been the weapon her unstable light was. He had been the anchor, the boy who refused to let go and gave her the courage to use her own power. He needed her to succeed just as much as she needed him to survive. The new lesson was relational strength. Naruto took a deep breath. All his strength, all the fire and speed and legendary endurance meant nothing if he could not use them to protect the people who mattered. The simulation had taught him patience, waiting for the right moment to cross the clockwork gears instead of charging recklessly. It had taught him empathy, seeing the terrified woman behind ancient power. It had taught him reliance, trusting the vessel's fragile light to open pathways while he handled the physical dangers. For the first time, he had won not by fighting, but by connecting. It was a victory of shared weakness over solitary strength. The rewards reflected that truth. Harmonic resonance, shared power turned him into the ultimate support shinobi, a tactical core who could share his abilities with others and carry their burdens when needed. He was not just preparing to be the world's greatest shinobi. He was preparing to be the world's greatest friend. Naruto stood, feeling a quiet confidence settle into place, power balanced by humility. The genin selection test was only days away. He had the fire, the speed, the instincts, and now the wisdom to use them with others in mind. He was ready to face Kakashi. End of chapter 34. The Strength of Smallness. 5 days remained before the genin selection test. Naruto spent the morning consolidating his internal power, organizing the vast library of skills he'd acquired, the speed of enhanced reflexes, the fire of solar flare, the spiritual protection of heart's resonance, and the tactical support of harmonic resonance. He was a walking fortress of abilities. He sat on the floor, feeling the familiar hum as the system completed its cycle and then initiated another simulation. He tapped Initiate, expecting a high-level political scenario, something involving Orochimaru's schemes. Instead, the system presented an entirely different challenge. Available skills appeared, and Naruto recognized the simulation's theme immediately. Apex nature isolation meant the world itself would revert to a primordial, extremely hostile wilderness. Six-fold lifeline protocol meant the scenario was about multi-person survival, leadership, protection, and group synergy. Primal Architect's wisdom meant he would be forced to build and sustain rather than fight. This simulation was not about defeating an enemy. It was about keeping a group alive in a world trying to kill them. He chose the 3 core scenario skills: Apex Nature Isolation, Six-fold Lifeline Protocol, and Primal Architect's Wisdom. The world folded around him. Day 1. The team. Simulated Naruto blinked and found himself not in a jungle, but inside the familiar academy classroom. Something was wrong. The building was silent. There was no instructor, no classmates, no village noise. The light streaming through the window was unnaturally green. The six-fold lifeline protocol activated and assigned a survival group that included Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga, Ayame Ichiraku, Tenten, Kurenai Yuhi, and Tsum Inuzuka. The current location manifested as Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata, with status marked extreme isolation and a primary goal of group rendezvous and sustained survival. Naruto immediately noticed the only 2 other people in the room, Sakura and Hinata, both sitting at separate desks, confused but alert. Primal Architect's wisdom flooded him with hundreds of techniques for shelter crafting, water purification, hunting, tool making, and environmental navigation. He stood and told them they had to go now. Something bad had happened and they needed to move. Sakura asked what he meant, saying everything felt wrong. Hinata observed that Naruto's chakra felt enormous and different and asked him to look outside. Naruto pointed to the window. A massive orange butterfly, bigger than a dinner plate, drifted past the glass. No creature like that existed in their village. Naruto explained that Konoha felt silent, the air was wrong, and that whatever the creature was, it should not exist. He projected urgency and said he believed the entire world had reverted to raw wilderness, no villages, no people, just nature, and nature was huge, dangerous, and hostile. Sakura's concern turned to the question of their families, but Naruto shook his head and said there was no time to find answers. Villages were resource traps with too many blind spots and too much noise. They needed to leave before predators noticed them. Sakura swallowed her panic and switched to analytical mode. She asked what defenses they had. They were only 3 genin. Naruto accessed Primal Architect's wisdom and focused them on what they could do. He assigned roles. Hinata as scout and early warning system, her vision serving as their eyes, Sakura as medical and strategist, using her knowledge of herbs, first aid, and clear thinking to handle resources and planning, Naruto as sustainment and leader, using his knowledge to build shelter, craft tools, find food, and make weapons. He scanned the classroom and directed them to strip the building for rope, metal, bottles, and dry fabric, then move before predators found them and head for high ground guided by Hinata's vision. Outside, the light flickered strangely. The new survival simulation had begun. 3 genin, a world reverted to primal chaos, and a mission to survive long enough to reunite the group and build sustainable safety. End of Chapter 35. The Council of Three. The 3 genin moved with practiced urgency, the silence of the abandoned academy classroom amplifying the tension. Following Naruto's directions, they began systematically stripping the building. Sakura used her academic knowledge and sharp mind to prioritize materials, scavenging storage closets for first aid supplies and supply rooms for sturdy canvas and shears. Hinata, her Byakugan active and sweeping the silent halls, acted as a continuous sentinel, alerting the group to loose floorboards and distant rustles from the overgrown courtyard outside. Naruto, guided by the primal architect's wisdom, focused on tools and durability. He tore metal frames from old desks to craft makeshift spears and bundled every piece of durable rope, string, and wire he could find, applying efficient knots from his advanced knot-tying skill. Within 30 minutes they were ready, each carrying heavy packs filled with medical supplies, metal poles, and dry rations salvaged from the staff lounge. Naruto instructed that they take the back street, his eyes fixed on the green-tinged world visible through the window. He explained that the route was tighter but kept them off the main roads where the larger dangers would hunt. They slipped out through a broken window and immediately felt the full extent of apex nature isolation. The air smelled of raw ozone and aggressive, unrestrained foliage. Cobblestones were cracked open by thick roots, and moss and wild vines covered every structure. The atmosphere itself felt hostile. As they crept through narrow alleys, a deep tremor rippled through the ground. Hinata stiffened and reported that a massive presence lay maybe 2 miles away, moving toward the center, too big to be natural. Naruto ordered that they stick to the plan, seek high ground and a defensible structure, and move. They advanced silently, using every shadow for cover. Passing the ruined shopping district, Naruto noticed thin smoke rising from a familiar corner, the Ichiraka ramen stand. He signaled a halt and pushed Sakura and Hinata toward the wall. The stand was overturned, barrels smashed, and debris scattered. Near the back, curled up and absolutely still, was Ayam, clutching a rusted ladle and wide-eyed with fear. Naruto approached slowly with his staff lowered and identified himself as Naruto. Ayam flinched, then recognition broke through her fear as she asked what was happening, where her father was, and said the city was gone and that she had been hiding there since the day before. Naruto answered gently that they did not have all the answers but that they were leaving now and she was coming with them. He did not explain how he knew any of this, he simply radiated calm certainty. Harmonic resonance pulsed, subtle and soothing, and Ayam's breathing steadied. Thrown into a terrifying new world, Ayam grabbed a small satchel and joined them without hesitation. With 4 people, stealth became harder, but Hinata's Byakugan guided them expertly through the collapsed terrain until they reached their destination, the Hokage Tower, the strongest building left in the city with thick stone walls, a single entrance, and a rooftop vantage point. They slipped inside and shut the doors behind them. The interior was dusty and abandoned, but secure. For now. Naruto leaned against the wall and took stock of the group, Sakura, dirty but focused, Hinata, ever watchful with her Byakugan, Ayam, shaken but alive. He instructed them to secure the perimeter and pointed toward the stairs, directing them to reach the roof, set up Byakugan watch, avoid fire and noise, and stay alert until nightfall, when they would decide how to go forward. Their first base was established. The Hokage Tower was silent, its thick stone walls offering a rare sense of security against the hostile wilderness outside. Naruto led the group upstairs, mentally mapping corridors and rooms for defensive potential. They settled on the third floor where narrow hallways were easy to barricade and a large windowless storage room could serve as a secure sleeping space for the women. Across from it, a smaller abandoned security room became Naruto's personal watch post. The team moved with focused efficiency, bound together by fear and survival instinct. Hinata and Sakura cleared the main sleeping room, spreading scavenged canvas and strips of old curtain fabric across the cold stone floor while Hinata kept her Byakugan active, scanning through cracks and distant windows for any movement. Naruto used his knot-tying skills to seal the hallway doors with reinforced rope, creating a tense but effective alarm system that would alert them if anything tried to push through. He dragged desks and chairs into a tight barricade at the stairwell. Ayam took on the task of food. Her years in the kitchen translated into survival intuition. She found dusty but edible ration packs and purified rainwater collected in a cracked terracotta pot. Using an old lighter, she produced a tiny, hidden flame just enough to warm the food without producing visible smoke. The scent of warmed meat and steaming water filled the hallway, and for a moment they remembered what comfort felt like. They gathered close in the narrow hallway and began to eat. Hinata's Byakugan flared like a silent alarm, and she reported that a presence had been detected moving very fast and that it felt like two people rather than beasts. Naruto rose immediately, gripping his broken staff and ordering the others to stay back as he took a defensive position. He sent out a calming pulse with heart's resonance to steady their nerves. Footsteps echoed in the stairwell and two shadows detached from the darkness. Tsum Inazuka, with wild hair and a huge stick, and Kurina Yuhi, elegant and alert, appeared grimy and exhausted but unmistakably human. Tsum sniffed the air and explained that she and Kurinai had been following a scent trail, drawn by the smell of food and fear. Kurinai stepped forward, relief softening her stern features, and said that they had met outside the city and tracked the trail here. Naruto confirmed that it was indeed them. Exhaustion hit everyone at once. Ayam urged the newcomers to eat first and said they could talk later, and Tsum devoured the meal like someone starving. Kurinai ate more methodically while assessing the improvised defenses and commended Naruto and the others for their work, noting that the setup would hold for now and that they had plans for the following day. Naruto agreed, but he made it clear that tonight everyone would sleep while he took the first watch. He did not trust the silence or the dark. He understood that apex nature isolation had only begun to reveal its dangers. Naruto settled into the security room with his staff at his side, senses razor sharp. For people from their original group were still missing. The Hokage tower, solid as it seemed, stood as a glowing beacon in a world that wanted them dead. Outside, the unnatural green light of the night spread through the wilderness, humming with unseen predators. The long night began. The night was long and unnerving, an oppressive blanket of primeval silence. Every so often, a distant, echoing snarl rippled through the overgrown ruins of Konoha, followed by the whistle of wind slipping through shattered windows. Naruto did not sleep. He sat in the small security room, gaze fixed on the barricaded entryway, his mind locked in a relentless cycle of planning. The weight on his shoulders was staggering. He was no longer planning only for himself. He was planning for 7 people, each with different strengths, weaknesses, and dangers to face. One of their assigned survival group was still missing somewhere in the wild, mutated world created by apex nature isolation. His mind, sharpened by the logical precision of the Meridian Guardian and the tactical ruthlessness of the Assassin's Legacy, processed the variables. Constraint 1. The apex nature. The world beyond the cracked walls of the Hokage Tower was nothing like the elemental nations. The apex nature was a self-contained ecosystem designed to crush the unprepared. Everything lived by one rule: hunt or be hunted. The predators that wandered the streets of ruined Konoha were not merely oversized versions of ordinary animals, they were hyper-evolved, guided by a primal intelligence born from the isolation field itself. Wolves with plated armor, birds with wings like blades, and reptilian beasts that thrived in the darkness between broken buildings stalked the ruins. Even the air felt alive, dense, humid, heavy with a strange pressure that dulled human senses and sharpened the instincts of the predators. Camouflaged beasts blended into the rubble. Burrowing creatures lurked beneath cracked stone. Flying predators circled silently in the perpetual green twilight. Fighting them was not bravery, it was a near-certain death. The apex nature was not designed for ninjas. To survive meant moving undetected, conserving energy, avoiding unnecessary conflict, and reading the environment with the precision of a seasoned hunter. The world outside was not an enemy so much as an unforgiving judge, and every mistake carried the same sentence: death. Constraint 2. The base. The Hokage Tower, once a symbol of authority and stability, was both a blessing and a liability. Inside, the reinforced structure kept out most mid-level predators. Its height allowed for early warning observation, and its narrow hallways created natural choke points. But it had fatal weaknesses. It was too tall a beacon in a silent, ruined city. Anything with eyes, scent, or instinct could find it eventually. Predators patrolled rooftops and flyers scanned from above. One mistake could lead a monster straight to their doorstep. Worse still, the tower was essentially dead. No resources, no fresh water, no natural cover, no available materials. Every supply had to be scavenged and carried up multiple floors. It was a shelter at night, but a prison during the day. If something powerful enough discovered them, they would have nowhere to run, trapped in a vertical maze with a single narrow staircase as an exit. Naruto's plan identified what they needed: running water, wood and stone, natural concealment, multiple escape paths, a place that blended into the environment, and a structure resilient enough to fortify but flexible enough to abandon. A hidden valley, a partially intact underground network, a cave system near a stream, or an abandoned complex with natural cover would be a real home, not a desperate refuge. Constraint 3. The group. Their biggest strength and greatest vulnerability was the people he had sworn to protect. They had two jonin. Some, a hunter with feral intuition forged by decades of tracking and survival combat, and Kurenai, a genjutsu master whose precision and subtlety were unmatched. Both were powerful, but power did not erase risk. The rest of the group represented a delicate balance of assets and liabilities. Hinata was invaluable for reconnaissance but gentle and untested in prolonged survival-focused missions. Sakura was knowledgeable in medical matters and supplies but had limited stamina. Ayam was a civilian. Intelligent, calm, and observant but with no combat instincts, no survival background, and no chakra training. Every time the group moved as a whole, the danger multiplied tenfold. One scream, one slip, one moment of exhaustion could doom them. Naruto understood the brutal truth. He could risk the jonin and he could risk himself. He could even risk Hinata with proper support. But he could not risk Sakura or Ayam in the open wilderness surrounded by apex predators. Their survival depended on division of labor, cautious movement, and keeping the most vulnerable secured behind layers of protection. This was not just a team, it was a fragile ecosystem of its own, and Naruto was responsible for balancing it. As the first faint greenish dawn filtered through cracks in the walls, Naruto had a complete strategy. He rose quietly and went to the sleeping room where Sakura, Hinata, and Ayam were stirring while Tsum and Kurenai were already awake. Jonin Diespin never slept. Naruto inhaled deeply and prepared to take the lead. The morning briefing unfolded on sheets of parchment scavenged from abandoned offices, taped together with improvised strips of cloth. Charcoal lines were sharp and methodical. The Hokage Tower sketched with the precision of someone who had walked it dozens of times, the surrounding ruins of Konoha marked with circles where threats had been detected, and 3 potential escape routes annotated: one through collapsed streets, one along the remnants of the riverbed, and one cutting through the dense overgrowth that had swallowed entire blocks. Every path was noted with tiny symbols indicating danger, shelter, resources, or unknowns. Naruto placed the map on the cracked wooden table and flattened the creases. He spoke with a calm certainty that his real-world counterpart lacked, a certainty born from the heart's resonance and a lifetime's worth of borrowed wisdom running through his veins. He noted that the night had passed quietly but emphasized that they could not count on that again, then laid out the plan for Day 2. Phase 1. Immediate fortification and scavenging. Naruto explained that their first priority was securing survival with no exceptions. He outlined the scavenge of the tower itself, saying they would strip the building of everything useful: rope, metal fragments, cloth, preserved food, heavy curtains, anything that could be turned into tools or insulation. He assigned Sakura and Ayam to focus on materials. Sakura's knowledge of medical supplies and preservation would be invaluable, while Ayam's understanding of storage and food durability made her a key part of the effort. Naruto emphasized durable fabrics, preserved food stores, large cloth sheets for weather protection, and anything that could be converted into containers. He then shifted to base improvement and asked Kurenai, if her chakra reserves allowed, to set subtle traps, noise triggers, and illusory scent trails to warn them of approaching predators and mislead creatures that might be drawn to the tower. Kurenai folded her arms thoughtfully and proposed placing a low-level genjutsu veil at the end of the hallway, clarifying that it should be subtle just enough to make predators or hostile survivors hesitate. Naruto agreed that anything that bought 5 seconds would be a lifesaver. Phase 2. Tactical Deployment and Sustainment. Naruto inhaled, steadied himself, and announced that they would split into 2 teams. Team Alpha Sustainment and Exploration consisted of Naruto, Tsume, and Hinata. Naruto explained that he could build makeshift tools, locate water sources, and read terrain patterns. He added that Tsume had the best nose in the village and could find animals, avoid them, or track the scent trails of the missing group. He described Hinata's Byakugan as their long-range radar, able to detect movement within 2 kilometers. Tsume grinned with pride and Hinata bowed her head shyly but with resolve. Naruto designated them the external team, instructing them to move fast, stay low, and prioritize stealth over confrontation. He listed their search priorities: running water, edible plant life, durable wood, and abandoned structures that could be converted into shelter, and he insisted they report back before nightfall with no exceptions. Team Beta Defense and Education comprised Kurenai, Sakura, and Ayam. Naruto assigned them to fortify the base and to learn survival skills to make their location defensible. Kurenai placed a hand on Sakura and Ayam's shoulders and acknowledged the plan. Naruto tasked Sakura with adapting medical knowledge to wild environments, focusing on herbal remedies and safe treatments. He instructed Ayam to learn chakra control from Kurenai and to study food preservation and ration management, emphasizing how important her role would be. Ayam swallowed hard while Sakura offered her a reassuring nod. Naruto concluded that, if separated, Team Beta must be capable of surviving on its own for at least 2 days, a heavy responsibility none of them shirked. Phase 3. The Long-Term Goal. Naruto rested his hand on the rough drawing of the tower and noted that, although the place was secure, it was too visible, too tall, and too isolated. He pointed to the shaded outskirts on the map and explained that Team Alpha's mission that day was to use Hinata's Byakugan to locate a secluded, resource-rich, naturally camouflaged refuge outside the ruins. The ideal base would have nearby water, forest cover, minimal predators, and plentiful escape routes, a place where they could survive not just days but weeks. Tsume cracked her knuckles and welcomed the chance to scout and hunt. Hinata activated her Byakugan for a moment. Her pale eyes glowed faintly with chakra and her breathing steadied as she vowed to find the safest path. Kurenai watched Naruto with a faint, impressed smile. Sakura and Ayam exchanged anxious but hopeful looks. Naruto rolled up the map, placed it under his arm, and signaled that Day 2 was beginning. The atmosphere in the Hokage Tower was one of grim determination. Before setting out, Ayam took charge of sustenance and prepared a meager breakfast. She mixed the last of the scavenged dried rice and shredded meat with purified water to serve a hot, thin porridge that offered essential calories and a measure of moral warmth. After the meal, the teams separated. Kurenai worked with Sakura and Ayam on clearing lines of sight and creating subtle boundary markers using salvaged fabric and glass shards, a simple defensive start. Simulated Naruto, Tsume, and Hinata moved out next, silently securing the rope barricades behind them. The heavy knot Naruto tied served as both a noise trap and a pressure alarm. His hands moved with the reflexes of someone who had absorbed practical knowledge from many dangerous fields without conscious thought. Team Alpha moved with focused utility, Naruto as the tactical anchor and resource planner, Tsume as detector and close-range defender, and Hinata as long-range scout and early warning system. Together they formed a triad of stealth, awareness, and adaptability. The periphery of the ruined city had once been Konoha's outer commercial ring. Now it lay as a graveyard of twisted metal, collapsed rooftops, and half-swallowed streets. Green vines as thick as trunks burst through stone and rebar, and buildings leaned together like broken teeth, their interiors gutted and overtaken by plant life that pulsed with unnatural vigor. The air felt humid for the season, charged with predator pheromones and the sharp tang of overactive photosynthesis. Hinata observed that the air was clean but the plant life was mutating quickly, noting that roots had grown significantly since the previous day and that trees were absorbing ambient chakra at a dangerous rate. She scanned the distance and reported that there were no large, concentrated life signs but many scattered predators, mostly oversized and varied between cold-blooded and warm. She advised against using unstable rooftops and suggested staying low where their scent would not spread as far. Naruto accepted her assessment and directed them to prioritize collecting metal and durable wood raw materials only, avoiding anything refined or chakra-forged because those would have degraded. Sum raised an eyebrow and commented that Naruto had hardened in the field, acting like an experience tracker. Naruto replied that experience teaches fast when the world is trying to eat you. As they traveled deeper, Naruto's decisions grew instinctive, informed by newly acquired knowledge layered over his instincts. He avoided certain vine clusters when he recognized the signs of parasitic growth, steered them around shed animal skins that signaled molting predators, and kept them close to natural shadows rather than building shadows, which could conceal hollow floors and ambushes. His choices were quiet, purposeful, and efficient, and Sum privately approved, noting that avoiding pointlessly using chakra was wise because chakra attracts many of the dangerous creatures in the area. Hinata added that she could see localized chakra storms deep underground and suspected something was feeding them. Naruto filed that information away for later consideration. Every observation was a puzzle piece. As they pushed deeper, the unnatural transformation of the landscape grew clearer. A crushed car frame sat half-buried and partially overrun by translucent vines that pulsed like living cords. A bent streetlight was encased in a spiraling, pale vine structure that suggested a spine. A cluster of birds perched on a half-collapsed wall looked wrong. Their feathers had been replaced by hardened, scale-like growths, their eyes were reflective and predatory, their talons oversized, and their heads turned with unnaturally precise movements. Sum snarled quietly and warned that those things had become hunting birds rather than scavengers, that apex isolation had turned every animal into a competitor. Naruto inhaled deeply and analyzed the air flow, the pattern of roots beneath their feet, and the distant sounds of the shifting forest, concluding that the world was not simply hostile but actively evolving. Hinata lowered her voice and noted that it felt as if they were being watched. They moved on with sharpened focus. Each step became a lesson, each ruined street a warning, each shadow a potential predator. Guided by the primal architect's wisdom, Simruto led them toward the old industrial district, witnessing the strange results of apex nature isolation along the way. They encountered one of the newly evolved organisms at the forest boundary, a twisted, multi-limbed plant bursting through a concrete wall. Sum signaled them to stop and pointed it out. The creature, an apex bloom, was a massive bioluminescent fungal tree hybrid with a shifting, chitinous trunk, brilliant orange and blue blossom-like sensory organs, long whip-like vines covered in countless barbs, and sap that could incapacitate prey quickly. The ground around it was scattered with the remains of animals. Sum growled that it smelled of decay and advised taking a wide berth, labeling the bloom a static threat. Naruto silently noted that fighting should be a last resort and that evasion was mandatory. They reached what had once been a specialized shinobi weapon shop. The building, once reinforced with chakra-infused steel and ceiling tags, had been reclaimed by nature. Thorned vines coiled around the frame, some as thick as Naruto's arm, their barbs glistening with amber-colored sap. Moss obscured the weathered sign that once read Kurigane Armory. The front door had warped beyond recognition, half melted and bent as if crushed. The structural steel still held. Naruto stepped forward and gripped the twisted metal. Even warped and fused together, the door groaned under his strength. With a hard pull and a twisting torque, he forced it open. Rusted fragments snapped and fell. A smell hit them, rotting metal, mold, and a faint but unmistakable sign of recent human presence. Inside, the shop was a ruin of once dangerous tools. Shelves had collapsed and displays lay shattered. Kunai and swords were corroded and fragile, many blades fused with the floor in warped patterns. When Naruto lifted a katana, the blade crumbled into flakes of rusted iron. He observed that the chakra refinement had decayed massively. The environment had reacted violently to any chakra-treated item, erasing the refinements of shinobi civilization at its roots. Naruto remarked that the metal felt pulled apart on a molecular level and that the nature of this place had dismantled more than just structures. Tsum kicked aside a pile of splintered handles and barked that chakra-treated gear was useless now, but that unrefined raw material might remain. Steel stock, spare alloy blocks, anything untouched by enhancement. Hinata's eyes sharpened as she activated the Byakugan. Her breath hitched as she detected a faint human life sign in the back corner under a collapse, noting an irregular heartbeat and sluggish movement. At the same moment, some stiffened and smelled fresh human blood and the residue of explosives, warning that someone nearby was carrying explosive tags. Naruto's expression hardened and he ordered them to move. They worked toward the back of the shop through a maze of shattered shelves and collapsed storage racks. Hinata guided them, indicating a spot under a fallen cabinet. Naruto saw a small pool of dried blood beneath twisted metal. Tsum wasted no time. She dug her claws into the debris and tore it away. Naruto pulled in sync, and in less than 10 seconds they cleared enough wreckage to reveal a small dust-laden space beneath a fallen shelving unit. There, half-conscious and barely breathing, was Tenten. Hinata dropped to her knees and reacted with whispered urgency as Tenten weakly called Naruto and Tsum by name. The weapons specialist looked pale and exhausted, sweat on her forehead, breathing short and shallow. A makeshift bandage covered a serious arm wound that showed signs of infection. The storage cabinet that had pinned her leg was massive and fused to the floor. Her eyes fluttered and she managed a thin, rasping greeting. Naruto steadied her head and ordered her not to talk, assuring her that they had her. Tsum crouched to test the cabinet's weight and reported that it was fused to the floor. She instructed Hinata to move back and told Naruto that when she lifted he should pull Tenten free and watch the injured leg. Naruto nodded. Hinata held Tenten's hand gently and told her it would hurt but that they were there now. Tenten managed a faint smile and said she preferred not to be alone. Tsum roared as she lifted and the cabinet screeched and ground against concrete. Naruto saw Tenten's leg briefly and moved fast, sliding his arms under her shoulders and back to pull her free with controlled force. As soon as she was clear, Tsum let the cabinet fall with a thunderous crash. Naruto tore strips from a nearby piece of canvas and fashioned a pressure bandage without using chakra, relying on friction and stable knots. He instructed Hinata to hold Tenten steady while he applied the bandage with practiced precision. Tenten winced but said he seemed better at this than most medics. Naruto deflected the praise by saying it was just survival training. Tsum sniffed and remarked that the whole place smelled like a trap. Naruto lifted Tenten into his arms and decided they had to move immediately, noting that the tower they sought was not far. Sakura promised she would treat her. Hinata glanced behind them one last time as they left the ruined shop. She saw something move in the shadows, something large. Hinata urged them to go and warned that they had heard the cabinet crash. Naruto tightened his grip on Tenten and assured her they were getting her home and to hold on. They had found their last member, but the clock was ticking. Predators were coming, and the mission shifted from scavenging to survival and extraction. The retreat back to the Hokage Tower was tense and careful, every step measured. The ruined city stretched around them, a twisted maze of shattered streets, overgrown foliage, and collapsed buildings that felt alive with danger. The air was heavy with the scent of wet earth, rotting vegetation, and a faint metallic tang. Every distant crack of timber and rustle of leaves made their hearts jump. Tsum led the group, senses honed to an almost inhuman acuity. Her nose twitched as she searched for the faintest signs of approaching threats: predators, unstable ground, or volatile plant growth. She moved with predatory grace, feet silent on the cracked pavement, guiding them through safer routes like a seasoned hunter. Naruto and Hinata carried Tenten between them, mindful of the pinned leg and wounded arm. Each step was a careful balance. Moving too fast could worsen her injuries, moving too slow could invite detection. Naruto's arms burned under the weight as he scanned for escape routes. Hinata's Byakugan watched every shadow and ripple in the terrain, searching for ambushes. The ruins of Konoha seemed to close in, streets branching into overgrown alleys, broken lamp posts leaning precariously, and skeletal buildings creating choke points. Tsum's guidance kept them alive, but she remained cautious, aware that a single misstep, an unstable roof or a snapping vine could spell disaster. When they finally pushed through the heavy stone doors of the Hokage Tower, relief washed over them, tempered by the reality outside. The streets had become a chaotic wilderness, cracked cobblestones jutting from the earth, massive roots tearing through alleys, and shattered walls teetering like fragile bones. Tsum's gaze swept the desolate landscape. Her nostrils flared as she took in the mixed scents of overgrown vegetation, dried blood, and the distant trace of predators. Every shadow held potential danger. Her hand drifted toward her weapon, her muscles coiled and ready. Kurenai matched that vigilance, moving with the quiet, fluid grace of a seasoned jonin. She scanned the perimeter with practiced calm, noting every possible entry point and unstable masonry. Even the smallest disturbances, a loose brick or a snapped vine, were logged in her mind as potential threats. Together, Tsum and Kurenai formed a living perimeter, a balance of instinct and experience. They had made it inside, but they knew danger could follow them anywhere. When Sakura and Ayam saw Tenten's condition, urgency took over. Both women moved with purpose, fear replaced by focused action. Sakura assumed control, her medical training sharpening her assessment. She checked Tenten's skin, breathing, and wounds, noting signs of fever and infection without dwelling on details. She called for a clean canvas from the storage room, and Ayam retrieved boiled water, antiseptic herbs, and clean cloths. Sakura spread the fabric on the floor to create a clean space and knelt beside Tenten to check her pulse and breathing. Sakura diagnosed a high fever and a severe, infected wound that needed immediate cleaning and stabilization. She directed Ayam to bring all the boiled water, antiseptic herbs, and clean cloths right away. Naruto knelt beside Sakura and activated harmonic resonance, subtly channeling a steady, calming flow of chakra toward Tenten. The effect steadied the injured girl's heartbeat and eased her breathing. Naruto remained focused, attuned to Tenten's physical and emotional state. Sakura began a careful, methodical cleaning process. She soaked clean cloths in boiled water, wrung them out, and gently removed dried blood from the wound area while speaking softly to keep Tenten conscious. Sakura reassured Tenten and encouraged her to focus on her voice to stay present. Signs of infection were already evident, and the air carried the odor of infection. Sakura worked quickly to sterilize the area with herbs and antiseptic, applying them with precision to avoid further harm. The wound required careful attention. Every touch had to be firm enough to clean but gentle enough not to reopen fragile tissue. Ayam assisted by holding clean cloths, preparing herbal poultices, and passing tools with steady concentration. Her civilian skills, once used for simple tasks, were now repurposed into life-saving coordination. Her hands shook slightly, but her determination did not waver. Simurdo's chakra flowed gently over Tenten, a calming, stabilizing hum beneath the practical actions of the women. The harmonic resonance eased the pain enough that Tenten winced minimally and did not panic. Naruto observed Sakura's technique closely and used subtle chakra nudges to tighten knots, guide movements, and improve efficiency. The process was painstaking. 20 minutes felt like hours. Sweat beaded on Sakura's forehead, and her arms ached from holding Tenten's limbs, but slowly the wound was cleaned, disinfected, and wrapped with scavenged bandages, secured with Sakura's precise knots. The dressing allowed circulation while preventing infection. After applying a cooling herbal compress to reduce swelling and fever, Sakura sat back exhausted but satisfied. Tenten, now stabilized, drifted into a necessary sleep with even, steady breathing. Ayam gently tucked the blanket around her, eyes glistening with relief. Sakura exhaled, her hands trembling slightly from the strain, and told Naruto that they had done what they could. She warned that Tenten was stable for now but that their care was temporary and that proper supplies would be needed for full recovery. Naruto nodded, feeling the harmonic resonance fade to a low, steady pulse. He murmured to himself that Tenten was alive, and that was what mattered. For a brief moment, the group allowed themselves to feel the magnitude of that success. In a world where danger lurked in every shadow, that small victory felt monumental. With Tenten resting in the secured sleeping room, the exhausted group assembled in the hallway. The tension of the rescue lingered, but exhaustion competed with a small spark of hope. I am quietly passed out warm, clean water in salvaged ceramic cups, soothing nerves through simple acts of care. Naruto stood at the center of the group, leaning over a rough sheet of metal he had turned into a planning table. Using methodical precision granted by primal architect's wisdom, he called for a full inventory. Kurenai stepped forward first, her calm, controlled presence making the others instinctively straighten. She explained that she had secured the lower 2 floors by weaving minor genjutsu into the stairwell shadows to distort movement and slow the awareness of anything approaching. She also described physical traps she had set, including tripwires tied to metal cans, broken glass, and scraps of stone, all intended to make noise before anything reached them. She produced a bundle of rolled papers and unrolled a large, yellowed sheet on the planning table. It was a partially intact map of Konoha, the ink faded but still readable. Districts, old training routes, hidden pathways, and building layouts were visible. The western region was torn away, but much of the northern and eastern sections remained. Beside it she placed a fragile parchment showing the training grounds, including the river, clearing, and surrounding forest routes. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the maps, and he said they were invaluable. Kurenai agreed that while infrastructure might be ruined, terrain, elevation, and water routes rarely changed completely, and with the maps they could navigate faster and safer. The group murmured with renewed energy. Sakura took over and reported their supply status. She outlined that they had enough dry rations, mostly preserved office snacks, to last 4 days if rationed carefully. Ayam had been boiling and straining water from rooftop collectors, so water was stable for now, but one bad day could change everything. Sakura noted that emergency medical supplies had been nearly exhausted treating Tenten. They had almost no antiseptic left, only basic wraps and a small amount of pain medicine, and another deep wound might be beyond their current capacity. She added that they had salvaged thick cloth from abandoned offices, heavy curtains, banners, and old carpets which, combined with rope, would be enough to reinforce sleeping quarters, create stretchers, or set more traps. Ayam added that a few intact clay jars and metal bowls had been found, which would make cooking and water storage easier. Naruto listened and then looked to Tsum. The Inuzuka matron stepped forward, cracking her neck as if preparing for another fight, and described the city center as a death trap. She said it showed clear signs of past battles and danger, with large, territorial predators moving constantly. She tapped a section of the map and warned that there was no stealth route through those streets yet. Naruto placed scavenged materials on the table, chunks of raw steel, thick glass plates, bolts, hinges, and metal beams. He explained that refined weapons had been ruined by chakra decay, but the raw materials survived. They had enough steel for tools, spikes, and reinforcement panels, perhaps even basic farming implements once they settled. Tsum grinned and remarked that in the right hands, raw steel was better than a chipped katana. All eyes then turned to Hinata. Her persistent scanning had become the group's greatest strategic asset, and faint dark marks under her eyes showed the strain. She reported that she had tracked predator movement for hours and that a pattern had begun to form. Large creatures patrolled in wide loops, always circling tall structures. The Hokage tower remained relatively safe because the beasts relied more on scent and movement than height, but that safety was temporary. Changes in weather or hunger could reveal them at any time. Hinata pointed toward the torn edges of the Konoha map and described terrain outside the northern city limits that moved differently. Trees there were growing quickly yet remained stable. A nearby river offered clean, steady water. There were no large predators in that zone yet, and the land had natural dips and cliffs that could be used for a fortified camp. Her voice carried cautious hope as she suggested that location as a possible refuge and urged Naruto to consider it. Naruto suggested that it might be where they could build their permanent base. The group fell silent again, but this time the silence was one of calculation, possibility, and the faint beginning of a long-term plan forming. For the first time since the simulation began, they were not just surviving, they were preparing to live. The moment of rest. The initial surge of adrenaline had long burned itself out, leaving behind an exhaustion that settled into their bones and pulled at the spirit. The silence after their inventory report felt heavy, not empty, but weighted with unspoken truths: fear, uncertainty, hope. All of it hung in the dim corridor like a barely visible fog. Naruto let his gaze travel slowly across the group assembled before him, absorbing each expression and every subtle shift in posture. They were holding together, but only just. Tsum sat nearest the doorway, her cudgel resting across her lap. The wild-haired Inuzuka matron looked as though she had been carved from survival itself, gritty, harsh, unbreakable, though a faint droop to her shoulders revealed the toll of the day. Her nostrils still flared occasionally, testing the air without conscious thought, instinctively guarding the group even as she tried to rest. Kurenai leaned against the opposite wall, composed but visibly drained. Her crimson eyes, usually sharp and calculating, held a muted softness. She had spent the day maintaining illusions, setting traps, guiding the younger girls, and pushing herself far beyond her comfort zone. Her arms were crossed not defensively but to steady hands that were close to trembling. Hinata sat closer to Sakura, her Byakugan inactive for the first time in hours. Without the pale glow, she looked younger, more fragile, but the quiet steadiness she offered remained intact. Her hands were folded in her lap, fingers twitching occasionally, tiny reminders of what prolonged vigilance had become. Sakura was the most visibly shaken. Her hands showed traces of antiseptic, and she blinked more than usual as if trying to clear away images of Tenten's feverish condition. She kept turning her head toward the sleeping room, listening for every breath. Ayam stood nearest Naruto, clutching the ladle she had used to serve their meager meals earlier. She held it like something small and fragile but desperately important. Her warmth was not through combat or intelligence but through presence. Her smile was tired yet genuine, a human anchor in an inhuman world. All of them remained on edge, waiting for the next danger. Naruto stated that there would be no more planning for now. He allowed the leadership to drop from his shoulders like a heavy cloak and slid down the wall with a long exhale. His legs ached, his back burned, and the tactical noise in his mind finally slowed. The others joined him in a loose circle on the dusty floor without question. They simply sat. Ayam broke the silence first. She spoke not about monsters or supplies but about something simple: her father's ramen broth. She described the exact amount of pork bone that gave the broth its rich base, the time required to simmer the marrow into liquid gold, the fresh garlic grated at the last minute for bite, the secret splash of soy that balanced the salt, and how her father always claimed that love was the final ingredient. The group listened as though it were a bedtime story. Warmth spread through the cramped hallway, not from fire but from memory. Kurenai followed with a low, thoughtful reflection on human resilience, how people evolved under pressure, and how survival relied on adaptability as much as strength. She recounted her first mission as a genin, when she froze in terror and overcame it through sheer will, illustrating that fear itself was less the enemy than stagnation. Hinata lifted her head slightly. Tsum then told a rough, life-filled story about tracking a notoriously slippery boar through the forests, only to have it double back and chase her instead. Her wild gestures and toothy grin, punctuated by an occasional playful growl, made Sakura and Ayam laugh softly, their shoulders loosening. Even Hinata smiled as the tension eased. Naruto watched them, these 5 women bound together by exhaustion and the simulation's cruel trials, and felt a strange warmth bud in his chest. They were not collapsing or breaking. They were adapting, bonding, surviving. For the first time in this simulated nightmare, something like hope rose. They stayed like that for almost an hour, sharing stories, fears, memories, and small comforts until the oppressive weight of the apex isolation world felt just a little lighter. For that hour they were not soldiers, medics, scouts, or strategists. They were people breathing the same air, sharing the same warmth, surviving together. For now, that was enough. The third day dawned on the Hokage Tower, bringing a renewed urgency. 1010 was stable but still resting, and Sakura's treatment combined with Sumino's subtle harmonic resonance had succeeded in halting the infection for the moment. The group agreed that the Hokage Tower was no longer a sanctuary but a countdown. Too many humans, 7 in total, now thickened by a scent that hinted at Tenten's presence, clung to the walls like invisible beacons. Predators, and likely apex ones, would be drawn soon. They needed to move to the forested river zone Hinata had located earlier, where natural water flow, wind patterns, and dense vegetation would disperse their scent better than any jutsu could. Before relocating, they needed materials, real, physical tools that did not rely on chakra. The primal architect's wisdom had made that painfully clear. Team Alpha, made up of Naruto, Sum, and Hinata, set out at dawn. The air was sharp and cold, carrying faint traces of sap, damp earth, and the distant musk of mutated wildlife. Naruto carried a mental shopping list: large, thick metal plates for crafting cutting tools, spearheads, and structural supports, dense, durable wood for handles, shelter reinforcement, and fire-starting equipment, and any forgotten construction materials: bolts, wire, rods, and hinges that could be reworked. The primal architect's skill did more than teach Naruto how to build. It taught him what to look for, why it mattered, and how those finds would fit into the group's long-term survival. They headed toward the old Genin training grounds, now almost unrecognizable. What used to be open fields and obstacle tracks had transformed into a stretch of semi-wild nature, overgrown but less hostile than the deeper ruins. Tree roots split concrete. Grass pushed through cracked tiles. Vines crawled over rusted training dummies. Nature had not reclaimed the area elegantly, it had consumed it with blunt force. Hinata activated her white-eye technique, the veins around her eyes flexing softly. Her vision pierced the foliage and soil like pale moonlight. She gasped and pointed out to Naruto that there was something under the collapsed ground, large metal supports almost untouched by corrosion. Naruto followed her indication and saw an old construction zone half swallowed by dirt and half collapsed into the riverbank, likely part of a training infrastructure project abandoned long ago. This was exactly what he needed. Naruto crouched beside the collapsed supports. He did not have chakra metal tools, but he did have a salvaged rock hammer, Uzumaki endurance, and the primal architect's understanding of leverage and structural weak points. He wedged the hammer into a narrow crevice of half-buried steel, then braced his feet on the uneven ground. With a sharp crack and a low groan, the metal slowly peeled away from the earth with shuddering reluctance. Each sheet was thick industrial-grade plating meant for structural reinforcement, not refined, but incredibly durable. Exactly the kind of raw material that could be processed into spearheads, shovels, knives, defensive plates for barricades, or makeshift armor if hammered thin. The work was slow, loud, and physically demanding. Each piece he freed weighed 5 to 10 kilograms of stubborn, uncut steel. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow and noted that the metal was perfect, pure strength, no warping. The architect part of him visualized the tools these plates would become, already imagining measurements, binding angles, and balance. While Naruto wrestled metal out of the ground, Sum moved through the site with a tracker's focus. She inhaled deeply dust, rot, rust, but also the scent of dry, hardwood, dead for decades. She followed the trail to a fallen tree so ancient and petrified it looked like a fossil. The wood was dense, compacted by time, weather, and mineral exposure. She struck it lightly with her clawed knuckles. The sound told her it was not hollow, not soft, not brittle. This was the kind of wood that would not snap under stress, ideal for axe handles, spear hafts, fire drills and bow strings, structural support beams, or mortar and pestle sets. Sum smirked and observed that it was the good stuff, nature's gift to builders and killers. Naruto glanced over and nodded appreciatively, remarking that it would last longer than half the shops in the village. As they continued scavenging, they uncovered several other useful items. Coiled iron wire still protected in rusted cases, bolts and old iron rods buried under soil, a broken toolbox containing chisels and wrenches, a rusted but intact support frame Naruto could repurpose for shelter, and a discarded first aid crate full of old bandages and alcohol wipes that were still sterile due to vacuum sealing. Each find increased their chances of survival. By midday they had collected 4 large metal plates, each heavy enough that carrying 2 required full-strength, 2 thick metal rods, several meters of wire, petrified wood logs, dry wood splinters and strips for fire, and the salvageable tools and medicine. They bundled everything in cloth wraps made from old curtains and secured them to their backs with rope knots Naruto remembered from his architect training. The weight was punishing and made the walk back a trial of endurance, but the heavier the load, the stronger their future defenses would be. They reached the Hokage tower well before dusk. Their steps echoed heavily through the hollow stairwell as they hauled their burdens upward. Sakura's relieved smile said everything when Naruto delivered the new materials. Tenten's fever had broken and she slept quietly, her breathing no longer ragged. The team felt a small, fragile spark of hope. Tomorrow they would move. Tonight they would prepare. Soon they would have to face the growing danger that stalked them. Hours passed. Night wrapped the Hokage tower like a cold, unmoving shroud. The wind outside ummed through shattered windows on the lower floors, and every distant creak of the broken structure felt louder, as if the world itself were listening. Naruto sat cross-legged near the choke point, posture straight but relaxed, sharp blue eyes half-lidded in focused calm. His mind maintained a constant, rotating awareness, the faint breaths behind the sleeping room door, the slow pulse of Sakura's healing chakra stabilizing Tenten, the soft, rhythmic exhale of Hinata, and the subtle shifts in Kurenai's controlled breathing as she prepared to act at a moment's notice. With every breath, he sent out the slightest pulse of harmonic resonance, a gentle, soundless wave that helped him monitor the emotional states of his companions, a subtle awareness that reassured him they were safe, stable, and alive. Beside him, Tsum Inuzuka was a different kind of sentinel, raw instinct sharpened by decades of survival. She leaned against the stone wall in a predator's posture, one foot planted, one knee bent, hand resting on the pommel of a dagger she had reforged from scavenged metal. Her nostrils flared every few seconds as she analyzed the layered scents rising from the lower floors. She kept her blinks to a minimum, she did not need to. After a long silence, Tsum told Naruto that he was not like the other kids. She explained with blunt weight that most would be panicking, bragging, crying, or acting like mini-alpha idiots to impress someone. He had not. He had stepped up with no hesitation and no ego, and he had placed each person where they needed to be. His plan to split the team's scent and sight outside, intelligence and defense inside was not luck but deliberate and efficient. Naruto inhaled slowly and allowed a quiet smile. Tsum's words warmed him more than any blanket. He told her softly that they could not afford waste neither time, energy, nor skills and credited her as their best tracker. He acknowledged that Hinata saw everything before it became a threat and that Kurenai could conceal them better than any walls. He said he had only organized what they already had. Tsum snorted in approval and affirmed that this was real leadership. She asserted with blunt certainty that he had the instincts of a pack leader, calm where it counted and sharp when it mattered, not a flashy alpha who barked orders to look impressive. She studied him with deeper seriousness and added that he thought before he charged, listened before he spoke, and put everyone else's survival before his pride. She told him to keep his head on straight if they had any hope of making it through that cursed place. Naruto's chest tightened with a quiet sense of responsibility. Tsum was not a gentle teacher, but her words carried undeniable weight and an odd kind of approval that settled across the group like a thin, steady shield of resolve. She was not someone who praised lightly. Her approval felt real and earned, and somehow it made the cold corridor less unforgiving. Naruto exhaled and let the shared silence settle over them, no longer empty but threaded with a fragile trust. They sat like that, two very different warriors guarding one vulnerable corner of a dying world, breathing the same icy air and listening to the hollow groans of the tower while they waited for dawn or death, whichever came first. It was not friendship, not yet, but it was respect, strong, instinctive, and unspoken. A bond had formed from shared fear and the heavy weight of responsibility that would matter when the time came. A sudden, sharp snap cracked through the silence from the second floor. Naruto's heartbeat spiked once before his mind locked into combat clarity. Tsum's lips pulled back in a silent snarl, and she shot to her feet in one fluid, predatory motion. Her posture lowered, shoulders dropping, knees bending as if ready to spring. A low, animalistic growl resonated in her throat. Tsum noted that something had tripped the trap and that the scent was complex. She breathed in slowly and said that it was not fully animal or human, describing it as heavy, slow, and very powerful. Her amber eyes narrowed toward the darkness below as she declared that they would hold at the top of the stairs. This was their choke point. Naruto did not argue. He took 2 quick steps back, turned, and pounded twice on the sleeping room door to signal the others. The door slid open and Kurenai stepped out first, hair disheveled but eyes sharp, already gathering chakra to weave an illusion. Sakura followed, gripping a broken chair leg reinforced with tape. Hinata emerged with the Byakugan readied. Ayam clutched a kitchen knife, hands trembling but determined. All of them had been awake, listening and ready. Naruto informed them that Tsum and he would hold the stairs, that Kurenai should set up illusions, and that everyone else should move to the supply corner, remain silent, keep breath low, and make no scent. He pointed out that they did not know what the creature hunted by and must assume everything could give it away. They moved with trained reflexes. Kurenai pressed her back to the wall and formed the seals of a subtle genjutsu designed to make their section of the hall appear as a jagged, rubble-strewn dead end. Sakura dragged blankets over the supplies to dampen scent. Hinata positioned herself behind them to observe the stairwell. Ayam crouched low, knife braced, breathing controlled but visibly shaking. Then the air itself seemed to darken. Shadows pooled thickly around the curve of the staircase, too dense for normal sight to pierce. A heavy, uneven thud followed by a dragging scrape announced something massive stepping onto the second-floor landing. The vibration traveled up through the floor. Whatever was coming weighed several hundred pounds, if not more. The movement was slow, deliberate, and predatory. A pungent, metallic, earthy stench rolled up the staircase and stung the back of their throats. Tsum grimaced and said it reeked like nothing she knew, masking other scents and smelling mostly of hunger. Hinata observed that the flow of chakra felt wrong, neither human nor animal, as if the wild itself had taken form. Kurenai reported that the creature resisted her probe genjutsu, neither fully aware nor completely mindless. The creature reached the first landing and used each step to test the space, tasting the air and judging the silence like a long-surviving hunter. Shadows rippled unnaturally as it entered a thin of moonlight filtering from the shattered roof. What emerged was a distorted, oversized wolf-like form, warped by whatever had shaped the environment around it. It was enormous, closer to the size of a small rhinoceros than any wolf, broad across the shoulders and built for raw force. Its coat looked coarse and mineral-like, mottled in shades of mossy stone, with sections of its hide hardened into thick, uneven plates resembling natural armor. Its head was heavy and forward-drooping, and it moved with a slow, unyielding power. A massive jaw revealed uneven, jagged teeth, and the creature carried the look of something forged by the harshness of the isolation rather than by nature. Naruto and Tsum steadied at the top of the stairwell, bracing themselves against that presence while the rest of the group held their breaths and ready to act. Some were chipped, some cracked, but all were built to pulverize. A thin line of saliva, dark and almost black, dripped from between its fangs and sizzled when it touched the stone, leaving faint pockmarks. Its breathing was an unnatural mix of wheezing and growling, as though the beast had too many lungs and none of them worked properly. Its front limbs were not paws at all but segmented talons, thick and layered like insect armor, each toe ending in a curved, ridged claw capable of splitting stone. Its eyes were the true horror. 3 rows of pupils, 6 in total, glowed a sickly yellow that absorbed the light around them, making the air near its face look dim. Each pupil contracted and dilated independently, scanning for movement, heat, moisture, chakra, anything that marked prey. Its gaze swept the corridor, cold and calculating, with the kind of patience only a creature that had never known fear could possess. Tsum's breath hitched, her nose wrinkling with instinctive dread as she tightened her grip on the cudgel until the wood creaked. She recognized the base species immediately, even through its mutations. Tsum whispered that it was a megaferal, too big and too old, and her Inuzuka instincts screamed danger. She noted that a creature did not reach this size without having killed everything that hunted it. Her eyes narrowed. She warned that it was tracking them by scent, sight, and maybe even vibrations, and she told Kurenai to hold the illusion steady. Kurenai did not answer verbally to avoid detection, but Naruto felt her chakra tighten like a string pulled to its limit. The megaferal paused, lifted its monstrous head, and then inhaled slowly through jagged nostrils. The metallic, rotten, acidic smell of its breath hit Naruto and Tsum like a physical shove. The creature detected something. Even from the top of the staircase, it could taste it in the air. Blood Tenten's blood, old but fresh enough, weak but distinct enough to cut through stone, dust, and rot. The creature's neck twisted with a sharp, unnatural jerk. Its pupils dilated in eerie, pulsating patterns, and its body tensed like a coil drawn tight. In a slow, deliberate motion, it turned its face toward the upper hallway, toward the illusion Kurenai had placed. It stared at the fake rubble-filled corridor, its rows of yellow pupils flickering and adjusting, trying to make sense of the false image. A low sound rolled from its throat, a deep, rumbling question. Tsum felt her stomach drop and observed that the sound was not confusion but thought. The megaferal lifted a massive paw and placed it slowly onto the first stair leading upward. Stone cracked beneath the weight. The tower suddenly felt too small, too fragile, too human. Naruto tightened his grip on his staff, Tsum raised her cudgel, and Kurenai's chakra quivered like a candle in a wind. The monster began to climb, step by step, slow and inevitable, the only sound the grinding of stone beneath its claws. The moment was suffocating, the pause before a storm broke. Naruto shouted for them to act, and he launched forward before the echo faded, lowering his body into a sprinting stance with his broken staff gripped near the base like a spear. His steps were short, fast, and precise, reflexes honed to a blade. The megaferal reacted instantly. All 6 pupils contracted at the sudden movement, focusing like a spotlight on Naruto's small, fast-moving form. That was the point. Naruto slid low beneath its field of vision, the stone floor scraping his clothes, and jammed the jagged end of the broken staff into the creature's front foreleg, between armored plates where the hide was thinner. The strike did not pierce deeply, and it was not meant to. It was sharp, sudden, and it hurt. The megaferal screamed, a sound like metal tearing against metal layered with an animalistic fury that rattled through Naruto's ribs. The monster lunged. On the narrow staircase, its size betrayed it. Its oversized head collided with the upper railing, its shoulders scraped violently along the wall, and talons tore loose chunks of stone as it tried to gain leverage. Naruto felt a hurricane of air as the creature snapped its jaws above his head and rolled away purely on instinct. Tsum ordered him to move, and he obeyed. She filled the space he vacated like a cannon shot. Tsum surged forward with ferocity that made her seem like a force of nature. Her shadow stretched across the wall as she swung her cudgel with both hands, twisting her torso to put every ounce of strength into the strike. Her target was the softer side where the hide had not fully hardened into plate. The impact boomed and the megaferal's body rocked, its many eyes flinching and flickering as its concentration snapped. Its breath came out in a broken rasp, startled rather than mortally wounded. The air around Tsum hummed with her Inuzuka aura, raw instinct sharpened into action. She noted that the blow had gotten the creature's attention, then shifted her footing, knowing this was the opening. Kurenai remained still and nearly breathless, holding her chakra to a fine, shimmering thread. This was her moment. Her eyes flashed as she whispered a single command to break. A needle of genjutsu struck the megaferal's overloaded senses, not a full illusion but a precise disruption. The beast's vision fractured. The staircase beneath it seemed to dissolve, edges of reality warping. Its equilibrium screamed wrong and it staggered, then fell. The megaferal's huge body tumbled backward down the staircase, each impact thunderous. Stone shattered and dust exploded outward in choking clouds as the tower vibrated with every thunderous hit. Naruto shielded his face as debris blasted past him. When the noise finally slowed, the creature lay crumpled at the base of the staircase, breathing hard and struggling to reorient itself. It was not finished, but it was vulnerable. Naruto urged Sum to finish it. Sum did not hesitate. She did not think. She leapt, pushing off the walls of the stairwell to vault herself down the steps with blinding speed, her snarl ahead of her descent. The megapharaoh managed a sluggish twitch of its oversized head. Too slow. Sum landed on its back, knees finding purchase between two armor plates, and raised her cudgel high before bringing it down again and again. Each blow landed with loud, reverberating thuds that echoed through the stairwell. The creature bucked and thrashed, claws scraping the stone, but it could not throw her off. Sum adjusted instantly, shifting her weight to stay planted, muscles burning and breath sharp, but she did not stop. Sum could not stop. She struck at weak points: the base of the skull, the softened joints, the exposed patch beneath the left jaw, landing hard, decisive blows until the beast faltered. Naruto heard the impacts reverberate through the stairwell, and the creature gave one last coughing sound before falling silent. The final impact echoed up the stairs, and then everything went quiet. Sum rose slowly, chest heaving, her cudgel dripping with dark fluid. One of the creature's pupils flickered and then went dark. Sum muttered that it was dead, her voice trembling with adrenaline and exhaustion. Naruto did not feel any relief. He understood what the fight and that noise meant. The entire village had heard. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It was the hollow stillness after violence, when the air seemed to hold the memory of what had just happened and every breath felt tentative. The scent of the beast's presence lingered in the tower, metallic and earthy, seeping into the cracks and into the clothes of those present. Sum stood at the top of the stairwell, the front of her shirt stained, her knuckles white around the cudgel, her wild, sharp Inuzuka instincts scanning the shadows for another threat. She finally warned that although the creature was dead, the noise had likely drawn attention. Her ears twitched toward the village. Naruto's spine tightened. He issued an urgent command for everyone to pull back. Immediately, the group moved with the practiced, panicked efficiency of people who knew a single wasted second could be fatal. Boots slapped stone as they hurried down the hallway. Kurenai needed no orders. She moved to the door and began sealing it with focused speed, bracing metal sheets, wedging wooden beams, and fashioning makeshift barricades from whatever they could find. Her hands trembled from strain, not fear. Sakura asked Kurenai if the barricade would hold, and Kurenai replied that it had to, because if it did not there would be no second line. Hinata, activating her Byakugan, reported that there were many small movements outside and something large moving closer. Those words broke Ayam. She pressed herself against the far wall, arms wrapped around her knees, trembling so violently her teeth clicked. She was not a shinobi, she had lived a normal life behind a ramen counter. That life felt gone now, and the fight had proven how quickly things had changed. Her wide, glassy eyes stared at the sealed door as if expecting it to burst inward. Naruto saw her collapse into fear and something in his chest twisted. He moved past the Jonin and past Hinata's worried expression to kneel beside the civilian. Naruto wrapped his arms around Ayam, pulling her until her forehead rested against his chest. Ayam clung to him, fingers clutching the back of his shirt as if afraid he might vanish. Naruto offered steady reassurance, letting a soft, warm pulse of intent calm her. He told her that they had killed the beast, that they were sealed in and safe for now, and that they would leave at dawn. He promised to protect her. Ayam's breathing slowly steadied and the immediate panic in the room eased. No one slept. After the barricade was finished, the group gathered in the darkest corner of the room where the walls were thickest and the shadows deepest. Every sound outside mattered: the rustle of a leaf, a falling piece of debris, a distant distorted howl. Hinata kept her Byakugan activated for hours, sweat beading from the strain. Sakura tended to 10-10 in silence, checking fever and adjusting blankets with quiet care. Sum sat with her back to the wall, methodically cleaning her cudgel. Kurenai listened to the barricade like a seasoned predator, and Naruto stayed awake the whole time, pacing as he rehearsed escape routes and contingency plans. The creature on the stairs had been only the first apex. It would not be the last. When the first pale light slipped through the barricaded windows, tension snapped. Everyone looked to Naruto. He announced that they would move now, carrying only essentials and bringing 10-10. They would leave the Hokage Tower forever. He asked Hinata to lead them along a quiet route to the river. Hinata nodded with quiet determination and agreed. Naruto lifted Tenten carefully onto his back and adjusted her so she would not be jostled. He instructed the others to stay close and to trust his plan. As the first true sliver of sunlight touched the ruined tower, the group began their evacuation and day 4 of the simulation began. End of chapter 42, the first apex. The interior of the Hokage tower felt eerily silent, as if the building itself were holding its breath after the encounter below. The scent of the beast's presence lingered, soaked into shattered stone and chilling the air with a metallic dread. Every shadow seemed deeper and every sound sharper, as if a single heartbeat might attract more danger. No one spoke aloud. No one dared. They moved with focused, ritual precision, taking only what they could not live without. Every action felt heavy with the knowledge that this might be the last time they set foot in what remained of their village. Packing was efficient out of necessity. Sakura moved with quick, decisive motions, checking bandages, instruments, and the remaining vials of antiseptic, counting supplies with a grim expression. Ayam worked quietly beside her, bundling dried rations into compact packs. Her hands were steady, but her jaw quivered with barely contained fear. She tied each bundle with careful knots, as if every secure package might be the difference between life and death. Sweat gathered at her temples despite the cold. Kurenai took slow, measured breaths as she wrapped the salvaged metal plates in thick canvas. She tied them down with careful precision, ensuring that none would clatter or scrape during transport. Her genjutsu chakra gently flickered across the plates, quieting even the faintest rustling. Silence was survival now. Naruto took on the heaviest load, Tenten. He knelt beside her sleeping form, pale, fever-weary, but stable, and slid his arms beneath her with near-reverent gentleness. Using a complex harness of interlocked straps, loops, and supporting braces, his advanced knot-tying skill shining, he secured her to his back. The knots were perfect, firm enough to hold, soft enough to avoid causing further harm. Her injured arm was wrapped, cushioned, and immobilized. Naruto rose slowly, adjusting to the weight of both Tenten and the supplies. Even with his stamina and enhanced strength, the load was massive. The hachas dug into his shoulders and torso, but he did not falter. His breathing steadied. His steps remained controlled. He would not risk dropping her, not even for a heartbeat. Just beside him, Sum crouched and nudged Ayam forward. Sum signaled for Ayam to get up, and Ayam climbed onto her back with hesitant, fearful motions. Sum lifted her effortlessly. Ayam gasped at the sudden height, and Sum adjusted her stance, telling Ayam to hold tight and stay quiet. Ayam swallowed hard and nodded rapidly. Kurenai formed a hand sign and released the barricade on the door. The metal plates shifted with a low groan, and the heavy wood beams dissolved under her genjutsu, revealing the barren hallway beyond. Now came the true danger. They reshaped into their tactical wedge, tight, controlled, prepared to respond to any threat instantly. Hinata took the forefront, activating her Byakugan with a soft pulse of chakra as veins formed faintly around her eyes. She scanned every angle, analyzing sightlines, terrain, and movement, guiding the group left, right, slow, and stop. Naruto held the center of the formation, carrying the injured and keeping the team's emotions steady through his calming presence. Sum took the rear guard, Inuzuka instincts sharp as she sniffed and kept watch for threats, chakra tense and ready to spring into action. Kurenai provided flank support, her gaze sweeping shadows and her fingers ready to trigger genjutsu to dissolve sound or cloak the group's presence. This formation was not just practical, it was survival perfected. They moved through the ruins of their once home. The village that had been full of life and warmth was now silent, overgrown, and hostile. Nature had reclaimed everything with unnatural speed, vines thick as a man's arms strangled rooftops, roots burst through walls, and trees with twisted, predatory shapes towered over the streets. The roads were cracked, filled with moss, bone fragments, and strange fungal blooms that pulsed faintly with bioluminescent glow. Every corner held potential death. Every step had to be calculated. Hinata warned that 2 creatures were nesting in the structure to their left and directed the group to move right. Naruto tightened his grip on Tenten, adjusting his center of gravity. Some noted by scent that something large had passed through recently and urged everyone to keep close. Kurenai promised to mask their trail. They moved like ghosts between buildings, slipping through broken alleyways, stepping over rusted kunai, shattered tiles, and patches of soft earth that had consumed what were once training squares. Hinata stopped suddenly and ordered everyone to freeze. Through her Byakugan she saw massive serpentine creatures, dozens of meters long, slithering through the ruins like river currents of scaled muscle and hunger. Their bodies scraped against stone, leaving deep gouges in foundations. One passed so close that the ground vibrated beneath their feet. Tsum emitted a low warning growl and cautioned against breathing deeply, fearing the creatures would sense the air shift. Kurenai layered a genjutsu veil over the group, thinning their scent and muffling the sound of their heartbeats. Minutes crawled by until finally the serpentine shapes moved on, vanishing behind a collapsed training hall. Hinata then confirmed the area was clear and directed the group to move. They narrowly avoided several dangers as they pressed forward. A nest of carnivorous, hissing plants that reacted to wind, a territorial stone-skinned boar whose thick hide deflected weapons, and a pair of silent, feline stalkers whose outlines seemed blurred, as if half-phased through the world. Each time, Hinata detected them first, some confirmed their presence by scent, and Naruto adjusted the group's path. The tension never left. Breaths stayed shallow. Steps stayed deliberate. One wrong move and the wilderness could have overwhelmed them, but the team moved with unity, caution, and instinctive trust. They were not wandering. They were migrating. They were surviving. Hours passed under relentless tension, every footstep a careful gamble. The deeper they ventured into the wild edges of the ruined village, the more the air shifted colder, wetter, and saturated with the scent of untouched nature. The towering remains of Konoha's buildings thinned behind them, swallowed by rising roots, fallen branches, and ancient earth reclaiming its place. Hinata suddenly paused mid-step as her Byakugan flared softly, illuminating the veins around her eyes like pale rivers beneath her skin. She told Naruto that they were close to the river. That information breathed new life into the group's weary march. A minute later, a faint rumble grew into a deep, constant pulse in the ground itself. A lot of water. The sound became an anchor: hope, direction, and promise all at once. They pushed forward, forcing their way through a thick curtain of ancient foliage. Hanging vines brushed their faces, ferns whispered against their legs, and droplets from the canopy above clung to their skin like cold dew. Then the world opened before them. They stepped into a sanctuary, a clearing untouched by corruption, preserved by time. A towering cliff face rose like a stone guardian, stretching skyward with jagged, moss-lined edges. From its peak, a massive waterfall plunged in a shining white column, crashing into a shallow rocky pool below. Mist drifted up in a shimmering haze, scattering light and muffling the forest beyond. The sound was immense but soothing, an overwhelming, continuous roar that swallowed footsteps, voices, breath, and fear. A perfect natural noise shield. The forest encircled the clearing tightly, branches arching overhead and filtering sunlight into lacy patterns across the ground. It was quiet here, not lifeless, but calm. A serenity so stark it felt almost holy. Naruto's breath caught at the sight, stunned into a reverent silence. Tsum let out a low whistle of respect and said that the place smelled clean and untouched, a place the beasts avoided. Kurenai stepped forward and scanned the terrain, noting that a single approach path, a natural sound shield, fresh water, and natural elevation made the site not just good but ideal. Naruto tightened his hold on Tenten as the cold mist hit them, feeling her breathing steady even in sleep as if the ambient hum comforted her. Hinata stepped ahead, activating her Byakugan and piercing the water, the cliff, and the stone hidden behind the roaring curtain. Her eyes widened and she called the others to her side, explaining that there was a fissure in the cliff behind the waterfall, a passage that went deeper and appeared to be a natural cave. Naruto turned and confirmed that the cave was hidden directly behind the waterfall, and Hinata nodded, saying it was deep enough to stay dry, wide enough for all of them, free of animals and unstable rock, and completely concealed from the outside. She swallowed and added that it felt as if the place had been waiting for someone. Ayam, still shaken, whispered that it was a real shelter. Sakura suggested they could set up long-term medical care, storage, and perhaps a small farm if the soil permitted. Kurenai rested a hand on the cool stone and pointed out that the waterfall would mask sound so even many shadow clones would not attract predators. Tsum sniffed and affirmed that no predators marked the area and that it was territory that belonged only to nature. Naruto looked at the waterfall and felt, to his core, that the world had given them hell, but this was their chance to survive. Hinata met his eyes and said they could thrive. Naruto immediately took command and ordered movement through the waterline. He assigned Kurenai to cover the clearing and asked Tsum to stay with him to shield the supplies. The group fell into formation without hesitation, each member shifting into position with silent precision as they turned the frantic evacuation into a quiet, disciplined migration into the unknown. When they reached the river's edge, a blast of cold mist hit them. The pool at the waterfall's base looked calm on the surface until the torrent crashed down and the roar vibrated through their bones. Tsum sniffed the air, mouthed that there was no predator scent nearby, and signaled to move. Hinata stepped into the water first with her Byakugan flaring, and Naruto followed, adjusting the straps that supported Tenten. The icy water stung their legs and reminded them they were still alive. Ayam whimpered at the shock of temperature and gripped Tsum's shoulders, and Tsum nudged her with a reassuring motion and called for eyes to stay open. As the waterfall's fury increased, sheets of water pounded down, the spray pelting them like icy needles and turning the air into thick moisture. Communication became impossible, so they used gestures instead. Hinata signaled 2 fingers forward to indicate move, Naruto flattened his hand to signal lowering their profile, Tsum pointed behind them to warn to watch their backs. Kurenai held her palm out to indicate wait and calm. They crawled along the pool edge, hugging the cliff wall to avoid the direct force of the water. Tenten stirred in Naruto's arms as the cold seeped through her clothes. Naruto tightened his hold and sent a pulse of calming harmonic resonance that quieted her again. Naruto pressed himself against the rock wall and angled his body so the heaviest spray hit him instead of the supplies. Tsum moved beside him to shield Ayam and the secondary pack. Hinata led the way with deliberate steps and hands gliding across the stone wall until she stopped and pointed at a narrow shelf of stone barely a foot wide hidden behind the curtain of water. She mouthed the word now, and Naruto nodded. One by one, they stepped into the curtain of the waterfall. The impact was immediate and brutal as the cascade hammered them with crushing force. The pressure and roar felt like hundreds of fists, but they pushed through, using their bodies to shield the more vulnerable. Naruto gritted his teeth while protecting Tenten so no drop struck her wounded arm. Tsum bore the brunt of the spray for Ayam, who buried her face into Tsum's shoulder. Kurenai supported Sakura as the torrent tried to throw them off balance. Once through, the change was surreal. The deafening roar muffled to a distant hum, the pressure eased, the air warmed, and the ground was dry beneath their feet. They stood inside a small, dim antechamber carved naturally into the cliffside with water dripping from their clothes into pools at their feet. Hinata swept the space with her Byakugan and reported that a tunnel led deeper, maybe 20 meters, through natural stone that was stable, dry, and hidden. Relief washed over them as they moved deeper into the passage with soft echoes underfoot. The tunnel walls glimmered with mineral streaks and the slight upward slope suggested the cave connected to deeper chambers. It smelled of dust, earth, and old air, calm and safe. There was no animal scent, no moisture leakage, and no signs of structural collapse. Even Tsum exhaled in relief and said that no predator was getting through that waterfall and that the place was perfect. Naruto said that they were invisible here and gently laid Tenten down onto the smoothest part of the rock floor. Kurenai touched the wall with quiet awe and observed that even Enbyu would take hours to find the place. Ayam sank to her knees, finally letting the fear and exhaustion melt from her body. She was not crying, but burying her face in her hands spoke volumes. Naruto placed a gentle hand on her shoulder and told her softly that they had made it, that they were home for now. For the first time since the isolation began, the group felt something dangerously close to hope. The 7 survivors stumbled into the dry passage behind the waterfall, the sudden quiet of the cave a blessed relief after the relentless noise of the forest and the water. The entrance shielded by the roaring curtain of the cascade was an absolute sanctuary. The cave mouth breathed mist into the forest air like a sleeping giant's exhale, cold and constant. Behind them, the waterfall roared, masking sound and scent and sight. Inside, the darkness felt still, ancient, untouched. Naruto stepped forward first and instructed Hinata to use her Byakugan to check the depth, hidden chambers, water pockets, and any animals. Hinata inhaled gently and activated her dojutsu. Her pupils sharpened and the cave lit up to her vision like a pale blue skeleton. Hinata reported that the tunnel sloped down for around 50 meters, then widened into a natural chamber with no other entrances or back tunnels, no fauna or nests, and dense stone with no risk of collapse. She blinked and deactivated her Byakugan, adding that it was completely isolated. Sum crouched and dragged her fingers along the soil, bringing the scent to her nose and sniffing sharply. She noted the dry mineral scent, no rot, no mildew, and that no predators had wandered in for years, not even bugs. Sum told Naruto that he had found them a fortress. Naruto nodded once, and then, with the calm confidence granted by Primal Architect's wisdom, he issued his next directions with steady authority. About 50 feet inward, the darkness peeled back into a wide, flat stone shelf naturally carved and smooth from centuries of water erosion, high enough that cold drafts would roll beneath it instead of chilling them as they slept. Naruto tapped the stone with the back of his knuckles and confirmed that it was stable, dry, and elevated, declaring it their sleeping area. They hauled the salvaged bedding from their emergency packs, thick woven cloths from their expedition gear, spare blankets, rolled mats, and waterproof sheets. Ayame and Sakura worked together, spreading the materials in layered textures to create a communal sleeping nest large enough for all of them. Tenten, still pale and weakened, was carried gently by Hinata and Naruto. She let out a soft exhale when they placed her down, and the cave's acoustics softened her breathing as if the chamber itself agreed to protect her. A small antechamber existed only a dozen steps from the entrance, damp, hollow, and filled with heavy stones, and Naruto immediately saw potential for a smithy. He pointed out flat stones that would make perfect foundation blocks for an anvil and shaping bench. Sum helped him arrange a broad, flat stone platform for hammering and sharpening, a vertical slab stacked on smaller rocks to hold tools, natural cracks in the cave wall for storage slots, and water runoff grooves that could be converted into cooling channels for heated metal. Naruto guided the setup with uncanny instinct, and Sum remarked that he was surprisingly good at this. Closest to the waterfall runoff, the stone dipped into a shallow basin that naturally filtered water drop by drop, pure, cold, and constant. Ayame stepped forward, tied her hair back, and said that if this was her station, she would make sure they never went hungry. Naruto handed her one of the friction fire kits he'd made earlier and explained that a contained flame would vent toward the waterfall so it would not smoke up the cave. Ayame arranged a boiling spot using 3 stable river stones, a rationing table made from driftwood slabs, a storage pit lined with cloth to keep food dry, and a wash area for cleaning utensils. She knelt beside the forming fire and added sticks with a cook's precision, saying quietly that the cave was going to be their home. By the time the sun vanished behind the trees and the waterfall glowed silver with moonlight, the cave had transformed into a stronghold hidden from the world. Naruto observed that no enemies could track them, no animals would wander in, and no rain or storm could breach the waterfall curtain. The shelves of stone felt ancient, steady, and protective, and warmth flickered inside born from their effort, their teamwork, and Naruto's leadership. Sakura looked around in awe and recalled that yesterday they had been scattered and running, and today they had built a home. Sum whistled low and commented that it was a dmed good one. Hinata smiled gently and thanked Naruto, and Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly while the pride in his eyes remained unmistakable. He stated that this was just the start. They would survive today so they could win tomorrow. The cave held their breathing like a promise. As night swallowed the forest and the apex nature isolation roared in the distance like a slumbering god shifting in its dreams, the cave interior softened into a haven of amber light. The fire crackled low, carefully maintained, never too bright, never too loud, and its glow danced over the rough stone walls, turning them gold and warm. Sparks drifted upward occasionally, illuminating tiny dust motes that shimmered in the still air. The smell of heated rations wafted gently through the space, even though the food was simple preserved broth, reheated dumplings, and strips of jerky softened in warm water. It felt luxurious after hours of fear, running, and survival. The warmth of it filled the cave, comforting in a way that tasted almost like home. For the first time since the encounter with the isolation, they felt safe enough to breathe. Tenten shifted slightly on the roll of blankets that Tsum and Kurenai had improvised for her. She winced with soreness and strained chakra pathways, but she forced herself upright. The firelight caught the sheen of sweat on her brow and the small, tired smile that trembled at the edges but was real. Tenten accepted the bowl Sakura offered and steadied it with her other arm. She inhaled deeply and whispered her thanks. Naruto's shoulders relaxed for the first time in hours, and Sakura's eyes softened with relief. That fragile smile was the first hopeful expression they had seen since they pulled her free from the grasping roots and constricting vines of the forest. Sakura stayed close, monitoring her condition. Naruto kept the fire steady, feeding it carefully measured pieces of wood he had gathered earlier, each movement gentle and almost reverent. Outside the cave entrance, the world was at war with itself. Dry leaves rustled unnaturally. Trees groaned as if something enormous was brushing against them. The apex nature isolation did not roar constantly, it pulsed. Its influence ebbed and flowed like the tide, moments of perfect silence followed by distant, haunting vibrations that made the ground tremble ever so slightly. Every sound outside reminded them that the forest was still alive and hunting. Tsum stood near the entrance, her silhouette sharp and instinctive like a seasoned predator. Her nose twitched, picking up scents the others couldn't imagine. Kuramur lay beside her, ears perked and muscles coiled and ready. Kurenai took the opposite side, calm in posture but with eyes that glowed faintly red as she wove subtle layers of genjutsu into the environment, illusions to mislead predators, distort sense, and redirect attention away from the cave. Tsum insisted that the younger members sleep, stating that they were kids and had done enough for the day. Kurenai agreed and urged them to rest, reminding them they could not protect one another tomorrow if they collapsed tonight. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but Tsum's sharp look shut him up. Even he was not reckless enough to challenge a woman who seemed capable of tracking down danger itself. With the fire warming their faces and the guardians standing sentinel at the entrance, the younger trio finally let exhaustion catch up to them. Tenten leaned her head weakly against the cave wall, her breathing steadying with each passing minute. The younger members Naruto, Sakura, Ayam, and Hinata retreated to the sleeping ledge, the rough stone beneath them cool but solid. Hinata lay closest to the edge, her Byakugan relaxed but still faintly active. Her eyes were half closed yet alert to every shadow and subtle shift in the air. She was exhausted, the strain of the long trek and constant vigilance visible in the tension of her shoulders, but she could not fully let down her guard. Even here, in their hidden sanctuary, danger remained close. Naruto positioned himself at the edge of the sleeping area, back pressed against the cool, textured stone wall. The chill seeped through his clothes but grounded him, anchoring him to the moment. Though technically off-duty, the weight of responsibility clung to him like a second skin. He was both emotional and physical anchor for the group. Every heartbeat and exhale carried a subtle, unseen thread of calm through the harmonic resonance that linked him to the others, a quiet force that encouraged steady breathing, eased frayed nerves, and reminded them that someone watched over them. Ayam was the first to approach, tentative as if the shadow of the megaferal still lingered in her mind. Her eyes darted to the dark cave entrance and then to the flickering firelight on Naruto's back. Slowly, she sat beside him and rested her head against his shoulder. The tension in her body began to dissolve almost immediately, her breaths lengthened and evened out. She allowed herself to relax in the safety of his presence, comforted by the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the reassuring hum of his resonance. Moments later, Sakura eased into position, weighed down by the exhaustion of hours spent scrubbing, bandaging, and tending to Tenten. She moved with care, trusting Naruto's stability, and lay down close to him, finding solace in the solidity of his presence and the gentle rise and fall of his chest. Naruto did not move. He created a protective, non-romantic circle of closeness around the two girls, enough to provide a barrier against fear and the outside world. Ayam smelled faintly of broth and nerves, remnants of hurried meals and lingering adrenaline. Sakura carried the faint scent of antiseptic herbs and stone dust. Both girls gradually relaxed, their breathing synchronizing with his in a slow, comforting rhythm. Tension drained away and the dangers beyond the cave monsters, collapsing buildings, and the uncertain reach of the apex nature isolation fell away, leaving a small pocket of warmth and fragile peace. Naruto closed his eyes, leaning his head slightly against the rough wall. He felt the weight of their reliance, heavy but grounding. The distant roar of the waterfall outside continued its steady, thunderous pulse, masking the faint noises of the forest and providing a continuous, reassuring drone, the heartbeat of their sanctuary that complemented his own steady pulse. He listened to the even, soft breaths of the two girls beside him, the faint shuffle of Hinata adjusting on her ledge, and the subtle rise and fall of Ayam's chest. Every sound reminded him that they were alive and had survived another day in a world that constantly tested them. He was tired deeply and utterly, but the weight on his shoulders felt more manageable because they trusted him, because they relied on him and he would not fail them. In the dim, protective light of the waterfall-hidden cave, surrounded by warmth and the quiet of the group, Naruto understood something fundamental. He was more than a survivor. He was their anchor, their architect, and the keeper of their hearts. For now, that was enough.